What's up, guys? How's it going? It's a Friday, and it's a game day. Kind of odd, but we're here for it. Eagles need to get right. Thomas, this one's big.
It's a big one. It's not just any Friday. It's a Black Friday. The Eagles are wearing their black uniforms, and it's against a very good Bear opponent, Josh. 8-3. The Chicago Bears are no joke. Maybe Philadelphia's offense can get going against their suspect defense, though. This is a very interesting matchup, and one that 3 months ago we would not have chalked up as being that important for Philadelphia, not just in the NFC East race now with Dallas winning yesterday. I'm sure we'll talk about that during the broadcast. But for playoff seeding, if Philadelphia wins today, Josh, the odds of being a 1 or 2 seed are dramatically higher than if they were to lose. It jumps down to being a 3 or a 4 seed. There's a lot going on today. There's a lot of pressure. They're back at Leah Financial Field. I'm ready to rock. How about you?
I am absolutely ready to rock. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We appreciate you guys. Drop a like. It helps the algorithm. Shoot that out there. It's the blackout game. And yes, I see a lot of the comments already. The stash is back. We're pulling out all the stops. I mean, everything that we can do just to hopefully bring this offense, I wouldn't even say really back to life, but just like have it be burst at some point in this season. So the stash is back. It is real. I think that's probably more of criticism on it than nothing else. But to get to the important things, to see if this could work, we will share the inactives, the official ones for the Eagles. So you see that on your screen there. Officially, Josh Uche is inactive, which is not typically what we've seen. But Josh Uche, Patrick Johnson is getting he was elevated, but he'll be playing while Josh Uche's out. Probably more of a special teams move there. Sam Howell, Mac McWilliams, A.J. Dillon, Lane Johnson obviously is still out, but some positive news. Sounds like he's making a push to try to play by the Raiders game. So all things pretty there. Good. It is good. I'm little iffy just on the list for him. Like, if you don't have to push it, don't. But Lane is the beast as it is. And then Xavier Gibson and Ty Robinson. So Britton Covey will be the punt returner. Probably some good news there. Some security or ball security on that side. But whatever works, Thomas, got to get right. The blackout jerseys, they look fire as it is. But on Black Friday, come on.
When you mentioned one player not on the inactive list today, Josh, DeVonta Smith. He did not practice at all this week with a shoulder, with a chest. Then he had an illness. It was like the trifecta of injuries on the injury report a couple of days ago. I did a show 2 days ago saying, I don't think he's going to play. And then we found out late last night he is going to go ahead and play. And that's a big boost for Philadelphia. The questions, though, Josh, how much can you throw today at Lincoln Financial Field? It feels like 22, 25 degrees, actual on-field temperature, and the wind is ripping. Jake Elliott's longest made field goal in pre-games, Josh, 36 yards. I don't know how many deep balls they're going to throw today, which means what a better day to go ahead and get Saquon Barkley going against one of the worst run defenses, averaging over 5 yards per carry in the Chicago Bears.
Yes, whatever it takes to get this running game going. They allow a lot of explosive plays. Can they please maybe hand the ball off to Tank Bigsby more than one carry as we've seen? He's been successful. You also see it on your screen. Shout out to Corey Nito from Twitter, but sharing one of the images from the wind, as Thomas, you were talking about there. Interestingly enough, it's coming from the same direction, which is not a really big surprise this time of year, but same direction as it was for the Lions game. So you keep an eye out for that in terms of the kicking. Jake Elliott, obviously Cairo Santos, both kickers did struggle in warmups as you were talking about there. So I think that this might be a game where do you see more of going forward on 4th down? Are you trying to play the field position battle there? Take your chances. In the past, you would say this just shapes up beautifully for the Eagles because you have to run the football, because it's going to limit maybe some of the passing game. But the running game has been so suspect, as we know. It's like, man, if you could just find anything. We're 12 weeks through the season into week 13 now. It's make or break. It really feels like, and I know that we've said this for a couple weeks now, but this one of all, it's you're back at home. You're coming off of really a crushing defeat to Dallas. Yes, we saw this back at the Broncos defeat and then go to the Giants game and get obliterated. It's a little bit different, though, because you're playing at home. You're playing against a Chicago Bears team that comes in 8-3, and we can say whatever we want to about it. Are they fluky? Is it luck? Have they won some games that are nail-biters coming down to the wire? Maybe so, but they're 8-3, and they're not a team that's sneaking up on you like the Giants were earlier in the season, I think, to just expect, we're just going to go down there because they're not a great Giants team, and you're going to roll them over. The Bears are going to show up to play, so you got to take care of business. I'm hoping that gets the guys fired up, and we'll see how it works out. But everything to play for. There's a little bit of anxiety. I'll just say that.
A lot of anxiety. Also, we'll mention this throughout the broadcast. We've got a special guest joining us in a pre-recorded interview this morning during halftime.
That's right.
He might be getting inducted into the Eagles Hall of Fame today on the field. So while he's doing that, he'll be on our show, a couple hours earlier. We woke up early to do that one. So some fun stuff happening here on the show during halftime. Don't be afraid to stay tuned and watch. It was quick, but it was fun to go and talk to an Eagles legend. Let's just say that. And then, naturally, Josh, you just start thinking about A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, the Eagle offense at home. Right? They've been on the road a lot recently and not a lot of booze raining down. Obviously, think back to the Lion game. They got things going a little bit in that one. But if they start slow today against a Bear defense that does not have a starting linebacker playing, all 3 or 4 of them are out, the Boo Birds might start raining down. And so why not? It's a perfect time to unleash this offense, let Jalen Hurts loose, run Saquon, run Tank Bigsby, block well, get to the line of scrimmage on time, and maybe go ahead and show the rest of the National Football League maybe this offense isn't as bad as we think 12 weeks in.
I hope so. It's just a lot of hope. We're holding on to it.
It is a lot of hope.
Obviously, if you have not, though, scan the QR code, use code Philly Special, get signed up with Underdog, get you a pick in. I'm believing in Saquon. I'm thinking that longest rush 16.5 yards for this
that
game.
Feels like
seems so low, but he's only had 15 yards of the longest rush for the last 3 games. So I don't know. Do you go with just the trend of it, or is he going to break it? I think he will. Ethan, shout out to you. Everybody else in the super chats. I'm going to get to these. Make sure to drop a like for us. But Ethan is back, plays the theme music, Chicken Fried by Zach Brown.
There it is.
I'm sitting here eating Publix fried chicken with Thanksgiving leftover sides. I hope y'all had a good one, and one day y'all must eat the chicken. Go Birds.
Yeah, live on stream. Maybe we will. Maybe for the Super Bowl, we can have some fried chicken. We'll see.
Yeah, there we go. See. Hey, whatever works. So I did not have a Publix near enough to me, Ethan, so I had to go with something else. We're pulling out the stash. Whatever works, though. But this week, maybe it will. Isaac with a 2. We appreciate that, Isaac. I didn't see a message, but for all the support there. We got Abram with a 2 also. The stash back. Super Bowl confirmed. And then in parentheses, fire KP. So do all of that, I suppose.
Let's hope they're not firing KP after today, Josh, because that would mean it's another rough day on offense. Let's all, just for our collective minds, hope that they go, wow, Kevin Patullo, maybe his best day as an entire Eagle, the offensive coordinator, whatever you want to call it, versus us wanting to fire him after the game. But, 2 doors. Pick which road you want to go ahead and enter through. I'm going to go through that he has a good day today and not a bad one.
I really want that, yes. And I think that, to your point, exactly, we should be hoping for it. Vic Fangio versus Ben Johnson, too. That's another enticing matchup as well. Caleb Williams does not complete very many passes. It's extremely interesting. He's under 60%, and the Bears have only won 1 game where he's completed over 60% of his passes. So
pretty crazy.
It's kind of a weird anomaly. And the Eagles have given up the least or worst completion percentage, however you want to phrase that. They give up a really bad completion percentage for opposing quarterbacks, which is a good sign for Philly. So it's like all signs point toward Caleb Williams struggling in terms of completion percentage, but they hunt for big plays, and that's the question mark. You don't have Andrew Makuba. He was getting much better. Now it's Sidney Brown. Does Ben Johnson pick on Sidney Brown there? Is Vic Fangio able to hide him in a way? Thankfully, Reed Blankenship's at least playing, but that's probably, for me, the biggest matchup I'm going to be keeping an eye on as far as the defensive side. I don't know. We've seen it get burned quite a few times anyway.
I think in terms of the running game, I'm very curious to see how Chicago attacks the Eagle front 7. They've been very good against the run recently, Josh, and this is a top 3 rushing offense in Chicago. You mentioned Caleb Williams not completing a lot of passes this season. He hasn't really needed to. They've ran the football very well. They've been efficient in the red zone, and he's not turning the football over, and he doesn't take the crazy sacks that we saw last season. I was watching his game film from his rookie year. A lot of dancing and a lot of, hitting the turf on his back. This year, he dances a lot still, but he's not getting sacked nearly as much, and that's because teams are more worried about the running game than the passing game. We'll see what Philadelphia's front 7 can do, and that hopefully will allow Sidney Brown to play loose and play free back there and, maybe get an interception or 2. We'll see.
It would be nice. This one, I've seen some people comparing this game to the Cardinals game of 2023 because everybody wants to keep throwing these 2023 similarities and comparisons, and I understand it for the many reasons we've discussed, probably too many times at this point. But yeah, we're praying and hoping it is not the Cardinals, even though there's similarities, I guess, or the Kyler Murray and Caleb Williams, but we're not going there. We're not believing that. It's positivity. Christopher with a 5. No confidence in the offense, OC or Nick whatsoever, per usual at this point. All confidence in the defense and Vic though. So I think he says, but I think we lose 20-14. So
let's hope not. Holy cow! If Philadelphia loses today, Josh, heads should roll. There should be some demotions, and if their offense looks bad, they 100% should replace Kevin Patullo. That's officially if they lose this game today.
I agree. I don't think that there's any other move at that point because you still have enough of the season to try to do anything to make something work. So, and especially if you look at like penalties, either way, but they got to get the penalties cleaned up, have a cleaner operation, and the sequencing because you can't go up 21-0 or just have an explosive, quarter and a half, and then all of a sudden, be like, well, that's it. We'll just kind of mail it 100%. In for the next couple quarters. A few minutes away from the kickoff, which we will have you guys synced up on the timing there. Let me move this and get the scoreboard up there so that we're
there. It is.
Go. In the meantime, though, Tyler with a 10. Appreciate that. The Dallas game is either going to be a 2022 Washington game when we lost, then turned it around and got the Super Bowl, or 2023 Niners game. I hate it, but I hate to say it, but man, it seems like we're in that situation today. Thoughts?
Yeah, well, I hope that it's the first one that you mentioned there. Do you remember they blew a lead in that Commander game? Obviously, lost Jalen Hurts as well, and they ran the football in that game as well. But still, they did blow a lead in that game, and so maybe it's similar to what they did against the Dallas Cowboys. One thing is for sure, Josh, Dallas is not a bad football team anymore. Ever since they made the trade, ever since their bye week, they're red hot right now. They look very good. The fact Philadelphia held them to 24 points, I think, can be considered a win. The Chicago offense is not nearly, on paper, as threatening as George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, and a red-hot Dak Prescott. So maybe it's the first of those two and not the Cardinal game, or I see people in the chat, the Niner game. We're going to find out, though. And if they win today and they look good, Josh, then I think the 1 seed is definitely in play, at least the 2 seed, but for sure the NFC East with the way the time's running out and the Eagles' schedule down the stretch, which should be a lot easier than people realized at the beginning of the season. So we'll see. Yep. About 3 minutes from kickoff here. We're getting ready to go.
We are. And about 1,000 people between the streams, but only 288 likes.
Okay.
So
yep.
Come on. Let's get the likes up. Hit the like button for us. We do appreciate that. Helps up the streams, but also for the Eagles vibes and the wins. Oddly enough, kind of seems to reason, I guess, but when the likes are higher, the Eagles win. I don't know if there's a parallel there or what, but Matt with a 2, call the wife, the stash is back. Let's freaking go. Go Birds.
Yeah, I'm sure Josh's wife is thrilled about it, but if the Birds win, then she'll stay thrilled. So, it's a little bit of a give and take here when it comes to Philadelphia.
Yep. Mm-hmm. She was willing to sacrifice. And I mean, that's another thing too. I don't know. Does that show the desperation of where we're at in the season, where it's kind of like, all right, fine, just go for it. We might as well. Damon's with a 10. What's going on, fellas? Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Hope it was good. Let's go Birds. Watching from work. There we go. As you should be, I mean, hopefully your boss is understanding at this point. This is a big game. You shouldn't even be working, quite honestly. But I know Matt's driving around for UPS. Matt, we appreciate delivering all the packages.
Shout out, Matt.
Crazy busy.
Gotta be
listening to the stream. Go Birds in the meantime. But there's a little bit more understanding if you're watching the Eagles game. This is a hype one on Black Friday. Come on,
definitely a hype one. It looks like. Yep, you got more super chats.
No, I think that was the last one. I was going to say a couple more minutes. Do we have the kickoff
looks like they're about
to coin toss?
About to bring us. Yeah, they're giving us that final bit of Thursday Night Football hype. For those wondering, it's on Amazon Prime, even though it was technically, a Friday afternoon game. I like the 3 o'clock kickoffs, too, versus a 4:30. Those late Fox game of the week, so it's like 4:35. They kick things off, and then on the East Coast, it's almost 7:45 by the time it ends. And so this is going to be fun. I'm very curious to see what the Chicago Bears can do. They've only lost 1 of their last 8. They've been nail biters, every single one of them. The only difference between us and them really has been the fact their offenses look good. It's their defense that's been opportunistic to keep them in those games, and they've gotten a little lucky. I mean, they've had a couple of games. Think back to the Cincinnati Bengal game where Colston Loveland has this miracle catch where he breaks a couple tackles, runs in the end zone. They've been a lucky team, and this might be the best opponent that they've faced in a long time, at least in Philadelphia's defense. So we'll see.
Yep. I forget where the exact list was, but kind of as you're talking about, the 6 quarterbacks or the past 6 quarterbacks that they played, not the greatest, not the lineup that necessarily strikes fear into it is like, oh, those are starting quarterbacks that we're playing up against, and Mason Rudolph, obviously, last week. The Steelers ran for 186 yards against this team. So
that's not a good running team.
We're trying to figure out this thing. If the Steelers can do it, no offense to Kenny G, but that with the offensive line that had struggled, the Steelers have been so hit or miss in their running game. Jalen Warren, you figure Saquon Barkley, Tank Bigsby, and these guys can maybe get something to work. But we have said that week in and week out, and it's almost every single team. Chicago does have their starting cornerbacks back, but that's just another reason, just keep on feeding the rock, figure this thing out. Almost there.
Looks like Philadelphia will be kicking off. Finally, they'll get to defer to the second half. Past 2 weeks, they've received Both teams atop their respective division, 8-3 apiece. Blackout at the Link looks fantastic on a cold but sunny afternoon. All black uniforms for Philadelphia. The Bears wearing their whites with their usual Chicago Bear blue helmets. 31 degrees, what it feels like. 20 knot consistent winds, gust up to 35 plus. I hope you brought your wind jacket, Josh, as we're getting ready to go here from Lincoln Financial Field and kicking off what should be the home stretch to hopefully host a playoff game or 2 or 3 here at Lincoln Financial Field, but we will see.
Shout
Jake
out
Elliott.
Corey, real quick, best guys for everything. Eagles go Birds, and then Damon's with 5 more. UPS in the building. Theater driver out of St. Louis. Support your local UPS. There you go.
Right on. We appreciate it, and we are underway. Jake Elliott puts the right foot on it. It is returnable, way short, probably into the wind from the 10. Chicago to the 20, 25, 30, and then brought down about the 34, maybe 35-yard line. Good return there for the Bears. And out trots Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall draft pick from 2 Aprils ago. Many people were wondering, especially after their 0-2 start, Josh, if he was going to be labeled as a bust. And since then, he's been 8-1, 16 passing touchdowns, only 4 picks, the big factor. And of course, the rushing attack with former Eagle. There's a lot of them on the Chicago Bears. DeAndre Swift, along with Kyle Monangai there today. It'll be Swift to start things off on our opening play of the Black Friday matchup, Eagles and Bears. Looks like they're lining up in the shotgun. Nope, back up under center goes Caleb Williams from the 33. Swift alone setback. Philadelphia's got a 5-man front. They walk Bond up to the top of the formation. Williams still waiting to take the snap. Now he takes it. They're going to give to Swift running left side. Runs right into a bunch of Eagles and brought down after a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Looked like Nakobe Dean and Zach Bond were in on that tackle. And now we get our first 2nd down of the afternoon, Josh. 14:40 to go for people that want to sync up. Play clock at 27, 26, 25, 24, 23. Here we go. 2nd down and 7.
It's going to be tested quite a bit. You figure, especially early on. The run defense got a little leaky late against Dallas. Chicago seeing that in windy conditions. Keep going to stop.
Line them up. 4 wide receivers. Williams in the gun. Swift to his left. Takes the snap. First throw of the day. Very clean pocket. Now sidearms it to Cole Kmet with a catch. And he's going to be about a yard short there. Looked like Nolan Smith was the free rusher into Caleb Williams' face. Didn't get there in time. And our first 3rd down of the game for Chicago is a 3rd and short. There's Kmet on his first catch of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's a really good throw by Caleb Williams there. I mean, the only angle that he could go with was a sidearm, and quickly gets that out, leads his receiver to helping Kmet get more yardage. Crucial 3rd down, though. Bring it up early.
Interesting, they went with Nolan Smith over Jalix Hunt as a starting edge rusher. He's still in there with Jalen Phillips. Officially a 3rd and about a half. Line again is the Chicago 44. Williams under center, Swift the lone setback. Williams going to sneak it up the middle, and that's an easy conversion there. He got about 2 yards. Philadelphia was not ready for it. Chicago is now 1 for 1 on 3rd down, and they move the chains. The clock dips below 13:20 to go first quarter.
Kind of too easy there. I mean, it wasn't like they were really stacked up like a tush-push necessarily, but very easy fall forward.
Bears still working left to right. There's a shot at Jalen Carter, obviously in the game here every single snap so far. Last 4 games for Caleb Williams, 9 touchdowns, only 1 turnover. Ball at the Bear 44, working left to right, under center. Dunze comes in motion, bottom of formation, play action, steps up in the pocket, fires across the middle. That's incomplete off the hands of Rome Odunze. That was in a lot of traffic, like Quinyon Mitchell and maybe some Cooper DeJean as you get a Coop chant raining down from the Link. Haven't heard that in a while. Be 2nd down and 10 after Williams' first incompletion.
There we go. That's very important. They're going to go to Rome Odunze. That's going to be a consistent theme today. It was a lot better early on. First 3-4 weeks of the season, Odunze was a beast and a nightmare for everyone. I'm not sure if it's just communication. Feels like defenses have adjusted, but they're still going to target him quite a bit.
Line again is the Eagle 46. Williams under center. They're going to run this one left side. Swift runs into a bunch of Eagles, but not after about 4 yards there. Nakobe Dean looked like Jordan Davis as well. And so here's your first 3rd down and not short, Josh. We'll call it 3rd and 6 as they get very close to midfield.
Come on. Let's get him off the field quick. We don't need to get one of these long, extended drives.
12:29, 12:28, 12:27 to go here. This is officially a 3rd and 5. They give it an extra yard there. They'll come out in the shotgun. Line to gain to Eagle 46. This snap comes from the Bear 49. Williams Still waiting for the snap. Takes it now. Blitz comes off the edge. Clean pocket. Stops, fires, and that's going to be caught. We'll see if he survived the ground. Adunze in front of Adoree Jackson, and he does. They needed 5. He got 6, and another third down conversion. They blitzed Nakobe Dean off the edge, Josh, and he didn't get close.
Nope, just too much time. I mean, and Adoree, he does it frequently, so I know this is not unusual, but he's 2 yards past the line to gain. And Adunze, I mean, you know where he's running to. He's running to first down. It just happens way too frequently. That's way too easy.
6 plays so far for the Bears in the opening drive of the game. Now they come up in Eagle territory at the 45 in an I formation. Williams takes the snap. They're going to play action him, roll him to the left. Now fire, and that's going to be caught by the rookie Luther Burden. That's an 11-yard gain tackled by Cooper DeJean. He spins the football and points for a first down. And the Bear offense is so far humming on all cylinders against this Bird defense. Another chain mover for Caleb Williams.
Too easy so far. He's got enough time. They are moving the pocket, so kudos to Chicago for doing that, making life a little bit easier, but not a whole lot of pressure. You know, the first 2 weeks of Jalen Phillips coming to the squad, the D-line was getting pressure, making life a little bit more difficult. Hasn't been.
Now they do a quick toss left side. First time they do that. There's a nice tackle by Jalen Phillips. Swift on the run. He got about 3. Be second down and 7. Now, yeah, you mentioned Jalen Phillips, Josh. I thought after those first 2 weeks, 2.5 sacks, you were at that Bear game or the Packer game. He looked fantastic. Nothing against Dallas. We didn't call his name in that Cowboy game, and so far he has a tackle there on a run stop after a gain of 3, but not a lot of pass rush here by any Birds on this opening drive. Second and 7. Going to empty him out now. Go 5 wide receiver. Williams in the gun at the Eagle 31. This drive started at the Bear 35. Williams surveyed the defense. Looks like he got called for the football. 5-man pressure coming. Stops, fires across the middle. Incomplete. There's your first attempt to Colston Loveland, their rookie top 15 draft pick. Quinyon Mitchell was covering him, Josh, in the slot, and that's incomplete. 3rd and 7.
Yeah, that was an interesting look there. And Loveland had a little bit of the space inside on that route there, but Q was close in coverage, as you mentioned. A little bit off target. We'll take it. Another long 3rd down. It might be 4-down territory, though, with the wind.
This will be the 10th play of this drive. They converted all 3 of their 3rd downs. Here's 3rd down number 4. Line to gain the Eagle 24. Williams in the gun. Swift to his right. Philadelphia going in a wide 9 look. 5 defensive linemen. They might be bringing pressure, too. They're going to run it with DeAndre Swift. Gets around the edge. 1 man to beat, and I think he's about a yard short. Good tackle by Adoree Jackson. That should have been enough, but it looks like he's going to be half a yard short. And you mentioned it, Josh. It's going to be 4-down territory. Ben Johnson already setting the play into Caleb Williams' headset. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, that running call on that play, I mean, even if he doesn't pick up that many yards, that tells you it was a 4-down situation to begin with. So kudos to Adoree Jackson. You know, I mean, it's only 1 yard here, but Adoree doesn't typically make that tackle. He's holding his arm down now, so maybe he is injured, but
I think his left arm is hurt. He just checked out of the game. DeJean stays in on a base defensive look. This is 4th and half a yard to the 24. Williams under center. Monungai, the lone setback. They're going to run it with Monungai up the middle. He's going to hit.
He's not going to get it.
He didn't get it. I don't think he did.
His knee was down first. His knee was down.
And the spot is going to be short. We got to review it because he got real close, but that should be a 4th down stop. Wow.
The clock is still running. What are we doing here?
Yeah, they just signaled first down.
You've got to be kidding me. There's no.
Wow.
And is this one of those like
quickly? They're really not going to check it, right? And they're going to take a quick snap. No.
Okay, they're looking at it.
Philadelphia's going to challenge. Okay. Yeah, the initial spot where the referee, the line judge ran in, he was going to be half a yard short, and then they moved it forward.
Yeah, way forward.
And gave him a first down, and they weren't even going to review it until Nick Sirianni threw the red challenge flag, and so they will check it now.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, come on.
Unless that last effort that he made, let's see.
Was he able to keep his knee up off the ground?
Yeah, do we have a shot of it, though, is the question. Okay, well. They got to have indisputable evidence because, oh, here we go. This will be our shot right here. Looked like it was Nakobe Dean that met him first in the hole, along with Jalen Carter. And we'll take a look here. That knee,
I don't think he got it. You'd have to. They need to slow it down, but it's kind of like, and I think honestly, this is one of the situations. It wasn't even the knee; it was the shin, because like you see his shin starting to hit the ground, but he hasn't fully extended yet past that yard line. I think the initial line to gain of where that line judge came in was accurate, and then like you said, they moved it forward.
I know.
Half a yard.
Surely he didn't get this. We'll see as they go to commercial break. It's a first down. It's a first down at the 24 of Philadelphia. Yep.
Got to be a stop.
Well, Adoree Jackson being injured immediately, Josh, would be very interesting here. But, we'll see what they want to do. They normally go base defense back to Cooper DeJean, and then they'll play Michael Carter in the slot. At least they probably prep for that most of the week. Obviously, Adoree's been dealing with that concussion and seemingly has some other injuries as well. Oh, it might be Adoree. It might be Jacorian Bennett, and Philadelphia might have won this challenge. They have ran the offense out on the field. So we'll see.
Okay.
They did win it. Philadelphia football. Let's go.
Yes, come on.
Let's go.
Oh,
That's
yes.
a big stop.
The non-guy was short after the
stop.
review. That's 2 straight games, right? First opening possession, you just get him stopped?
Another fourth down stop.
Come on.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
This defense. All right, so here's the thing. The defense answers the call again. A little leaky, a little bit going down the field, but they answer the call. Offense, you can't play around. You got to get going. Drop a like, too. Eagles got the stop. Opening series, only 550 likes. Hit the like button for us. Eagles offense about to come out on the field after this commercial break. Chris with a 5. Appreciate that. Happy Turkey Day. Happy Turkey Day to you, sir, as well. We will win the turnover battle, win the game, still want more from the offense, and be thankful for the useful D, or for, the D. I'm thankful for you guys. Thank you, Chris. That means a lot.
Philadelphia has 10 straight fourth down stops dating back to the Packer game. That's pretty crazy.
That's wild.
Crazy to think about.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness. That's an insane stat. 10 straight ones?
That's pretty crazy.
Let's see. Got another super chat here as we're about to come back from break. Christopher with the 50 bomb. A 50.
Whoa!
Says, happy holidays, boys. Hope it's a special time for you and your families. And congrats again to Thomas on a happy and healthy new edition. Go Birds.
Thank you very much. She's 2-1 as an Eagle fan in her life. She needs to get a little bit more above 500. Want to go to 500 today. All right, Bird offense. Back on the football field, or really there for the first time. Hurts under center for the 24-yard line. They're going to run, this time to Saquon Barkley up the middle. Spins through one man. Big hit there at the end. Holy cow. He should be okay up to the 30, though. Decent gain. Should be about a gain of 5. Be second down and 5.
All right, here we go. Let me get the scoreboard updated.
There we go. They're showing us Jalen Hurts, 17 passing touchdowns, 8 rushing touchdowns, and 1 interception. The stats from Jalen Hurts, despite the offense struggling, he's been fantastic. Got to protect the football against the most turnover-prone defense in the NFL. 2nd and 5 officially in the Birds' opening drive following a fourth down stop by the defense. Empty him out here, and the Birds' offense just jumped. A.J. Brown got a false start. All right. Pre-snap penalties. Didn't take long. A.J. Brown, maybe 2nd down and 10. Unbelievable.
Every time.
Every single week. And A.J. Brown even said it was his fault last week. How does he not know? How do you not know when the ball is going to be snapped? It's unbelievable. It's so infuriating.
That's not a Patullo thing. If we're just keeping score, keeping track here. The real FLDB, with a 10. Diaper Fund. Happy belated Thanksgiving, y'all. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, FLDB. Appreciate the scoreboard.
Franklin.
2nd and 10 from the 25. Hurts in the gun. Barkley to his right. Smitty comes into motion. They're going to go play action. Quick slant. Caught A.J.
There
Brown.
he is. Make up
First
for it.
down. That is an RPO, Josh, for 12. Boy, what year is it? 2017? Nick Foles threw about 1 billion of those on the way to the Super Bowl. Love to see that, and our first catch goes to A.J. Brown. First down.
I'm glad that you said what it was, because I didn't recognize. I couldn't have told you what that was. It's been too long.
That was a true
new
RPO.
Look. Yes.
An actually true RPO. That might be the first one they've really ran not to Dallas Goedert in about 10 or 12 years. Unbelievable. 1st and 10 up to the Eagle 35. Pistol formation now. Barkley the lone setback. Hurts calls for the football. They're going to run Barkley left side, cuts up the field, lowers the shoulder up to the 40. That's another 5-yard run from Saquon Barkley, which if you haven't watched Eagle games this year, Josh, a 5-yard run, it's a pretty big deal because a lot of his runs are negative, going for negative rushing yards. He had -1 yards before contact last week against the Dallas Cowboys.
Absolutely ridiculous for this offensive line. I don't really care who they're playing, but certainly for Dallas and what they've given up. But yeah, we will take these 5-yard chunks. Get the block in.
Empty him out again. A.J. Brown in the slot to the near side. That's something Kevin Patullo has mentioned they've wanted to do. Here we go from the 40. 2nd and 5. Chicago possibly showing pressure. Here they come with a 5-man blitz. Hurts the throw. Stops, looks, fires right side, and that was tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls incomplete to the ground. DeVonta Smith was open. I think Brisker got a hand on it. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Our first appearance of C.J. Gardner-Johnson as well, Josh, on that play for the Bear defense.
Oh, yes. Good old CJ. Jalen had time, and you're right, just barely tipped. That was going for Smitty.
Probably would have been a 1st down.
And
he was open.
Wow, was that even? I guess it was because it did change once it got there. But that was about
definitely
like a
changed.
fingertip.
Yeah, that was a weird throw. 3rd and 5. Line to gain is the 45 of Philadelphia. Hurts back in the gun. Will Shipley is your 3rd down running back to his right. Hurts takes the snap. 4-man pressure. Looking left. Now bailing out of the pocket. A lot of pressure coming. Rolling right. He's going to throw this one out of bounds, and Philadelphia will punt. So they get a 1st down. C.J. Gardner-Johnson looks pretty pumped. Couple of boo birds raining down, Josh, and a stop by the Bear defense.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Bears ran a stunt on that play. Mailata fell down. I couldn't tell if he had got stepped on, and that was Landon Dickerson there, or just a lack of communication, but something happened that allowed a free rusher, and Jalen had to bail much earlier than he wanted to. Couldn't see or wasn't watching the prime vision to look downfield to the receiving option routes, but blocking again.
Braden Mann coming in, one of the best punters in the National Football League. He was busy in the second half last week. Angles this one to the right. And this one is going to be fair caught at the 22-yard line. So not his best by Devin Duvernay. And so Chicago's offense has had it once. Philadelphia's once as well. And back out comes Caleb Williams following the Philadelphia punt. Listen, I like that start. I think everything looked fine. You have the tip pass, and then, like you mentioned, Jordan Mailata, who has struggled a lot this year. No one's talking about that. They chipped his side 10 times last week, Josh, in the Cowboy game. Gives up another pressure, and Hurts wisely throws it out of bounds.
Yep, it is unfortunate. If it's not one thing, it's something else. The rushing game, it did. Like you say, it looked decent, looked fairly solid.
Looked decent. Yep.
Man, just can't really quite put it together, unfortunately, yet. Dan with a 5. Appreciate that, Dan. Hey, lads from the UK. We finally have a game on a decent time here.
That's
and
right. Yeah.
Our TV channels don't show it. Oh, no. TV channel. Fingers crossed for the win. Go Birds.
There you go. Well,
sorry about that,
Dan. UK life. I guess overseas life. That's how it goes.
Golly,
I'm shocked you can't watch it on Amazon Prime. I mean,
that's insane.
I wouldn't recommend a VPN, but I'm sure it would work. But I wouldn't recommend that.
Well,
but,
yeah, of course.
I would never do that. But
never.
Feels like that's the only way. It is crazy though that you can't do that in the UK. But what are you gonna do?
The odds at that, yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. Devin with a 5. Appreciate this also. Y'all watching Next Gen Stats. J-Dot was open on that 3rd and 5. Go Birds. Okay.
Well.
That is a good point. If you want to watch down the field, you can do that by, if you can watch Prime, I should say that. Dan cannot, unfortunately, but for those of you that can, select Prime Vision, and you can look down the field as if you're playing Madden. It's kind of like the Madden view, but it's the Next Gen angle. I'll have to go back and look at that because I was watching the standard broadcast. I don't know timing-wise, again, because Jalen sensed the pressure from Mailata super quickly. Maybe it was. Maybe it was there to be had much quicker, and he didn't throw it. So it's just one thing.
It's how it goes. That's okay. It's okay. It's just one. Punt.
Yeah.
As long as they don't do it more times, it should be fine. We're not going to panic yet. There were some slight boo bird concerns from the Lincoln Financial Field crowd. Nothing crazy, but there was a little bit there, and they're going to heat up if the Eagles' offense does not. So we'll see. Oh,
completely. Yes. Christopher with a 2. At least Braden will make the Pro Bowl this year. Yeah.
He probably will do that. That feels like basically a guarantee. He's been very, very good. But he's had to punt a lot because they've gone 3 and out a lot. So
that is fair also. Yep, he's getting his practice. Rory with a 5 as we're about to come back here. The past couple games, KP's first 15 plays got my hopes up. Then the offense falls apart once he has to call a game.
Yeah, we'll see if that RPO look is something was just scripted in the first 15 plays or if we'll see it more often later in the second half. So remember that one. There we go. Caleb Williams from the 22. Offset I formation, motion Kmet across the formation, takes the snap. They're going to give it to Monungai. Cut to the field, big hole. Kyle Monungai still going up to the 40, brought down by Sidney Brown. And that is a massive run there from the backup Bear running back. He's really the second fiddle to DeAndre Swift. They use him a lot, but a big gainer and a massive hole in the middle of this Eagle defense, Josh. First down.
Yeah, broke out a couple weeks ago. And like you said, they've started using him a lot more frequently. the Bears' blocking has been good in the run game and allows for a cutback lane. I couldn't tell who that was if Jalen Carter gets pushed way too much to the inside, but that is a gaping hole.
Now they're going to throw underneath. That's caught Luther Burden, tackled immediately to the 45, so a gain of 5. Dean there for the stop. Quick throws, solid runs. This has been the Bear passing attack, Josh. They try and make it nice and easy early to settle Caleb Williams down, and he looks more than settled so far as they get a shot at Vic Fangio in the booth trying to figure out a counter to the Bear offense marching right now, 2nd and 4.
It's the bend but don't break defense. Try to make a mistake, force the offense to make a mistake, but you're right, Thomas. So far, Bears have been patient.
Monangai, the lone setback. Williams under center, takes the snap. They're going to give it to Monangai, running right side. Breaks a little tough arm tackle there by Zach Bond, and he will have a first down into Eagle territory at the Philly 49. And so far, stop the run. That's the first step. They've not been able to do that. Chicago averaging over 5 yards per carry. And now Monangai has his 3rd carry of the afternoon. Like I said, first down.
Can't let them get this flow, as we've seen way too many times. You allow the other team get the running game, then the passing game opens up. They go back and forth.
First down and 10. 5:20 to go here in quarter number 1. Philadelphia showing pressure. Williams under center. Takes the snap. They're going to give him Monangai again, running up the middle, and he's going to break a tackle and then brought down by Blankenship, but not till he got to the Eagle 45. We'll call it a gain of 5. It'd be 2nd down and 5. Another nice
once
run.
Again, it's a nice run. That one's right up the middle. And Ajomo, and I couldn't tell who the other defensive tackle was. I think that's Jalen Carter there. But Ajomo and Jalen Carter just allow Monangai to get small and kind of run right through. In the past, we've seen him close that gap. That wasn't even really as much of a dominant blocking from the Bears' offensive line as it was kind of just weak arm tackles.
DeAndre Swift checks in. Under center goes Caleb Williams. They're going to run a toss. Cuts up the middle. Big hole. DeAndre Swift still going across the 30. Still going to the 25. Brought down at the Eagle 22 by Adoree Jackson. And the Eagle run defense is a little bit of a problem right now.
Golly, there's again. Missed tackles. Getting the cutback lanes.
Unbelievable.
Opportunity again.
Yeah, Ajomo kind of stutter-stepped and ran right past him. I mean, that is a massive hole. Boy, Saquon Barkley would do anything for a hole like that. He hadn't seen one of those all season long. Big run for DeAndre Swift. Up to 40 yards on 5 carries, not even out of the first quarter. Empty him out now from the Bird 22. Williams takes the snap. He's going to throw. Dirty pocket. Now he's going to scramble and fire it left side, and that's incomplete, out of bounds. Looked for DJ Moore. Good coverage downfield there. It looked like Jalen Phillips applied some pressure as he checks out of the game. 2nd down and 10.
Honestly, I think Chicago did us a favor to throw the football there.
I think so. I would keep running it.
Just keep,
for real. Oh, man. Yeah, they brought Phillips off the edge. Jomo ate a double team, and, boy, he got close to Caleb Williams, and he finally threw that away. That's been the difference in CW this year, is throwaways versus taking tough sacks. 2nd and 10. This will be play number 18 for the Bear offense. Over 8.5 minutes, they're dominating time of possession. Shotgun. Monangai checks into the right. They're going to throw again. Williams steps up, fires left side. That's going to be caught. Diving to the right side goes like Colston Loveland. He's going to be short by 2 yards, so a 3rd and 2, but a good catch from the rookie tight end. There's Reed Blankenship, Josh, in coverage. We were worried about him earlier this week with a thigh issue. No problem here. Good tackle, but gain of 8 for Chicago will be 3rd down and 2.
Yeah, it's a really, really good catch there. Caleb putting it in the right spot. Only his guy can make a play. Honestly, I mean, good coverage. Hold on to it. Big 3rd down.
3:19, 3:18, 3:17 to go. It's a long 2. Line to gain is the Eagle 12. Williams under center. Offset eye. Monangai the lone setback. They're going to toss it up the middle. Monangai stuffed. Oh, he went into a bunch of Eagles. He's still trying to turn. Oh, my gosh, he got it. They shoved him across. They had him stopped at the line of scrimmage, and he gained 2.5 yards. Unbelievable. Boy, this Bear defensive front is getting worked so far early, Josh. This is not good.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, it's the Eagles had him, as you said, Thomas. I mean, they literally, it maybe a loss on that play and just push him forward for a first down.
Boy, look at that. God. Everyone did exactly what they needed to do, and Ajomo gets right in the hole, and then it's like a tush push. There's like 4 Bears shoving him across the line to gain, and he gets it. First down.
Like Nakobe's just watching on that play.
Current drive, 8 plays, 67 yards. Bear offense has been getting anything they want so far. Williams still under center. Monangai the lone setback. Take the snap. Play action. Williams rolls to his right. Pressure coming. Now he's going to fire back across his body. Incomplete. Boy, Olamide Zaccheaus was wide open, Josh. And he missed him. Looked like Nolan Smith applied the pressure to make that possible. That was scary. 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, if he had a little bit more time, as you said, that was going to be a touchdown in the back of the end zone. Way too easy. Go with the play action. You had a couple guys bite on it.
Guess who he beat? Sidney Brown got worked on a little out and up there. Or an out and in, I should say. Thank goodness incomplete. 2nd down and 10. They can get a first down at the 2. 2:19 to go. Clock is stopped after the incompletion. Williams in the gun. Monangai to his right. They're going to stack receivers top of the formation. Luther Burden alone at the bottom. Williams takes the snap. Turn, give Monangai up the middle. Big hole. Still rumbling. Bumbling down to the 3. And we'll call it actually the 4. He's going to be 2 yards short, so a 3rd down and 2. Adoree Jackson came in late a hit, and he's slow to get up again. But looks like he did.
And Adoree is at least not afraid to come and deliver a hit, but it's way too difficult. I mean, you're getting 2, 3, 4 yards probably before contact on almost every single run, at least. And then even once they get on contact, the Bears continue to push probably another 2 or 3 yards after that.
Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Morris Jomo got to wake up here. 3rd and 2 from the Eagle 4. Williams in the gun. Swift to his left. They got a bunch of tight ends on the field as well. Takes the snap. They're going to run Swift, trying to go right side up the field, walks in. Touchdown. Wow. And that is too easy, Josh. That is way too easy. We're all worried about the Bird offense, and the Bird defense did not come to play here in quarter number 1.
Nope. That's embarrassing. I mean, you just got worked, pushed around, just way too easy.
11-play, 78-yard drive. Unbelievable. Back-to-back 8+ play drives, and the Eagles offense had no answer. No answer.
Golly, I mean, you kind of knew that they're going to try to run, like both teams. The wind, everything else there.
Goodness gracious. Extra point is up and good. We got to keep an eye on those with the win, but that was very easy, Josh. And Philadelphia has not been in that many holes early in games, despite the struggles on offense. DeAndre Swift revenge game is a lot of ex-Eagles in this Bear uniform today, Josh. And boy, just what you don't want is when the Eagle offense is struggling, the Eagle defense struggling as well. Recipe for disaster.
Man, I can't believe that.
Nope. Not good. Not good. All right,
well, offense better wake up then, because this does not look like one of those games. Early takeaways, I know. Like, still got a long way to go, but early takeaway. Offense can't just lay an egg here. This is going to get ugly.
It'll get ugly quick if this continues. Okay, all right. Well, Bird offense only had the football, once? So maybe they'll figure it out here for drive number 2. The Boo Birds are going to happen pretty quick, though, if they don't. If they go 3 and out here, uh-oh.
Yeah, they were in a really, really bad way. Tristan with a 2. JD losing weight has genuinely hurt our run defense.
I don't think it's been this bad recently. I feel like it's gotten worse the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just like trying to key off of the passing game too much. You know, obviously the Bears' calls have been really good, but they're just getting worked. I mean, pushed off the line of scrimmage like crazy.
Why not just, try and stop the run and make Caleb Williams beat you? That seems like the recipe I'd want to go with.
Yeah, especially with the wind. I mean, we at least know that the small positive, we at least know that Vic will make changes and adjustments. I'm not saying that it'll be lights out, stopping it from here on out, but we know that he'll try to make some changes. We've seen some improvement in games, whereas with the offense, it's almost the reverse of that. If they start out good or at some point they find something, it doesn't get as good the further the game goes on. But they need some answers for sure now. Of Tells and Lies with a 2, we do play best when we are behind. So silver lining, maybe. We'll
see. Yeah.
Maybe it wakes them up.
Oh, man.
It's the fear, though, of like that first couple possessions have looked like the Giants game in New York because they got pushed around
100%.
And got run all over, and the Giants could take whatever they wanted on offense. And when that happened, then it's like, oh, man, the offense for the Eagles needs to answer the call. And they were kind of in it early, and then after that, it's like halftime, forget about it. We just don't want to be here. We're not going to be able to keep up. Can't make the adjustments, so maybe. We'll see. 10s with a 2. Sidney Brown needs to be waived today, and it's also, we don't have many options. John Reese with a 2. Congrats to Dallas for winning the NFC East. So already punting on the season there.
Let's hope not. As that kick goes out the back of the end zone, and so that will help out Philadelphia. You got to like that. They'll move the ball up to the 35. Shot at Angelo's Pizzeria there, Josh. Obviously, fan favorite for all of us. Gotta love it.
There we go.
But, of course, now we're getting in a Angelo's Pizza Eagles offensive issues, as they're showing some cheesesteaks along with the problems from Saquon Barkley in the rushing attack. So let's hope that the offense is a little bit better than it has been the past couple of weeks. 3 or fewer second-half points in 4 games this season. That right there is about enough to make you want to go crazy. Here we go, though. Drive number 2 in a hole. 7-0 Bears. See what Philadelphia does. They got a first down, and then they punted. A couple of incomplete passes from Jalen Hurts. From the 35, they're going to run Saquon Barkley up the middle. Nice hold there. Sidesteps another defender, and that's a 9-yard run. Maybe 8.5 on first down from Saquon Barkley. And I might keep doing that. Maybe mix in Tank Bigsby. Let's try and dominate our own offensive line of scrimmage, Josh.
Yeah, there's no reason to go away from it. If you're picking up the 8 yards, just give Chicago kind of a taste of their own medicine. They've been doing the same thing. Don't change it up.
Second down and 1.5. They're going to do a little, maybe a penalty. And let's see if the Eagles just shot themselves in the foot again on 2nd and 1.
They did.
And they did. What did they do here? Illegal formation? False start. Nice. That's what they do. So both possessions, false starts. They get A.J. Brown in drive 1, and it was going to be 2nd and short, and now they're going to go ahead and get Landon Dickerson. So, love it. Love it. So 2nd and 6 officially. If they punt because of that, Josh, I'm going to go crazy.
It's
false
the most
starts
ridiculous
at home
thing.
make me want to jump off a very tall building. It's unbelievable to watch them at home.
There's no excuse. There's just no excuse.
Ball back to the Eagle, 38.5. Shotgun. Barkley to Jalen's right. They're going to keep it, run the same play that they were planning on. A run by Jalen Hurts. He's going to get probably 3. So 3rd and short. That would have been enough for a first down had they not false started on 2nd and 1. 3rd down upcoming. They need this one bad. Although they're probably not going to snap it again. I think they're going to take us to the end of quarter 1. So 3rd and 3. And looks like that's the case as Kevin Patullo looks through his menu of mediocre calls so far this season. What do you got on 3rd and 3? They got to dial up something because if they punt again, this could get ugly quick with the way the defense is playing. And we will go to quarter 2.
It will. I mean, you'll have the Boo Birds and everything else because you have another 3-and-out scenario. But it's just so stupid because you can't even get a semblance of where the main issue is because we'll say, okay, yeah, play calling needs to be better. Multiple drives now. It's both times. You have a big play. You're in a really short yardage situation. You probably will pick up the first down. You'll probably keep extending the drive. Can maybe build some momentum. Nope. Penalty. Move backwards. See if we can possibly do something after that. But oh my gosh.
Not the best start. Not the best start.
Shooting ourselves in the foot every single time.
Oh, man. They got to go down and do something here, Josh. They cannot go 3-and-out on this drive. They cannot go 3-and-out on this drive with another false start on offense. It is interesting. You know, when a team does something enough, you start to kind of have to believe them, right? They're just an undisciplined football team. They've had 6+ penalties in like 8 straight games, whatever the number is. They had about 30 last week versus the Dallas Cowboys. It's not good. Not good.
And they're just I don't know. Every penalty is inexcusable, and they're all bad. But it's like the ones that the Eagles continue to do are some of the most idiotic, avoidable. It's the false start penalties, it's the illegal formation. It's just the lack of focus. It's the lack of attention to detail. And as many times as Sirianni and the tough together or detailed, trying to preach those core values, and then every week we see, oh hey, well there's another great penalty in a crucial situation. It's inexcusable. Eagles fan with a 5 between Sidney Brown or Grant Calcaterra. I don't know who I hate more playing.
Coin toss.
I mean,
probably Sidney Brown because he's not supposed to be out there, right? He's only out there because of injuries. Grant at least plays normally, even if Goddard's healthy. So
yeah. Well, I was going to say that's the argument for maybe hating Grant Calcaterra playing more because Grant Calcaterra is by choice. Sidney Brown is kind of like, we don't have any other options, so we're going to put him out there. Grant is the Eagles. I don't know, being just stubborn, trying to play him when it's not really working. There's not much success that comes from it. I don't know. Of Tells and Lies with a 2. Here we go. Time to spike my blood pressure.
Yeah, well, you might not even get spiked blood pressure today if they keep playing the way they have. They'll be blown out by halftime. But let's hope we get blood pressure because it means it's close.
That's true. It's a positive way to look at it.
Based on what it looks like right now. Holy cow. All right, we come back from commercial break. So 3rd and 3, they switch ends. Philadelphia's defense has been out there for almost 12 and a half minutes. It's been a big problem on 2 drives from Caleb Williams and the Ben Johnson offense. Bird offense, first down, then they punted. We're on drive 2. They do not have a first down yet. Here comes their first 3rd down of drive 2. Working left to right now on our screen from the Eagle 42. Line to gain the 45. Pistol formation, both tight ends in, including Cameron Latu. That's a good sign. Barkley's the only running back. They're going to go ahead and keep it. Hurts will throw, fires downfield, wide open, caught.
Go,
DeVonta Smith, big gainer. Smitty to the 30. Smitty shoved out of bounds at the 27.
We go.
He was injured all week long. There's a nice RPO, and instead of Goddard on the little pop pass, they zip behind Goddard, Josh, for a big gain to DeVonta Smith.
Love that call. Love that call, staying aggressive. You've got the play action, which we do not see a lot, especially out of pistol. And as you said, Thomas, they run that play to Goddard that normally goes there. You had Jalen Johnson, who's returned for the first time in, this season? And he's actually he bites on that, and you're able to play off of it. That's an incredible call.
Big gain up to the 28-yard line of Chicago. Bird offense humming now. Take the snap, turn, get Barkley left side, cut to the field. Another positive run that goes for 4. Might have gotten 5. And so far, he hasn't hit the home run yet, but Saquon Barkley looks much better than he did last week or a couple weeks prior. 2nd down and 5. Yeah,
4 rushes, 24 yards. Much better as improved. So, come on, 6 yards a carry. Build off of this. Got into the second quarter and not scoring, but it's about how you finish, not how you start.
Line to gain the Bear 18. Bird's working left to right. Hurts under center on a 2nd and 5. Dotson comes in motion to the near side. Hurts is going to hand it off. And there's your negative run play, Josh. And that's going to lose 2 yards. And there was Booker off the edge. And that was poorly blocked up front from the start. It'd be 3rd down and much longer. We'll call it 7.
Yeah, that went absolutely nowhere. Got the play to left, as you said, and guess who gets just absolutely obliterated on their block? Who should not? Oh, actually, that's Goddard. I thought it was taking
Goddard,
a quick glance at Calcaterra, but that was not good.
Loss of 3, 3rd and 8. This will be interesting. They spread him out empty. You worry about field goal range with the win, too. Hurts in the gun, take the snap, all-out blitz, steps, fires, caught. No one throws behind him. He missed DeVonta Smith. He was wide open. That would have been a touchdown. Wide open on a slant, and Hurts missed him. Gosh dang it. That was the exact play call they wanted. Smitty runs in the end zone untouched on a slant.
God, you got to be kidding me. And that's such a good play call there because they stack Dotson and Smitty. Dotson's running a go or an out there. The corner stays with him, and Smitty cuts to the inside on a slant. He's wide open.
Hurts missed him by a mile. That was an awful throw by number 1. And here comes a field goal, Josh. 44 yards with the wind working left to right. This comes from the left hash. Kick is up. It's angling, but it's good. And so they do get points out of the positive drive there, but it should have been more. 7-3 Philadelphia. And listen, a lot of people like to criticize Jalen Hurts. A lot of people like to defend him, but that was a very, very easy miss from Jalen Hurts. My goodness.
Yep. He had time. We'll call it like we see it. He had time, able to make the throw. Smitty's there. I mean, that's not even one that you second guess. That's not one where like, there's a guy maybe in space. As you said, he's got all day to run. He makes that catch, probably a score. At worst case scenario, he's going down at the, inside the 5. Only three.
Unbelievable. At least they got points. At least they were positive. At least they went down the field. Now it's time for the defense.
That's true.
Oh, my goodness.
You gave the defense a break. You had a drive that, 3, not a really crazy long drive, but still 3 minutes, 27 time of possession there, but you got the quarter in between, so the defense is more rested than they had been. Maybe the defense answers the call here. Give the ball back and go get the job done. Go score. I don't know why it has to be so difficult, though, sometimes.
It has to be difficult.
In the commercial break. Let me get to those. Appreciate it, guys. Ryan with the 5. KP has broken me. At least he makes me money every week. I bet that the Eagles' first drive ends in a punt, and it has made me some good money. That is
not a bad idea.
Very unfortunate,
honestly.
But yeah.
Not a bad idea at all.
Being smart with it. I mean, it's not a bad plan, unfortunately. John with the 2. Please convince me we aren't blowing the division.
If we lose today, I will not be able to convince you of that. If we win today, then I think I have a pretty good argument that we should win the division.
For sure.
Problem is, it's Cowboys-Lions this week, right? But probably no Amon-Ra St. Brown. And in the Lion offense, talk about coordinator issues, they also have their offensive troubles as well. And no Amon-Ra is not a good sign. So if we lose this week, the division gets a lot more difficult.
Yep. You look at schedule-wise and everything else. So it's crazy how all that could change. Long way to go in this one. Can right the course somehow. Chad with the 2 at work, ready to pull my hair out.
Yeah, well,
stay
welcome
strong.
to the club,
Chad. Don't do it at work, at least. Damon's with the 10. Whoever in the comments keeps saying Hurts sucks or trade Hurts is a freaking moron. Do you even watch football or do you just listen to the media?
No, I people I DM with. Shout out Jose, who texts me every single time on my Instagram. I'm about to block him. Whenever Jalen makes one mistake, he messages me about how bad Jalen Hurts is. Didn't message me at all when Hurts was, playing well. But as soon as he plays poorly, I get the message. Goodness gracious.
We'll
just block him there soon. That is a terrible kick that goes out the back of the end zone. And so 35-yard line is where Caleb Williams will get the football.
Oh, no, it actually worked, though. It landed in the landing zone and rolled out.
Oh, it hit the landing zone. You're right. Yeah. So it did work. Okay.
The
big concern, Josh,
ball, but
the Eagle offense has shown that they can move the football. The Bird defense has shown zero ability to stop the running attack of the Chicago Bears. And so you wonder if maybe they start to load the box more. It's not a big Fangio way, but that's the most rushing yards in any quarter this season for the Bears and any quarter allowed by the Eagle defense. Not a good combo.
Oh, lovely. Sarvon with the 2, 3 and out. Deja vu. That was from earlier, but get to some of these other super chats in a bit.
Ball at the 20, and you have a 6-man front right now to Philadelphia. Williams under center, takes the snap, turn gives Swift, big hole right side. There goes DeAndre
Swift.
Everywhere. Stiff arms the man to the ground, still going to the 35, up to the 38-yard line. The cutback lanes you could drive a bus through right now, Josh, and holy cow, this is a bad Bird defensive line. Big first down.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, you're right. You could drive just about anything you want to through those. That is a walk in the park. It reminds me of, I haven't seen lanes like that since DeAndre Swift played for the Eagles. You think about the Vikings game on that Sunday night football game or Monday night football game against the Vikings where he ran for 1,000,000 yards, or in Tampa where he ran for 180 yards or whatever it was. I haven't seen lanes like that since that time, and this defense is getting worked.
17-yard gain there. Big one for DeAndre Swift. Monangai checks in on the offset eye. They're going to run him now, this time left side. Finally, they get a stop. And it took them about, 18 minutes of game time for Monangai to only get 2 yards. 2nd down and 8. Thank goodness. Jordan Davis, the first guy there. He's got to wake up.
The ridiculous part, too, is that the stop is still a 2-yard gain. I know it's not that bad, but when the Eagles get stopped with the run game, we're saying, oh, hey, there's a 3-yard loss.
11:50 to go here, second quarter, 2nd and 7, so you got 3 officially. 7-3, Bears. Bears went for it on their opening drive inside the Eagle 25. Didn't get it, but then went right back down and scored a rushing touchdown to give them the 7-3 lead. Line to gain is the 47-yard line of Chicago. All-out blitz comes from Philadelphia, and Caleb Williams dirts that one into the ground. And there's some pressure that actually gets in the face of Caleb Williams. He's been clean so far today. That was Zach Bond. 3rd and 7 now. It's a big one, Josh.
Got to have it. Defense needs to get off the field so this time of possession does not get absolutely crazy as it already is, but then also to give the offense the ball back.
They're 4 for 5 on 3rd down so far today, Josh. They've only averaged 3.4 yards to go. This is their longest of the afternoon, 3rd and 7. Williams in the gun, alone by himself. Birds walk the defenders up. They're going to blitz. He's going to fire across the middle. Caught, first down. Alameda Zacchaeus, and he needed 7. He got 9. Reed Blankenship on the tackle, and they've had an answer every single play, it seems, for the Bird defense. Another first down.
That one was just a weird. Cooper DeJean was up on the side, up on the left-hand side of the line of scrimmage, and he just kind of waits there. I don't know if it was just in case Caleb Williams tries to bail or roll out to that side, but you're kind of wasting a defender at that point.
10 first downs for Chicago's offense to Philadelphia's 2. This one, the 48, they're going to run a little end around. Luther Burden, big hole. What a surprise. First down up to the 41-yard line of Philadelphia. And it's not going to matter what the offense does today, Josh. The Bird offense can't get a stop. They're gashing them on defense right now. That one good for 11.
They're getting anything and everything that they want. That one's officially goes down as a pass play, but it's essentially the running game. I mean, you're getting worked any direction that they want to go. And you can see Chicago's got a bunch of momentum too, because they're all playing with excitement, hype, momentum.
Play action, deep drop, throwing right side, incomplete. Actually missed DJ Moore. That was his first errant throw of the afternoon. They gave Burden 9 on what clearly looked like a first down run. So it's 3rd and 1 now following that incompletion.
Oh, wow.
With 10:14 to go second quarter, the clock stops. That's their deepest shot of the afternoon, trying to get Moore on an out route down to the Eagle 20, and he threw it behind him. Adoree Jackson in coverage.
Yeah, you kind of figure it's still 4-down territory, so can they get a stop 2 straight times on a 3rd and 1?
Oh, man. 10:14 to go second quarter. Bears under center. Swift the lone setback. A 3rd down and 1. Line to gain just 1 yard away. They sneak it again. They've done that twice. Philadelphia clearly not ready for it. Gain of 3. And you would think after the first time they did it on drive 1, Josh, they would think about it the second time. But no, not the answer. First down Bears.
Nope.
Goodness gracious.
Like I said, it doesn't matter what they're calling. They get the aggressive.
They literally had whatever they wanted. 29 plays, 106 rushing yards, 54 passing yards, 11 first downs. Goodness gracious.
More than doubled up time of possession.
Time of possession, yep.
Swift
ugly. Checks back in from the Eagle 40. They've been in the Eagle territory every single drive so far. Play action, dump off underneath, caught a Dunze, and pinballs his way out of bounds off of Sidney Brown. That's only going to be about a 4-yard gain. We'll take anything we can get at this point. Second down at 6. We dip below 9:30 to go second quarter. 7-3 Bears.
Golly. The one area of the strength, but like everybody can have a bad game. Here's the issue. This was the question of like, what if you get into a scenario where the defense does have an off game, where if the defense is not doing what we think that they should or what they normally do, they're getting worked like crazy though.
Another end around, this one to Burden, tries to get around the edge and is not able to. He got about a yard, maybe 2, so a 3rd down comes up. Exciting whites, both of them there on the tackle in Blankenship and Cooper DeJean, and they're 5 for 6 on 3rd down so far. This is another big one. 3rd, we'll call it 4 in Eagle territory, but outside of field goal range, you would think with the win. So probably 4-down territory here as Burden takes a seat on the bench.
Yeah, if I'm Ben Johnson, the way my offense has been playing, I'm like, forget it. We're going 4 downs every time.
Might as well. They're averaging 3.6 yards to go. This is 3rd and 4. Lining up in the gun. Empty him out. Williams to throw. Dirty pocket. Steps up in the pocket. Now backs up again. Now rolls to his left. Still rolling. Foot raced for the first down. He got it right in front of Nolan Smith. And another first down. Goodness gracious.
Ooh, they get some pressure on. I mean, Caleb Williams there feeling it. A little bit uncomfortable, able to maneuver around, but there's just nobody actually beating their block. They're just kind of containing rather than getting back there in the backfield. And then obviously at that point, once he takes off to run, beat him to the sticks.
Oh, my goodness, this has been rough. Another first down. Now under center at the Eagle 29. Swift the lone setback. Caleb Williams takes the snap. They're going to run it to Swift right side, and he cuts up the field for a big gain to the 20, still going to 15, still going down to the 11. What's he averaging? 15 yards a carry? Holy cow, I have never seen the Bird defense this bad in years against the run.
It's embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. 18-yard run. He's averaging 9.6 yards a carry. 8 carries, 77 yards, 9.6 average and a touchdown.
Terrible arm tackle by Reed Blankenship that would have saved it from being 18. They've given up 132 yards in the first half, Josh, and they're back in the Eagle red zone from the 11. Williams under center, play action, rolls to his left.
Get
Pressure
home.
Comes, hit, and he throws that one away. Jalix Hunt got a really clean look at him. And they are going to want grounding.
They're not going to call it?
Receiver in the area. They're saying he's out of the pocket, though, 2nd and 10. Boy, he's lucky to get that one away. That should have been a big sack.
There's nobody in the area. I know what they're saying for out of the pocket, but...
he got out of it and threw it across the line of scrimmage. I think that's all that matters, right?
That's true. Oh, that's fortunate for them.
This is play 13 of this drive, Josh. They've had drives all over 10 plays their first 3 possessions of the game. 2nd and 10 from the 12. They're going to throw again. Williams stops in the pocket. Now he's going to roll to his right. Now he's going to throw back right side, and that's going to be incomplete. Boy, that was a little low. He had a Dunze at the corner of the end zone on the right side, and he one-hopped it into his arm. Sidney Brown was the closest guy, but it wasn't close. And that'll be 3rd and 10. They're lucky there.
He was open. He got Sidney on the out. Had him beat by a mile, but Caleb fortunately missed.
I personally would not want Sidney Brown in man coverage against their best receiver, but I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I don't know I'm just a YouTuber, right? Who knows? 3rd and 10. They can get a first down at the Eagle 2. Williams in the gun. He's missed his last 2. They're going to throw again. 4-man pressure. Steps up, fires, tipped, incomplete. Jalen Carter, or actually it wasn't Jalen Carter. I think it might have been Jalen Phillips got a hand on it. And it was, and that is going to be a big red zone stop, and they're going to kick a field goal on 4th and 10. That's a big stop.
Oh, needed that. Man,
and it's only because they threw the ball 3 straight times. They didn't run it.
That's shocking to me. Thankfully, he gets the hand on it, like you said. But when you're picking up 10 yards a carry and you get down to this area, I'm shocked. I have no clue why you're not going to run the football there. You just throw it 3 straight times.
It's a short one, 30 yards. And they're going to kind of upset at the clock here. They want to reset the game clock or the play clock. And they got to actually get the kicking ball in. They have the wrong ball. We know that this year they had the kicking balls for more distance, and we've definitely seen that. But 4th and 10, 6:47 to go here in the second quarter. 30-yarder. Philadelphia hit a 44-yarder there last time. This is Cairo Santos from the left hash. Waiting on the snap, still waiting. There it is. High one, contained, up and good. And so kicking was a question mark pregame, and yet both have kicked a successful field goal by Santos and Elliott, and we go to commercial break. 10-3 Chicago. Philadelphia's poorest defense finally gets a stop with 6:44 to go. We'll get the Bird offense here on the other side of this commercial break. Man, this has been something else, Josh. It's not been fun. Nope. We're not having a good time yet.
No, we're not. Oh, we are not, and the pressure has been cranked up tremendously at this point. I mean, the offense has to answer, and quite honestly, it's like there's 6 minutes and 44 seconds. I'm all for big plays. I'm all for like, hey, let's score. Make if they ran one for a touchdown or really quick, but your defense has been on the field for forever, so it's kind of like you want them to take a decent amount of time off the clock, or maybe even just score and go into half because. Time of possession, we're looking at it 17 minutes for Chicago and 6 minutes for the Eagles. That's absurd. That is a ridiculous time of possession difference, and it wears on teams. They're already bad against the run, but if you get into the second half and we're still talking about a double-up situation, you can forget about it.
Yeah.
I hate to be that negative, but like 7 for 9 on 3rd down? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. And that's the whole problem, too, is that we worry about the Eagle offense going into this game. They haven't been terrible. They moved the football on their second possession, but if they're going to kick field goals and also punt, it's going to be out of reach before we even know it. The one positive they've had the past couple of weeks, until they gave up all those points in the fourth quarter to Dallas, was that the Dallas defense, or the Eagle defense, was holding people to virtually nothing. They held the Lions to nothing, the Packers to nothing. They were scoreless against the Dallas Cowboys for a long time there until they weren't, but the defense is going to get gashed, as they have been. Could be in for a long day. We'll see.
Oh, come on. Got to have something on this drive. We get some positivity in here. They can do it. Offense, please get rolling. Casey with a 5. Poncho real quick. Poncho with a 5. At least we got the points. Hurts missed, but he knew it. He showed emotion. That's a good sign. Hope you both had a good bird day.
That is a very positive super chat there. I appreciate that. That miss from Jalen Hurts is
brutal.
Yeah, I don't know what you want to say. That was a miss. As an ardent Hurts defender, I'll say that was probably 6 that he just completely threw behind DeVonta Smith on a very easy throw. Yep. But
maybe he makes up for it.
The past.
Hopefully so. Casey with a 5. I'm so excited. Half of our game plan is already gone, and we only have 3 points. So there's the pessimistic viewpoint to try to balance that one out. Caden with a 5. No way they can just run on us all game, right? This was before the series there, but that happened. 2 from S-Box. No, Vic, not you too.
I know. Here we go with the return. Shipley from the 4, right side of the 20, 25-30, and lowers the shoulder and goes no further. So we 1st and 10 for the Bird offense from the 30. Josh, there's so many problems with Philadelphia's offense. One I didn't think we'd have to talk about ever this season, Jordan Mailata. It's been awful the past couple of weeks, and so far he's been worked in both pass coverage and run blocking. There's so many issues that include Kevin Patullo, but if the front five, including the Pro Bowl Jordan Mailata, PFF's highest graded offensive lineman last year, he's got to get it going. We'll see what happens here on drive number 3.
Yeah. There's no excuses. Dylan with a 5. It's seriously time to let Sirianni go. He's dependent on coordinators, can't discipline the team, constant locker room drama. What does he do? And we've already got some of those comments there, but come on.
There's a first down run for Saquon, and he does get positive, but not much. We'll call it 2 or 3 up to the Eagle 33. 6:29 to go, 6:28, 6:27. You want to sync your clocks up with us? That's the way to do it. A 3 and out here, Josh, would we say it every year, or every week, I should say, be detrimental. But if you could get a decent drive here and not give the Bears the ball, and maybe tie this one up at halftime, you get the ball to start the third quarter, you feel pretty good. We'll see. 2nd and 8 officially.
Yep. They need some momentum. Got to get something.
Hurts comes out under center in the all-black uniforms. Barkley's been the running back the entire way. Looks like Darius Cooper checks into the game, bottom of formation. Line to gain the Eagle 40. Hurts takes the snap. They're going to fake the toss and roll Hurts to the right. Still rolling. Now he's going to fire. Caught. Goddard. Nice catch. Had to adjust that one. Goes out of bounds, though, for a gain of about 5. It'd be 3rd and short. There's a great catch there by 88.
Yeah, really good catch. I like the play call, too. You got the fake toss to Saquon, a little misdirection. We don't see some creativity and trickery. It only results in, like you said, 3 or 4 yards, but still, we'll take it.
This is 3rd. I think it's 3. Yeah, it's officially 3. So not gotten a lot of first downs on 1st and 2nd down so far today, Josh. We'll see what they can do here from the 37. Hurts working left to right. Shotgun with Barkley to his left. Eagles pointing out a possible Bear blitz. They're going to bring 4. Hurts steps up in a dirty pocket, fires across the middle, and that is dropped. Oh, it might have been broken up, actually, by Jalen Johnson, and they're going to go 3 and out and punt. Sick. And there are the boos. And, yeah, that's about time. Tried to find Goddard across the middle. I think Jalen Johnson broke it up. 4th and 3. Goodness gracious. Deja vu all over again. What are we doing?
Yep, Jalen getting pressured on that blitz there. He tries to force it in. I mean, he puts it where only Goddard can make a play, but that's really good coverage. That's going to be an almost impossible ask.
DeVonta Smith ran virtually a nothing route. He had two steps, and he stood there.
Mm-hmm.
Got to love the play design from Kevin Patullo. So an instant 3 and out. 4th and 3. Man gets this one underway up the right foot, angling to the middle of the field. Here's a good one. And this is going to go into the end zone, unfortunately, but still up to the Bear offense to see if they can go back into Eagle territory. They've done it every single drive. We go to commercial break with 4:59 to go in quarter number 2. Yikes. 3 and out, Josh. We have false starts early on. We have missed throws early on, and now we have our beloved 3 and out. What else could go wrong?
I don't know. They could give up more points, I guess. I mean, it's every single drive, but if it's so sad. But like, if it gets worse than 10-3 going into half, I know the Eagles get the ball, but like, if it gets worse than 10-3,
if it gets worse, yep.
I don't know. I don't know if I have. And yes, there's the argument of like, okay, yeah, the Eagles were down, big to the Rams, and they had to come back there. It's fair, it's true, but it's been so long since we've seen that sort of anything from the offense, So even if there's some pressure on them now, okay, be more aggressive, take some more shots, have some chances here. Oh, I don't know. It is very, very rough. Trenton with a 5. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. There's not a single argument you can make against the division comment from earlier. If we lose the game, someone has to be fired. That is also totally fair, especially the way that it's gone so far. I mean, if they don't show anything and it just kind of gets rolled over and it's a blowout loss, especially, there will have to be changes.
Has to be.
Even if they were resistant towards it, there will have to be changes.
Has to be.
Canucks with 20 bomb. This is so absolutely disgusting. They need to look in a mirror and see the insignificance that they have become. If they don't shape up by halftime, I'm out. I tune for NFL players, not whatever this is.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we can blame people. Definitely can't blame people. Oh,
nope.
man.
Tens with a 5. Y'all need to call for Sydney's job. Dude is bad. I'd rather have Britton Covey as our safety. Sidney Brown is a waste of a roster spot. Go sign Simmons.
Well, they chose not to, so.
Sticking with the guys they have, Fangio system. I don't know if there's a dislike or not wanting Simmons out there, but, sometimes you see teams that are playing with, like, excitement, hype, joy, fun, everything else, and the Eagles just aren't. And I know that it's understandable because they can't get much going, but, like, the defense typically has some energy. They don't now today, understandably so, because they're getting gashed by every single play. If they're not either, we're in a bad way. The offense has to do something, but first we ask from the defense.
They haven't punted yet. That's Caleb Williams' offense. A run to Manungai. Oh, wow. A stop in the backfield. Jordan Davis.
What was that?
Half a yard. Woo, where was that 15 minutes ago? We'll take it. 2nd down and 11 upcoming. Boy, I was just shocked to see a positive play on the run defense for Philadelphia. Unbelievable.
Don't get too many of those. I need to move him back the other way. Here we go. There we go. Now they're at the correct yard line. Had it on the wrong one. We're good now. We're good now on the scoreboard. Oh, come on. Can they get a punt, please?
That would be a miracle. Would be a miracle. 2nd down and 10 from the 20. Caleb Williams to throw. Fires across the middle. 1st down. Wide open. There is the tight end, Colston Loveland. They have been shredding the interior of the Bird defense through the air and on the ground. That one's good for 13. And there's Loveland again. He worked on Reed Blankenship. Boy, this is not the Bird defense we're used to, Josh. 0 pressure from the front 4. And they're just sitting in a zone, and Caleb finds the middle, and it looks simple. Maybe Kevin Patullo could just take notes and just copy this game plan that he sees from Ben Johnson for the Eagles going forward. That might be the one positive today that we've seen.
I suppose so. It's crazy the amount of pressure, the lack of pressure that we're getting here.
No pressure again. Deep shot, and that's going to be an incomplete pass. Boy, I thought Loveland shoved Blankenship to the ground. I thought to be offensive pass interference. Didn't call it. 2nd and 10. We'll take it, but, man.
That is crazy.
By the way, shout out to the Schaefflers. I'm told the Schaefflers, family friends down in Florida, watching the show, watching the game. Sorry you have to witness how bad the Eagles are, but looks like they're frying their turkey, having a good time. Shout out to the Schaeffler family.
There we go.
Hopefully the Eagles will give them something better here than what we've seen so far. Yeah.
Holy.
2nd and 10 from the Bear 33. Williams in the gun. Manungai checks back into the left.
Get some pressure,
Adunze
please.
alone at the top.
Get some pressure.
Williams takes the snap, looks right, throws right, and that is air-mailed way over the head of Rome Odunze. Would have had a gain about 7 or 8 with how soft the Eagles are playing coverage, but a 3rd and 10 nonetheless, Josh. This is their longest 3rd down of the first half. 3:37 to go. If you can force a punt here, fingers crossed, it could be positive.
Please.
Goodness gracious.
Please. This has got to be the longest one that they've had so far. It's like, here's your opportunity. You have to get this stop. To get the defense off the field, try to get somewhat rested. Let's go.
Quick snap. Williams he's going to get hit and sacked. Yes. Oh, they got him. Nolan Smith got there first.
Let's go.
Carter cleaned it up. Oh, my gosh. They got to force a punt,
What
Josh.
was that?
Let's celebrate.
Oh, we've
Nolan
only been asking for
first.
so long.
Oh, my gosh. Thank goodness.
Oh, it took too long. It took way too long. But yes, finally, Nolan rushing there, just runs right by, not really a move, but gets by, pressure, and then, as you said, Jalen Carter finishing off. I don't know what the issue has been so far of the lack of pressure. It's like, yes, Caleb Williams can run and beat you with his legs, but it's almost like they've been so tentative to run past him, they're giving him all day.
Punt is away. Britton Covey, activated, is going to take a one-hopper and pick it up and get away barely. Now he's going to run from the 30, cuts up the field to the 35. That was really scary, Josh. Thank goodness he corralled that, or his activation to the active roster would have lasted one play. 2:47 to go, 10-3 Philadelphia, the most positive we've had all afternoon at the link. We go to commercial break. Jalen Hurts checking back in here when we get back.
I was a lot nervous whenever he tried to pick that up. That is a difficult one. Thank goodness Covey was able to do that. But all right, okay, 35-yard line. This is doable. This is manageable. They can make this happen. They finally got to stop on defense. CJ with a 10. Appreciate that. If we lose, it's because the defense has played too much in recent games. Also, I wish the O-line could actually block. And that we had a real play caller. That is
we'd
love to have. Yeah.
Maybe ask Santa, because that's a lot of big requests that I don't think a mere mortal could actually give us right now. So make sure you wrote your letter.
Adam with a 2. I think it's safe to say we are cooked. This was from earlier, but I mean, maybe the offense can show something. We'll see. CJ with 5 more. I might just stop watching the Eagles, because after that Giants game, it's been garbage offense. Kevin can't do nothing, penalties, and the O-line is trash. So, yes, to follow up from the other one. But
yeah. Can we score more than 24? It's pretty crazy that last year it felt like we scored 30 a game, and now we struggle to score 15. Not looking good so far today, but I would say we're a second-half team, Josh, but we're kind of the opposite. So if this is as good as it's going to get, it's going to be a long day.
Well, and even last year, it's like even if we didn't score 30 points, we'd score 24 or 27 by the fourth quarter, and then it's just, okay, we're going to kind of run, the clock's going to go out, and we're just going to cruise to a victory. This season, it's absolutely pulling teeth. Casey with a 10. I love Jalen Hurts and this offense no matter what, but OMG, this is so hard to watch. Go Birds, and you guys are the only thing I can enjoy during these games nowadays.
There you go. Well, sorry that we are Casey, the only thing. We wish other things could, but we understand. We understand.
Yes. We've got a troll here. I might need a ban, but Matt Johnston with a 2. Happy Friday, boys. Dallas coming for y'all.
Yeah, I got to ban him.
Yep.
Got to ban him. I know him personally, and he's definitely someone you should ban.
Yep.
Definitely should ban Matt Johnson.
Maybe done with that comment.
Matt Johnson's in L.A. right now on a work trip, if anyone wants to go find him. So let me know.
Just go
he's
search
in L.A.
out there for him.
Was texting with him early on. Look for him. He's out there.
5 for Alex as we're coming back. Defense quit on the offense. They're tired of bailing them out. We finally did. One more time. Maybe.
But they did get a stop. All right. Well, Philadelphia loses today. According to Next Gen Stats, they still have a 95% chance to make the playoffs. That's pretty crazy to believe. We'll see if it's as a division winner or not. First and 10 from the Eagle, 35 down 7. 2:47 to go second quarter. Hurts under center. Play action. Deep drop. Fires across the middle, and that's going to be caught A.J. Brown, but he got a yard going to the right. And so, second down and 10. Not sure I love that play there, but what are you going to do? Second and 10.
No, don't really like that play either, and I'm not sure what Cam Jurgens was doing on that one, because he starts to block and he turns around and he's literally looking at Jalen Hurts. So I got to believe surely the play call is not for Cam to end up turned around looking at his quarterback.
By the way, they just showed the overhead view of Jalen's miss to DeVonta Smith on that 3rd and 8. Nobody covered Dallas Goedert. He was running up the middle of the field and had about 30 yards between him and another defender. So we'll see that in the All-22 film, but that was
lovely.
That's going to, again, come back to haunt him as we go to the 2-minute warning. So they're going to run the clock down to 2-minute warning and have a second down and 10 after another commercial break.
Cool. All right. Gave you more time, Kevin. Figure something out. Get a drive going. Get some tempo, maybe. Sometimes the 2-minute
gotta get
offense
a first
kind
down.
of helps, but you gotta get something to build that momentum. Of Tails and Lies with 2, trying to have faith. Something seems 2023 familiar.
It's starting to, and the problem was in 2023 we kind of did the same thing. They were 10-3 at one point. We were all trying to pretend like it was, it's fine, and then it wasn't fine. But I'm starting to wonder if they lose today. I think people are going to fully buy into that notion.
Yeah.
Despite a very easy schedule the rest of the way, on paper might be hard for the Bird offense, but on paper,
I know that the Eagles do have 3 timeouts, but shout out Anthony DeBona, who is probably hanging out in this stream, but also just tweeted, letting the play clock run down to the 2-minute warning is an absolute joke. And that's really a great point because, I know it's 2nd and 10, but it shows where the mindset is, I think, right? Because you're saying to yourself, we're letting it run down to the 2-minute warning because we're kind of hoping to take a lot of time off the clock because we're not sure that we're going to score here. We kind of just want to pick up a couple first downs, and if we need to go into the first half and regroup, get out of here. It's 10-3. If any other offense is like, oh, cool, we convert. Okay, we run a play. All right, it's 2nd and 10. Fine, didn't work out great. Go up to the line, hustle up because you can get another 2 or 3 plays, maybe, depending on if they get out of bounds or you're using the clock right. But no, they just all right. Let 20, 30 seconds go off the clock. We'll take a 2-minute warning. We'll regroup here, come back out. Everything just screams conservative, afraid of the play calling. I hate every bit of that, but
yeah, I guess when you get 12 weeks in and the offense hasn't looked any different, you got to stop hoping it's going to. But it is only 10-3. If they can get a first down, if they can, kick a field goal even on this drive and get it within 4,
well,
they get the football to start the third quarter. Anything can happen. Maybe the defense settles down. It's not over by any means, but
no, not at all.
They got to wake up a little bit here.
Seems like we're every game. Eagles fan with a 2. Scott Leffler for OC petition. KP sucks. Fire KP.
He would be my choice if they lose today. He would be my choice if they lose.
Could go with anybody. TC with a 10 as we're coming back. We need to be hungry dogs again, not pillow poodles for real. Eagles lost their dogs.
Yeah. Feels like the latter. 2nd and 9 from the 31. Hurts takes the snap. Play action. Blitz comes. Clean pocket though. Very clean. Fires across the middle and he missed A.J. Brown. There were 2 receivers within 2 feet of each other as well, Josh, in case you were wondering if they were in the, on the same page, maybe? 3rd and 9.
That cannot be the play design. And we saw that last week against the Cowboys, where A.J. Brown and DeVonta were literally in the same vicinity, again, within 2 feet of each other. And Kevin Patullo said at that point, that happens 1 in a million times. That's just so odd to happen. It never can
2 in a million
back-to-back weeks. So,
3rd and 9. Line to gain is the 45. They need this one in the worst way. Blitz comes from the Bears. Picked up well. Hurts to throw. Right side. That's going to be caught. There's A.J. Brown.
Goodness.
Up to 49. They're going to get offensive pass interference. Offensive pass interference on A.J. Brown.
Are you serious?
Oh, my gosh. Yes. It's for sure on A.J. Brown. He pushed off on that one. Yep. A.J. Brown. Yeah, so even when they get a positive play, it's a negative play. Holy cow. Unbelievable.
You got to be kidding me.
Unbelievable. They needed 9. They got 12. Boy, that is not pass interference either.
That's so weak. I mean,
that is such a weak call. Jalen Johnson sold it.
Barely. I mean, he's already gotten in his break there. It's not like he's pushed him at the top of his route either. Oh my gosh.
So it's 3rd and 19. No penalties on the Bears so far. 3 on Philadelphia. No surprise.
Yeah. Go figure. 0 penalties.
Here comes probably a draw, would be my guess. Will Shipley's in the game. Well, they're going to throw. Hurts is back. Hurts is going to roll to his right. Pressure coming. Still rolling. Now he's going to fire underneath for a gain of, 6, 8 maybe. And they're going to punt. And there's more boos. God, this offense is so infuriating to watch. Oh, my gosh.
That's a play that works. It's when the play call is not there, then, it's like, okay, yeah, KP, blame and everything else. When the play is there to be had and it's converted, then there's a penalty. Oh, why is it
Here comes the Braden Mann punt on 4th and 8. Takes one hop and then rolls out of bounds to about the 20 would be my guess. So Chicago's got all 3 timeouts, $1:36. You're going to be as aggressive as you possibly can here to try to really put Philadelphia. I mean, you put them down 2 scores, but the way the offense looks, probably going to be a ball game going into halftime.
Yep, as sad as that is to say. That is... certainly feels like that. Golly, you just got to be kidding me, though. Really? The OPI, that's like it's not one thing. I know that, but there's so many instances where we shoot ourselves in the foot. It's not good play calling. Then there's a really, really questionable penalty like that one.
But that's the problem, is that it's so hard to get yards on offense that any sort of penalty completely nukes your drive. It's so difficult for Philadelphia to get a first down. They can't get a first down on 1st and 10, 2nd and 10, 3rd and 8 every single time, that even when they convert, it's like, well, if anything goes wrong, game over.
Yeah.
There we go from the 19. Caleb Williams in the gun takes the snap. They're going to run DeAndre Swift up the middle, and he's going to get about 4. Good tackle there by Sidney Brown and Moro Jomo, so 2nd and 6. And now you wonder what they do with the clock. They're going to let it kind of run here. Swift is at 81 yards on 9 carries and a touchdown.
Good gosh.
This will be interesting here. Philly has all 3 timeouts. Clock's still running to 109. So 2nd and 6, very important to see which team decides to burn timeouts and decides to go for it. This will be another run to DeAndre Swift up the middle, and he's going to have a first down. And so now if you're the Bears, you're probably going to need to call timeout and then start going for it here would be my guess. They're choosing not to, though. Interesting. The clock keeps running. Gain of 6, tackled by Zach Bond. Clock 47, 46, 40. What is Chicago doing?
That's kind of
now
surprising.
They hurried up to the line.
They have 3 timeouts, but
I know. Not like the Eagle defense is anything special. From the 30, now they snap the football. Williams, now he throws.
Oh, get there.
Tipped up
Get
in the
there.
air.
Get
and
there.
that is going to be hit in the air.
Oh,
he dropped it. Dean had a chance. It was bad in the air, and Dean dropped it. Oh, my gosh. Of course he didn't catch that. 2nd and 10. Of course.
That gets batted and goes into the air, 40 feet? I mean, it's up there for forever. And it's a box-out drill basically with DeAndre Swift. It's Jalen Carter in the helmet.
Yeah, he just threw it right off the helmet of Jalen Carter. And DeAndre Swift, like you said, boxed out Nakobe Dean. He had 2 chances. He tipped it to himself. Oh, my gosh. 2nd and 10,
If
33
Nakobe comes
seconds
away
left.
with that, gosh.
Quick snap. They're going to go screen to DeAndre Swift. Nice hole. A lot of blockers. He's across the 40 for a first down to the 45. Now, if you're Chicago, you probably burn a timeout, and they do. 21 seconds, they burn their first timeout? Yeah, might as well. Might as well.
Goodness. It's infuriating to see how easy it looks for another team, and then other side of the ball is not the case. Smitty is over there talking to Jalen along with Kevin Patullo.
Are they trying to figure out a way to not call Kevin Patullo's plays? Maybe just go rogue at the line? That's what I would do.
I don't know.
Cairo
Apparently,
Santos,
Jalen's missed 2 wide open receivers now. I've seen a couple other comments. There have been multiple first downs in the last couple drives, so he's not been the best either.
Nope. 10-3 Chicago, 23 seconds left. Bears have 2 timeouts remaining, and they're approaching midfield, but not quite there. Williams back in the gun. Jalix Hunt and 3 defensive tackles are your edge rushers right now. Williams to throw. Very clean pocket. Fires across the middle. It's incomplete. I thought Reed picked it, but it's going to hit the ground. That was a classic diving Reed Blankenship interception, and it's going to hit the ground and go incomplete. 2nd and 10. Sorry, 2nd and 10.
I will say I'm still just surprised that Chicago did not call timeouts earlier.
I know.
I mean, they're
I know.
Because at best, even if you go really quick and you're calling your timeouts, you probably only have, 4 plays left? I mean, it is enough.
DJ Moore was wide open on that play, and he simply just slipped. That's why it was incomplete. Should have been a big game. Here we go, 2nd and 10. Williams steps up. Pressure coming.
Get there.
Should have been a hold on Jalen Phillips, and it will be, as that's going to be incomplete, but it will be a hold, and so they're going to back him up again. Finally, a Bird defensive lineman gets a hold this year, Josh. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it only took, 4 or 5 weeks?
Yep, seemed that way. And it will be a 10-yard penalty, and I think they're going to get right. Yeah, he grabbed right onto Jalen Phillips, and that was pretty obvious, but what are you going to do? Oh, man.
Well, now it's at the 32-yard line, so
yeah,
at
they're probably
11
gonna run
seconds,
it and call it.
Yeah, you probably just say, that's it, go to halftime, but I don't know. I guess you maybe complete one more. They're going to try.
I guess. Yeah, they're going to empty him out. Williams going to take the snap. Now they're going to throw a little screen to Burden, and he's going to get tackled. Well, spins through 1 to the 40, and yeah, that should end the half. So Philadelphia does hold and win. But I expect some Boo Birds, Josh. I kind of want to listen here. Let's see. Let's listen to the Boo Birds as the Eagles go into the tunnel. Let's see.
You can hear it.
Oh, yeah. There's a kid throwing the double bird, too.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of Boo Birds. A lot of Boo Birds. Yeah, as they should. As they should.
I mean, totally understand that one. They should hear it.
142 yards on the ground.
Unreal is what it is. Well, we've reached the half.
We have reached the half.
10-3.
10-3. And that does mean, here, Josh can tell me when, but we had the privilege of interviewing Malcolm Jenkins at about 10 a.m. today. He's getting honored at halftime for the U.S. Hall of Fame, and we had to speak with Malcolm Jenkins. And whenever you think you're ready for that, you want to talk about it first, or...
No, we can play it here in a second. I was going to run through a couple super chats real quick. I know we have a lot, so we won't get through all of them before we play this, but I'll run through several just because they're fairly old. Don't want to run I guess, too far away. And then I'll get to the other super chats. So, everybody else out there is wondering where it's at. It will be played. But then we'll play the interview here in a second. So Romero with a 5. You guys blame everyone but Hurts. There's Eagles fans, and then there's Hurts excuse-making fanboys. Well, Romero, we appreciate that comment. We absolutely agree to disagree, and obviously you've not watched many of our videos. So
yeah, I guess not.
You're entitled to your opinion. But if you watch the breakdowns and the games and everything else, we will 100% call out Hurts whenever he misses receivers, and if there is a good enough game plan for him to throw the football. And as we said earlier, too, he's not having a good game here. He didn't have a good game against Detroit as well. There's been, weather playing a factor and other things like that also. But I don't know what to say, but otherwise we just agree to disagree. So Rock with 2, we're due for a good half. There's some optimism.
Are we?
Hopefully so.
Are we?
In the second half.
I guess we have had those, but yeah, I guess.
They play usually some quarter. One quarter that's decent, and we haven't seen it so far, so maybe so. Asylum with a 2, the only thing I got left is reverse psychology. Okay? Again, we love
Kevin Patullo.
Whatever works.
Yeah, whatever works. He's a genius, you know?
If that's going to help us to score, we will take it. Again, that's why the mustache is here, but it's obviously not helped so far, unless we have some sort of miracle in the second half. I don't know. We're running out of excuses or other reasons. Dylan with a 5.
We really are.
We're not getting rid of Kevin Paducki this year. Need a reminder. Nick argues with his own fans mid-game. He's not letting the guy he picked walk. It may not be his choice, though, because...
Yeah, exactly.
Sean Desai switched to Matt Patricia wasn't necessarily a Nick Sirianni decision. That was a Jeffrey Lurie decision, if you've known anything
100%.
or read anything.
100%.
So, if this plays out the way that it has this first half, if there's a repeat or even anything close to it, I don't think that he gets a choice. Robert with a 5. I'm watching the Flyers game until the Eagles wake up. Okay.
Not a bad idea.
You might finish that game, Robert, but hopefully not. Trent with a 2. We have to owe the mafia. That's the only explanation for where this thing is. Okay. I mean, yeah.
You'd think Big Dom could take care of that, but apparently not.
You figure, yes.
You would figure.
Blaze with the 2. Execution on both sides is horrible. Wake up, dude. It is totally bad on both sides, but the play design is not great either. Skips with a 2 saying, what was that play design? Some of the play calls, receivers in the same area. Of Tells and Lies with a 2, so AJ takes his arm for the defender, and that's a PI. Again,
that was a terrible
What are you
call.
doing? Boy, are my arms tied with a 2. Any actual chance KP gets axed on a loss here? Mentioned it a couple times, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think it's a long week. I guess it's slightly longer than what it normally is. If you were going to do it, this would have to be the time. If they lose, if they come back and win and still look bad, he ain't going anywhere. And maybe that's worse for us, but we'll see.
2 from Ella Kid. Let's all take shots every time man punts. Be careful with that game. Be very careful if we're playing that.
Do not drive after doing that game because, not good.
A little bit. Garrett with a 5. Don't worry, guys. We got 1 yard last drive before a penalty. Okay, so they're due to start building a little bit of a trend there. Powerlifting Star Wars fan with a 2. We still have our 2 good drives of the game saved, and there was the optimism. So we usually play a quarter well and 2 drives. Maybe that can be enough.
Maybe
we're gonna need a lot more than that.
We'll see.
Adam with a 20 bomb. Much love to y'all, but this team is driving me insane. We can't let this become 23. Too damn good for this.
Sure feels like it might be, but yeah, I'm with you, but it feels like it might be. We'll see.
Gonzalo with the 5. Their other year needs to experiment with one of his unqualified friends, and the offense becomes inept. And that is with Sirianni, when you go with the other picks, but that's the direction they wanted to go. Slim pickings to begin with, because a lot of the best guys had been hired up already, and just kept it in-house, Asylum with a 2. Go for the draft pick. All right. Interesting choice.
It's too late for that at 8-3. It's too late for that. You're not getting inside the top 10 even if they lose out. So it's not really possible, unfortunately.
Chris with a 5. Is this what it's like to be a Jets fan? How did they last for 20-plus years? Maybe we can get some Jets fan to be consultants to help us deal with this. And that is also a good point.
Feels like the Jet offense, that's for sure. Holy cow.
Of how do they put up with that? But 2 from Skip, 2 more. The entire offense is to blame. D-Luck with a 5. We will be smiling after this game. Second half will be special. Okay, I like that. I like the optimism.
Please
we
be right.
Appreciate that.
Please be right.
Robert with a 5. I don't care what you say. Refs can and do determine outcomes of games. KP sucks, but he's not on the field. It's been some bad calls.
There's only been one bad call. The rest has been false starts. The rest has been Philadelphia shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, yep. And the D line's getting pushed all over the field too. So it's on both, obviously, but it's crazy. Lunar Wolf with a 2, same game every damn week.
Seems that way. Yep.
Been saying the same way.
I for one will not be gaslit by Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni anymore, where they try and tell us that they're working very hard to change stuff.
No.
Because I have been gaslit long enough this season, and I will do so no longer.
Yeah, and nothing's changing. So, Adam with a 5. This is pathetic. This team deserves every boo bird they just got before the half. How is this a professional football team? Who is 8-3? This is horrid. Yep, that is 100%. David with a 5. I got nothing. The Birds' offense sucks. Tom, maybe it's time to run it back with all the emojis, the typical comment of halftime. So there's David with the
might need to
5 support.
Might need to.
All right, we got several other super chats, which I will get to, but we do have the interview to play here with Malcolm Jenkins that we had earlier today. So I'm going to play that as long as I can get this one up here. So let's make sure that I can get it to work, and then we'll be right back after it's about a 6-minute interview or so. So here is Malcolm Jenkins with us from earlier this morning. By a special guest, Malcolm Jenkins, the legend himself. Really needs no introduction, but Malcolm, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing very well. We were excited to have you here. Thomas and I were talking about this beforehand. Obviously, it's like when you have Malcolm Jenkins on the channel, Eagles talk, everything else, one of the first things that comes to mind for me is your hit on Brandon Cooks in the Super Bowl. It's an iconic moment. Everybody remembers it. And you got to talk to me a little bit about this, though, because shout out to Jordan Spector of Spector Sports Art for getting us hooked up here with the interview, the setup on that. But you guys have a special collab with the Immortalized Cards collection. And to have that moment immortalized, what does that mean to you?
It's a moment that everybody talks about. Like you said, when we point out the plays from that Super Bowl, that hit, is one that everybody continues to remind me about. So for it to be kind of the focus of the artwork on this card, this collaboration with Immortals is really cool. It gives us all something to remember and talk about, especially that bringing that first championship to Philadelphia. And right in time for the Hall of Fame induction, it's pretty special time.
Before I get to my other question about Jalen Hurts, Malcolm, have you talked to Brandon Cooks since that hit? Did you ever talk to him, years later about, hey, man, I know I got you on that one, but it's a legendary hit for myself. Did you ever ask him about it?
I have not, actually.
Okay.
I have not got a chance to discuss it with him. That's, those aren't the first things you bring up when you see somebody like, hey, remember I knocked you out in the Super Bowl?
Common courtesy, just to be like, it's not worth bringing that one up. But It is pretty legit. By the way, for people that are curious, we've got links in the description to check it out. If you want to get a hand on that, obviously the Black Friday special there. Congrats to you as well, Malcolm. I know the Hall of Fame induction. We need some good energy. We need some positivity. Certainly the way that the team came off the last game. I won't even mention who the loss was to, but just the way the last one was. But with this thing kind of trying to get back on track, offensively, there's been some inconsistency. The defense has had to really hold up maybe a little bit more of their end of the bargain. I'm curious, though, because you've obviously won a Super Bowl. You've come off of multiple Super Bowls and having to play the season after that. How is that different? Like, can you talk us through to someone who doesn't understand, like, the ebbs and flows of a season coming off of the ultimate, the ultimate success? What is that like, and are there the other extra difficulties that go along with that? Just kind of a better picture for what this team is going through.
Yeah, I think the only extra difficulties come from how tightly a team holds on to its past success. Like the reason that everybody is so panicked about the team, besides their own conversations in the media. But from a performance standpoint, the only concern is because everyone expects them to do better. Even though they're winning, even though they're competitive, even though they play complementary football for the majority of the time, because it's not dominating like everybody is expecting, we create this storm. And I think this team has bought into it a little bit as well. They expect to dominate. And when it doesn't happen, even if they win, there's frustrations. And I think that can sometimes be the Achilles heel of a team that's trying to repeat, is setting expectations that aren't based in the reality of this season and the reality of this particular team. And I think the sooner they find that, identity, they find that rest in kind of just winning, the focusing on the outcomes, no matter how it looks. I think you'll start to see this team settle down and be as consistent as we, whatever everybody will want.
Whenever you talk about just winning and settling down and, the criticisms outside of the locker room, we think about Jalen Hurts. And you're very close with Jalen Hurts, but you played with both of his predecessors and Nick Foles and obviously Carson Wentz. You've been around all three of them a bunch. What sets Jalen Hurts apart? I know a lot of people can't wrap their heads around, outside Philadelphia, a guy whose stats can sometimes be low, and yet he doesn't seem to care at all, and yet all he does is win. What sets him apart from some of the other quarterbacks that you played with?
Well, I think what sets him apart from the quarterbacks that I played with are just his style. I think who he is in general, his pedigree and his leadership. Like early on, Carson Wentz was not the leader of the team. Nick Foles was a veteran, but was, kind of in a backup role where his future was always kind of in question. But this is without a doubt Jalen's team. And so I really can't even compare him to the guys I played with. And when I look at his leadership style, he's always out in front of, the situation. He answers every question, keeps the main thing, and he produces. I think, again, to me, he's somebody who has his perspective in the right place, where he understands what he values most, and that's winning. And he knows what everybody's going to care about at the end of the day, which is winning the game, regardless of how that looks. He doesn't care if he's the reason we win. He just wants to win. And I think that is, from a North Star, like that's a guy that I want to follow. That's a guy that I think authentically wins locker rooms, because everyone knows when things hit the fans, he's not going to make it about himself. He's going to be a team first guy. He's going to take the bullets and not make a spectacle out of it. And that's important, especially in a city like Philadelphia.
100%. That is totally accurate. And by the way, too, I would just say this also, Malcolm. I think I speak for a lot of people when you talking about those traits and that leadership and everything else. That is certainly you as well. So it's why you're very worthwhile of the induction. So congrats again to you. We appreciate you hopping on here for this interview. This is a blast for us. And also 127 pieces, 127 immortalized the immortal cards, the moments there. So if you're wanting to pick that up, a shout out to everybody else as well, but make sure to click the link in the description. Thomas and I have those. Check them out. And as well to Jordan Spector of Spector Sports Art for making this happen. Have a good one. Let's get a Birds win today. Celebrate the right way as we should. And appreciate it again, Malcolm.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Okay. There we go. Had that one. Oh, I don't know why I lost you for a second. There we go. Now we're back.
There we go.
Okay.
We're back.
I had myself for just one split second. But interview with Malcolm Jenkins earlier this morning. I was feeling a little more confident at that time than we are now. But looks like we're about to kick it off for the second half.
Yeah, I was right there with you. We do appreciate Malcolm getting inducted in the Eagles Hall of Fame, but we need a Hall of Fame drive here by the Bird offense to start quarter three as Will Shipley gets us to the 27-yard line. But nice to talk to Malcolm Jenkins. Really nice guy. One of my favorite Eagles, especially at a time when secondary players were, not that great back in the day. I mean, you think back to some of those defenses. He was the best player by far, not named Fletcher Cox. And fun to see him get inducted and fun to get to talk to him briefly this morning for our show. So, yes. But we'll see. As they get a little shot at Nick Sirianni, we'll see how tough together and whatever the other word he always talks about that they haven't been doing so far today are here for quarter three. But here we go. 1st and 10. 10-3 Chicago. Philadelphia only in a 7-point hole. It feels like a lot more. Hey, look, Tank Bigsby's on the field. First time we've seen him all day. Both running backs in the gun. Now they motion AJ, orbit motion, take the snap. They're going to give it. Nope, play fake, throw to Saquon, incomplete off his hands, and wouldn't have gained much yardage anyway, and some more booze. Jeez.
Wasn't looking for it. He just...
No, wasn't even ready for it. I mean, if you went to the link today, you got to say... Got to get your money's worth in terms of booing.
Getting his head around late on him, not able. It wasn't going anywhere either way.
It was going to gain
you know.
nothing. It doesn't matter. All this play design is trash. It's so bad. Here comes a 3 and out. 2nd and 10. All at the Eagle 27. Hurts takes the snap. They're going to run Saquon right side. He gains nothing. So here comes 3rd and 10. This is what you get to start the third quarter. I mean, Kevin Patullo's got about 10 plays that he knows how to run. He's got about 10 plays that he knows how to run.
Oh, I don't know what it is. So bad. I mean, I know what it is, but it's even more than one thing. Like, Jalen's not having a good game on here. The play calling's terrible. The offensive line can't block. There's still been penalties. Not as bad, but there's still been penalties.
Last 4 quarters, they have 3 points, Josh. 9 first downs. They're 2 for 11 on 3rd down. They're past 4.
With these players
3rd
on
and
the
9.
offense.
All-out blitz comes. Hurts steps up. He's going to throw this one, and it's going to be incomplete, and they're going to go 3 and out immediately. Holy cow.
Let him hear it. Let him hear it.
Goodness gracious.
They
the
deserve
fastest 3 and out possible. Fastest 3 and out possible right there. Holy cow.
Gain a yard.
Oh, man. They gained 1 yard.
Oh, my gosh. What are we doing? You know, the whole, like, stop playing to lose comment that Jalen had after, I think, the Rams game, was it? Get aggressive. I know there's wind out there. You have to get aggressive.
That Ram game feels like a lifetime ago when they could actually throw the football. This is a punt down to the 14, returnable to the 20, up to the 24, and now comes Caleb Williams. Any points, Josh, probably puts this game away. I don't see Philadelphia's offense giving you 2 more scores the rest of the way. That feels like a stretch right now. So are they going to get a sack? Are they going to get a turnover? Can they force a 3 and out? Anything, but any points here, especially a touchdown, is probably the dagger, and Ben Johnson knows that.
So lackluster and unfortunate. Poncho with 2. These are from earlier, but again, I'm going to get these super chats in order, so appreciate you guys. Small sample size, but where is Tank Bigsby? We saw him out there. They just didn't use him too much. Then also S-Box with a 2. I'm getting Eagles versus Packers vibes right now for this game.
Yep, except for we had a lead in that one going into halftime. All right, first drive for the Bears, following the Birds' lightning fast 3 and out. Williams under center, end around DJ Moore, gets the edge to the 30, and he will have a first down. So there's a 10-yard. Can you imagine getting 10 yards on first down, Josh? I don't think Philadelphia has converted a first down on first down all day long. They have not been able to get 10 yards plus on first down the entire day.
No, it's way too difficult. Nothing that's dialed up is... It's not in the explosive play category, I guess, for like a 10 yards, but it's... I don't know. It's incredibly efficient. Like, why do we wait until these 3rd down situations? Oh, there's another 3rd and 8 that we have to go and convert.
6.6 yards per carry. They got 10 on that one up to the 34. Now they empty him out. I don't know why they throw, but they're going to choose to here. Williams going to take a quick drop, fire across the middle, incomplete off the leg of Colston Loveland. I don't know why you throw, Josh, honestly. I would
just run.
I would just run the rest of the way if you're Ben Johnson. It makes no sense why they are throwing.
I mean, I guess maybe to keep the defense honest, the thought of like, oh, hey, they actually will maybe throw the football. But it's worked so well in the run game. It does seem like you just keep running all day until the Eagles defense proves maybe they can stop it, but they haven't so far.
2nd and 10. Swift check back in there. He's been red hot, approaching 100 yards on the ground from the Bear 34. Williams with 2 tight ends takes the snap. He's going to turn, give to Swift, running up to the left side. Good cut back there, but a good tackle. So gain of 4, maybe 5. But that has been the entire running game for the Bears. There's a run left. Swift puts his foot in the ground and goes right, and there's a massive cutback lane every single time. But a very important 3rd and 5. They all are the rest of the way, and we'll see what the Bird defense can do here after settling down a little bit there in the 2nd quarter.
Chicago 7 for 9 on 3rd downs in the first half. It's just absolutely inexcusable. Now, granted, a lot of them were shorter yards, but 7 for 10, excuse me, but got to get a stop.
Line of gain to 44. Williams in the gun. He's got a tight end to his left. That's Komet. Moves his hand, takes the snap. 4-man pressure coming. Looks right. Pump fakes, comes back to the middle. Fires across the middle. Incomplete. Oh, it's a drop. That was a miss by Luther Burden. That would have been a gain of 15 across the middle. And Philadelphia does get a 3 and out. Much needed, but seeming like it takes misses from Caleb Williams to do so. We'll take it, though.
Yeah, we're beggars can't be choosers at this point, but you're right. He's got his man. Burden slips a little bit. That actually was not as high on the second glance, it actually looks like Burden slipped as he was trying to come out of his break, because otherwise that is getting caught.
We have a penalty now. You better hope that's on the Bears, and it should be a false start and back them up. That was 4th and 5, and it will back them up. So 4th and 10 now, as Taylor will get another shot here.
Maybe we just need a punt return, you know? If the offense can't score, just get something else.
Covey, obviously been on the practice squad majority of the season after being let go by the Rams. He was out there in the 2024 year. He is your punt returner after Xavier Gibson and Mufton got hurt in that Cowboy loss last week. So 4th and 10. Philly gets a stop. Their defense has definitely settled down a little bit here. Taylor catches that one cleanly, gets it away off the right foot, angles it left. Covey's going to put his hand in the air, and it's going to go out of bounds at the 24, maybe 25. We'll see where they spot it, but at least no harm, no foul, as we will get another shot to maybe get a first down on offense. We'll see. We will see.
Don't take any bets on that one. You're living dangerously if you do. Oh, I just, you know, sometimes there's at least enough of anything where there's you have some hope, and it's creeping into that element of like just nothing's working. And again, we say like, the play calling has not been good, but you've seen multiple instances now that have been shared and posted, if you're anywhere on social media, of Jalen's had guys wide open, and he obviously missed Smitty for the potential score early in the first half. It's all things collectively, and then the penalties that shoot you in the foot and go backwards. So the offense, 3 points against Chicago. The running game is still not really there. It kind of felt like you had something, but when you continue to shoot yourself in the foot, and it's longer yardage situations, you know, then you can't keep running the ball. So maybe if you would have had something better, it just goes right out the window. As Crease with a 2, 3 points in the last 4 quarters. Yes, that is right. We'd share that to start, and hopefully we're not talking about 3 points in the last 5 quarters.
We better not.
Got plenty of time in the third quarter.
They got to get a first down, Josh. They got to get a first down.
Yeah,
12 punts.
Start small.
12 possessions. They've punted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in their last 12 possessions. 9 punts.
Inexcusable.
Oh, man.
Karate Kid with a 2. Clearly, Big Dom is the Mafia handler. Duh. So back to the other comment from somebody else. Yes, that is true. Weapon X with the 2. 2:30 a.m. here in Asia. Lucky my kid's asleep. Rage.
You should go to sleep. No, I think you should go to
gosh.
sleep. Yeah. I would have gone to sleep if I was in Asia right now. Probably done.
Goodness.
Done. I don't know if I could. If I had a kid, I do have a kid now. But if I had a kid and I'm watching the game at 2 a.m., knowing that sleep is going to be a factor, and they played this poorly, I don't know if I could watch it.
Gosh, it is brutal, but that's commitment right there. 2:30 a.m. Mango with a 5. The one time the Eagles forced a punt, I was in the bathroom. Should I just stay there for the rest of the game?
Just stay there.
Yes.
Yeah,
at this point, we're trying everything. Like all bets are off. If there's any just semblance of positivity, stay there. That's a late super chat though that I'm getting to, so I don't know if you're still there or if it changed, but we need to try something.
All right, our nightmare continues as the Bird offense comes back out. We'll see if they can get something going. We'll see. They went 3 and out to start the third quarter. 12:20 to go in the third now, and they're going to start with a pistol run to Saquon, and he is going to lose a yard. The problem with the boos, Josh, is that by the time we get to the fourth quarter, I think most fans will have either left or they won't have a voice to boo with. So we might not hear loud boos here pretty soon. 2nd and 10.
Yep. It is unfortunate. Last touchdown was the second quarter last week, as we all know.
Holy cow, bro. This is crazy.
11 minutes were left in that second quarter. So, I mean, technically, it's more than the fourth quarters. We're well inside of that.
Not a good Bear defense either. Bottom of the league in run stopping abilities, and that's not been the case. High snap. Hurts corrals it. Pressure comes immediately.
No blocking.
Rolling and running for his life. He's going to load up and fire down the field, and that is going to be intercepted by Kevin Byard, the ex-Eagle at the 50. Boy, you can tell they're just pressing. That's going to be a pick. Let's see.
Yep.
That's a pick. I think that's a pick.
Yep, that definitely is. And that's one of those that, you know, It's a stupid shot play. I mean, you got nothing going there. Jalen's trying to force it to A.J. Brown. Your offense isn't doing anything. But it's not like A.J.'s wide open there, and it's worthy of a shot. You've got the safety over the top, and it's way too easy for that catch to be made.
He can't even scheme one first down. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, the O-line...
Let's make sure he caught it. Yeah, he did.
He definitely did. But the O-line gets obliterated, too. I mean, I'm not saying that it's everything, but there's no time for Jalen. He has to bail out. Landon Dickerson gets beat.
There's a Monungai run for 7. So now, I mean, we're on life support now because any points, as we said, will for sure end this game. I mean, this feels over based on the offense. This isn't even the Cardinal game last year, Josh, because the Cardinal game, they could actually move the football. They actually scored in the Cardinal game. They can't even get a first down in this game, Josh.
Yeah, it's nobody the reverse open. Of that. I mean,
3 terrible routes. They have no idea how to do rub routes or pick routes or multiple crossing players against man covers. They have no idea.
No.
Play action. Williams to throw. Oh, Brandon Graham gets juked out of his socks, and now Williams is going to slide and maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, but BG got there. 3rd and short upcoming. This is crazy.
So bad. There's Scott Loeffler sitting next to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. You do wonder if they fire Kevin Patullo. If Scott Loeffler is this magic genius, like why can't he speak up in offensive play meetings? Why can't he do something? If he's the answer,
upset about something. I wish I knew what he was really upset about.
I'm sure it's the offense, but we'll see. 3rd and 3 from the Eagle 44. Williams is going to throw off a play action. Pressure coming.
Get there, Phillips.
The right, still coming. Now he's going to fire it. Incomplete. They got to stop. But they'll probably go for it based on where they're at in the field. I would, as Caleb Williams picked himself off the dirt. 4th and 3. Go for it. Why not? There's no reason they shouldn't go for this.
Oh, yeah. Punting the ball is what gives you 20-yard difference probably. You're not going to kick a field goal from here, so they're going to go for it. Man, if the defense could somehow bail you out again, but it's we haven't seen anything pay off even when the offense gets it. Like there's no confidence.
They're punting.
Are you really going to punt here? Watch for a fake. I mean, my gosh. They are really going to punt.
They literally did. Taylor got it away. I guess pin him deep and not give him any hope as Cubby Fair catches at the 7. Wow.
You know how little that you trust the Eagles offense right now to say we're going to punt the football on that scenario. Like I mean, sure, they're gaining 30-ish yards of field position there, but they're only up by 1 score. And a Bears defense that has struggled this season. They do have their starting cornerbacks back, but to say, yeah, we're just going to punt the football. We're going to change the field position by 30 yards because we know that you can't. I mean, you can't even get in a field goal range, but we know you can't go 90 yards and score a touchdown. That's crazy. I'm shocked that they didn't go for it.
Oh, my goodness. But it doesn't matter because the Eagle offense can't. They couldn't buy a first down. They couldn't buy a first down.
I mean, yeah, we've seen that's clearly evident, but that's just kind of crazy. I wouldn't have expected that. Cole Cash with a 5. Howie Lurie need to pull what they did to Doug to Nick's next offseason. No more putting friends on no more putting friends on Go Birds.
No.
I think they could and should and maybe will after this game. If nothing, we've said that for a while, that there's still almost 2 quarters. There's still a lot of time left. But if they can't drastically get something rolling in this game, they're going to have to make a change. There's just no excuse for what's going on. Dylan with the 2. Halftime show will be more productive than the offense. This was from earlier, obviously, but yes, it was. There's David with the 5. Sheba dog bowing respectfully.
I guess it's a sticker.
Okay. Yep.
The Sheba dog didn't
realize that
respectfully
until
decided to stop watching,
so
and I
that's
understand.
A very interesting way to describe that sticker, though. I've not seen that one before. I've seen some of the others. Casey with a 5, only a joke, but maybe every other year we make it to the Super Bowl. I'd still be happy with that. LOL.
Yeah, but I guess every other year we also have to want to fire ourselves into the sun because the offense can't move the football. That's the problem. Now I would take it. I would, but the bad years are pretty bad. Holy cow.
It's just I think the most frustrating thing is that it's bad with the players. It would be one thing if we were saying like, oh, the Eagles have to kind of go all in for 1 year and then they have to pay for it on the back end for a couple seasons, and then you go back to the Super Bowl, but they still have the talent there. It's coaching, it's scheme. And yes, I guess it's fair to say, okay, the O-line is not what it was. They've had other issues, as we're seeing. Jeffrey Lurie cannot be happy sitting out there and watching this offense, but it is not capitalizing, not making the most of it. Nicholas with a 2, LOL at some point. We got to look at Nick. Absolutely have to. It's definitely his offense, but we're back now.
Blitz comes on first down, fires across the middle. Caught A.J. Brown. They got a first down, Josh, on a slant. Oh, my gosh, up to the 24. Holy cow.
And that was a throw over the middle of the field. How
and
when does that happen?
You would think that if that worked, maybe they could told you to keep doing it. Oh, man.
I was in stride, too. I mean, that was a good throw, finally. Thank you. Oh,
we'll
please.
It. First down and 10 from the 24. Hurts to throw again. Out route Smitty, and that's going to gain a yard, maybe. And that's the story of our lives. There's a flag, too. So this could very easily be a back 'em up here. Oh, roughing the passer. Wow. 2 positive plays in a row. Oh, my gosh. Holy cow. What's happening? They got German Dexter for roughing the passer. We never get roughing the passer calls on us. Let's see. Oh yeah,
a mile.
Yeah.
What is he? And raise your hands like, I didn't realize that I was giving him a shot 3 seconds after he let go of the ball. Oh my gosh.
Holy cow. Yeah, we'll take that. So in 2 plays, they get 30 yards. That's, geez, beautiful.
We'll take it.
9:20 to go, third quarter.
It's almost more offense than the Eagles have had all game.
Hurts in the gun. Barkley to his left. Dotson alone at the bottom. Hurts takes the snap, throws down to Saquon for 4. He had to corral that snap, but still a positive run. Still zero, big plays. We got 1 big explosive Saquon run on the season. That's how you know things are rough.
Yep.
2nd and 6 officially.
It is sad.
Now they're going to go hurry up because that's how you know they have no other option. To the 44. Hurts in the gun. Empty him out now. Takes the snap with the blitz coming. He's going to run it left side. Up the middle. Got first down and more. Jalen Hurts to the 45 to the 40. Hurts across the 35. Out of bounds at the Bear 34. Pray for no flags. There are none.
Oh, my gosh.
And we have life.
Goodness.
Houston, we have life.
What just happened? And we've been calling for this for so long. It's like, Jalen, just take the ball and run, because the running game's not having any success. We've seen some from Jalen Hurts. They're just not calling it. He's not running the football. The way they've struggled at this point, why not? Just go for it.
Here we go. Across the 35 to the Bear 33. Hurts back in the gun. Saquon to his right. They're going to take a deep drop throw. Loads up. Home run ball left side. A.J. Brown. It's going to be caught.
Got it.
Touchdown,
Yes!
A.J. Brown.
AJ!
They plucked it out of the sky. Oh, my goodness. They're back.
Woo!
Finally.
Let's go. I get to play the song.
Let's go.
Oh, my gosh. Bro, that is all A.J. Brown, though. I'm just going to say that. Like, kudos on Jalen to give him a shot, but that's an underthrown football that was going to be picked off, but A.J. comes back to make a play. Let's go. And we're back in it now.
Little out and up on right. He's been a good cornerback this year, and yeah, that's not a great throw that A.J. makes an incredible catch. And they finally give us a drive. We said they're due for 2, right? They get 2 good drives a game. They just use 1 of them. Extra point, no good.
Of course.
Oh,
of course,
gosh.
Jake's going to miss it. Yep.
Of
lovely.
course, he missed it.
I can't be even tied up now. That you got to be kidding me here. All right, we're going to still play the song, though, because we're, somewhat positive. But everything, because it can't be just 100%.
Gosh.
There's still just a little bit as he yanks it left with the wind and everything playing a factor. Man, I wanted to celebrate a little bit more on this one, but we still will, because we got a touchdown. There's some sort of life, something. Oh. Eagles still trail 10-9.
They still trail, though. It's so funny. If they lose by 1, we're going to want to go crazy.
Come on. Eagles. Eagles. We haven't gotten to do that in over 4 quarters, so.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Nothing else. Woo! Almost got 1,100 likes now between the streams. So if you feel like throwing out some positive energy, hit the like button for us. We know that you guys are wrestling with it as well.
Gee whiz. Gee whiz, and we're still not tied. We're still not tied, which is crazy.
Clint with the 5. Based on the stats, we should kill this last half with points. And that was earlier, but we finally did get some points. So
finally did. Thank
maybe
goodness.
Give some life to the defense too if they see, hey, look, the offense actually did something for once. Jonas with a 6. Let's let Jalen Hurts call the plays. It can't be any worse. Greets from the city of the original Oktoberfest. Look at that.
There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
That's pretty cool. Oh, man.
Thomas, this is from David with a 2. Thomas, go shave a mustache. You're our last hope.
I don't know. I don't want to waste a lucky mustache on this offense. I know we just scored, but we have been able to score in games. They just go 3 and out the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And we're still not even tied, by the way. I'm not wasting a good mustache on Kevin Patullo.
It's fair. I was hopeful for it, and there's still time, maybe. Need it in a desperate way. Riz with a 5. Sirianni is just as bad. I don't have confidence in Sirianni to make good decisions if they take play calling from KP. I'm right there with you. Like, it doesn't change unless you bring in someone of a Kellen Moore type-esque, quite honestly. I mean, I think that it could be a little bit better if you have a different play caller, but we're not talking about any sort of drastic changes of, oh my goodness, this is just night and day difference until you have someone else that is from outside the building, completely different line of thought, and brings difference to this offense, because it's still going to be Sirianni shades of what we're calling.
Maybe they at least just opened it up. We saw Jalen Hurts run the football, and they threw it down the field and across the middle. Maybe that's the secret. I don't know. I don't know what gave it away, but maybe that's the secret. All right, there's the kickoff, returnable from the 4. Chicago to the 10, 15, 20, right side 25, 30, breaks a tackle 35 up to the 36-yard line. A little scary, tackled there by Keely Ringo. And so 10-9 Chicago. It's like the double doink score back in 2018.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's that roughing the passer. That was definitely roughing the passer. I don't know why they keep pretending like that wasn't, but roughing the passer, AJ across the middle, Jalen with the legs. I mean, this is what the offense is supposed to be, and then they throw a little out and up to AJ Brown, and good to go. Boy, he had Goddard open on that one, too. All right, well, we'll see what the defense can do. Worst thing that could happen would be bare points here. 1st and 10 from the Chicago 36. Under center goes Caleb Williams. They're going to run it to DeAndre Swift. Cuts back to the right. Said that 50 times so far today and gets 5 up to the 45. Or sorry, up to the 40. 2nd down and 5.
A little bit better. But yes, this is a crucial series for the defense. I know technically if they were to score, 2-point conversion, you're within one possession, but this feels like the offense got a little bit of momentum. Hey, Jalen Hurts and AJ, I appreciate that. We don't get that all too often. They actually shared a little celebration after that touchdown. So
there you go. They're going to throw, and that's an incomplete pass into the ground, but there's going to be pass interference, and they're going to get Nakobe Dean. That's going to be a 1st down.
Can he not give him a bump? Like, if he's within the 5 yards?
Is it illegal contact? It didn't. It was definitely within 5. Pick it up. Pick up the flag. Come on. He wasn't even in the area, too.
And
still waiting. They got to pick that flag up. That's totally fine. Nope. 5-yard penalty for illegal contact. They'll be on. Oh no, they're holding. Holding?
Did he turn him?
Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Sorry, we didn't see that one. Yeah, that's a hold. Didn't really need to, because I don't think that ball gets to Odunze. I think he let him way too much. But either way, 1st down. Okay, well. Come on. All the way up to the 46. Back goes Caleb Williams under center. Swift still the lone setback. He's over 100 on the day. He's been great. And his Lincoln Financial Field return. They're going to run him right side again, up the middle, gets through the entire Eagle defensive line, and he's going to have 9. Gee whiz.
It's too easy.
That one gets him over 100, excuse me.
Just way too easy. I mean, and honestly, like, I know they're different types of backs, different body type, but DeAndre Swift hits the same type of hole, or if you even want to call it that, for what Saquon typically has, but he gets skinny and then shoots through the gap, and obviously there's not as much help as we've seen Chicago or other teams, but they just create enough space, and he's able to hit it with burst. That's why he's getting almost 10 yards a carry.
13 for 107, a play action deep drop, tipped picked. Oh, it's intercepted. Oh my goodness, Jalen Hunt tipped it out of the sky, returned to the 35. Oh my gosh.
Let's go, Jalen.
Oh, there it is.
He's done it twice this season.
Wow. Right when they
You
needed
gotta
something.
be kidding me.
Tipped in the air.
Oh
and
my
picked off.
gosh.
Oh, that was so big. Oh my gosh. To the Bear 35.
Oh, we needed that so badly, as you said, Thomas. And this is Jalix going on the rush. They're trying to set up the tight end there. Actually, they're running the halfback screen. He's got Manungai, and he throws it low. Jalix with the ball hawk skills. Remember, he's the former safety from college, played 2 years there. And you got the ball skills with the turnover. Oh, my gosh. There we say we have life.
Can they capitalize from the Bear 36? Hurts in the gun, down 1. Smitty slot to the top of the formation, both tight ends tight to the bottom. Now motion Smitty across. They're going to run it with Saquon, left side, big hole to the 30. Saquon's got a first down and more. Saquon to the 21-yard line, and that's the longest run of the afternoon for Saquon Barkley. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, all right. I'm feeling a little something here. They just got to capitalize.
Got to capitalize.
Way too long.
Can they capitalize? I know. That's the
Look
best
at that blocking
I've
there.
seen up front.
Do you
yeah,
see
that's
that?
The best we've seen.
That's just moving people.
Holy cow. For the Bear 21. Hurts back in the gun. Now motion Smitty across. They're going to run Saquon again up the left side. Decent hold there. Falls forward for 4. Second down and 6 upcoming. All right. Well, it's something. It's something here. 5:53 to go, third quarter. 10-9 Chicago. Battle of the 8-3 teams in the NFC. Nightmare on offense until about 5 minutes ago, Josh, and suddenly,
oh man,
everything's flipped.
Yep, and the defense answered the call too. They do you a little favor, shortened field. We're in the red zone now. The Eagles, I mean, they've been worse since the bye week, but they're still really good in the red zone this season.
From the 16, Hurts in the gun again on 2nd and 6. They're going to run it again with Saquon. One step forward, needs to have a first down, shoved across the line to gain.
What? No, he was down.
Oh my gosh, they stopped him early. They didn't give him forward progress.
He says his knee hit the ground. Did his knee hit the ground?
Way. Did it really? He'll be a yard short according to the spot. It'll be 3rd and 1.
Okay, so we could tush push, but they're saying that his knee hit the ground. And we obviously couldn't see from the broadcast angle. Did he get? He made contact, and they're saying that his knee went down.
Yeah, I guess it did.
Yeah,
so he's a yard short. Okay, so, well, it would have been a 12-yard gain had his knee not touched. 3rd and 1, tush push coming from the 11. Line to gains the 10. Here's the shove forward, and Jalen Hurts is probably not going to get it.
No.
I don't think he did. And now they're saying the ball's out. Did he just throw? They're saying the ball is out. It's going to be a fumble. No way. Did they just fumble on the tush push? The Chicago Bears think it's theirs.
You got to be kidding me. Did we really just do this?
Did we really just fumble it? Chicago thinks it's theirs, and it's going to be nothing yet from the officials still. Every Bear thinks they have it. And they're saying Bear football.
Oh, my gosh.
You gotta be kidding me. Even when we get something good, we can't capitalize. You've got
when our best play is fumbling the football, that's totally.
Can they not blow that dead? They can't blow that dead? How can they not blow that dead?
Wow.
There's no way. They really didn't blow that dead. Even when things go right, they go wrong. You got to be kidding me, dude. You got to be kidding me. In the red zone. In the red zone. Unbelievable. Oh, my gosh.
We're really giving up the fumble. Oh, my gosh. I mean, he wasn't going to get it, but then, you figure, okay, they're just going to run the play again and then push it forward. But that's 2 times.
Unbelievable.
That's 2 times this season on fumbles for the tush push. One time that we got very fortunate that it was blown dead. And then there's a time where it was just fumbling it. We're doing that on our best play in the red zone. If it's not one thing, it's something else, man.
That's crazy.
It's not even play calling. It's just execution. It's just wow. It's so bad. John, with the 5, Dennis Allen and Matt Eberflus have held the Eagles to 3 points in the last 4 quarters. Yeah, to put a little more context on that as well. Adam with a 2. Hurts for McKee and Tank for Saquon. Try something new. These were earlier, I think, maybe before the scores, but even still, man, you have a turnover there. Dylan with a 5. I have zero clue how the O-line can regress this much. Is it really that assistant that left for New Orleans? I wish we had promoted Shane after 22 or even Kellen Moore.
I'm so sick. I cannot believe they just fumbled that. I cannot believe.
I can't either. 4
turnovers in the last two games, by the way. 4.
And when they're not able to be aggressive or willing to be aggressive and have a good productive offense, it's like you might as well double the turnovers. It's like it's multiple turnovers. Every one turnover is multiple times because they don't do enough to make up for that. So, especially in the red zone too. I mean, you're gonna get points probably regardless. Boogie with the 20. Are you guys watching the Prime Vision? There's receivers getting open, but Jalen's not seeing them. Some of the throws he's just missing. I can't put it all on Patullo when some of it falls on players' execution as well. Yes, I've seen it. Like I said, we pointed out there's multiple misses. Jalen is not playing a good game, so 100%. But there have been also play calls that don't make any sense, and you look at the routes that are in the scheme. But there's a turnover. It's inexcusable. David with the 5 as we're coming back. Is it against the rules to run plays from last year? In the meantime, I'm playing Madden. I don't blame you, but no, you
can they run anything else on 3rd and 1? I mean, they should be allowed as they run it here to Monungai. Big hole. There he goes to the 30. Monungai to the 35, to the 40, to the 45, and just like that, they get up to the 45-yard line. Goodness gracious, this is so ridiculous. Oh my gosh. 1st and 10 with 4:11 to go. Remember, this is not a tie game because we missed an extra point because that's just how the Eagles work. Even when it works, it doesn't work. Oh my gosh, it's so infuriating.
Scoring points
so infuriating.
Is just so hard.
Here's another run to Monungai up the middle and another good gain up to the 45 or the 49. So, I mean, it's 5 yards a carry at this point. I don't know why you would throw the football if you're the Bears anymore. Just march in a field goal range, kick a field goal, you're up 4. And then you just wait for the Eagles to implode on offense. It seems that simple. I feel like we just had our 2 good drives, by the way. For those wondering. Feels like we just had our 2 good drives of the game.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it kind of feels that way. But
2nd and 5. 3:30 to go here, 3rd quarter. 10-9 Bears. They've led the entire way. Williams under center. Monungai stays in as the lone setback. 2 Bear receivers at the bottom of the formation. They're going to run it to Monungai right side. Breaks a tackle for a 1st down. He gets about 10. That's been the story of the... I mean, how many yards on the ground are they going to have?
It's missing tackles. It is getting moved all over the place. And then even when they're in position to tackle, the first guy is guaranteed to miss the tackle.
It's crazy. Crazy.
It's embarrassing. And the sad thing is, like, what we're seeing on the field, that was the Eagles all year last year. Like, you just run the football. Hey, we're going to pick up 8 yards. Just do it every time.
Monungai's 7 yards away from 100. They'll both backs will have 100 as the Bears false start, so that'll back them up. They were at the Eagle 42. That's crazy. They're going to give up 200 yards on the ground. So 1st and 15 now. At least there's a penalty on Chicago. I haven't seen a lot of those.
I mean, I don't even need to know what the numbers say, but I can guarantee you that it's not good for the percentages or odds of a team winning a game when they give up multiple 100-yard rushers, 200 yards rushing. So we're in very, very dangerous territory.
1st and 15. Clock keeps running. We're about to be in the 4th quarter. I mean, this is getting down to crunch time here. Back up to the 47 of Philadelphia. Williams takes the snap. They're going to run it to Monungai at the right side. Good tackle. There's Jordan Davis. He got a yard. You would think that they would just start keying up on run plays. I mean, goodness gracious. Let Caleb Williams beat you. There's a good stop by JD on 1st down to be 2nd down and maybe 14.
For once, I mean, getting hit basically at the line of scrimmage. We've not seen that.
Literally.
Way too much.
Literally. Still got to get off the football field. 2nd and 14. We'll see if they pass here. 31 carries for 224 yards. Unbelievable. They're averaging 7.2 yards per carry. Line to gain is about the Eagle 35. Williams is going to run it here. Monungai up the middle. Nice hole. And on 2nd and 14, they probably got 10. I think it's going to be 3rd and 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think they did.
So he's over 100.
Yep.
They're not quite in field goal range. They punted from basically
but
here.
They're going to go for it.
Last time they got close. But yeah, I think you do. Swift's got 102. 107. Monungai's got 102. Caleb Williams is under 100 yards passing. 11 for 28. Hadn't mattered, though. They ran the football so well. Here comes a 3rd and 5. If you ever needed to stop, this could be it right here. Line to gain is actually the 32 of Philadelphia. Williams in the gun. Swift to his right, they'll throw. 4-man pressure coming. Trying to set up a screen. He buries it into the ground. The pressure got to him. And now you wonder what goes on here on 3rd and 5. Or on 4th and 5. I think they're going to go for it, Josh.
Yeah, they're definitely going to go for it.
Well, you wonder if you would just run it here. I mean, they get 5 yards of carry. I would just run it on 4th and 5. Just put Swift back there and pound it. They are going to go for it.
Yep. I mean, it seems crazy to say, hey, let's run the football on 4th and 5. But you're right. The way they've moved everybody, it hasn't even been a question of getting 5 yards.
Here we go. Shotgun. Swift stays to his left. What does Philadelphia do? From the Bird 36 on a 4th and 5, and they're going to let the clock run out. And did they burn a timeout? No, I think they want a play clock reset. And they're going to get a free timeout because the clock didn't get reset properly. So they get to completely run that again. Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
So they don't even have to burn a timeout. Here we go. 4th and 5. They get another shot at it. Play clock at 14 now. Let's hope they got it right. Line to gain, the Eagle 32. Williams in the gun. Colson Loveland slot to the near side. Philadelphia looks like they're sitting back in man. Blitz comes. Takes the snap. Looks left. Throws left. That's going to be caught. Loveland. And it's going to be a first down. Blankenship fell down. Not sure what happened there. First down.
I mean, Reed's looking around like he wants a pass interference or something, but let's see what happened here. He just slips. Yeah.
Just slipped. Yep, just slipped. Sick. First down. Easy. Goodness gracious.
Let's see, they had a penalty down to make it a 1st and 15, and then a run play to be 2nd and 14, and yet they still converted it.
21 first downs to Philly's 7. 1-point game at the Eagle 30. Now they can just run the ball on a 1st and 10 if they want to, and they will. Monungai to the left, cuts up the field, and he's going to have 9 yards. I mean, can we call something to stop 9-yard carries on first down? Holy cow.
That'll be the quarter. 2nd and 1 coming up. You got to be kidding me.
Goodness gracious. So we're going to be in a hole to start the 4th quarter for sure because they're going to score on this drive. And then we'll pray the offense can do something other than 3 and out because they've done that every single time except for the 2 drives that have done anything. I'm so sick. This game is so dumb. So dumb. This is one of those Eagle games where they're going to keep you around, and then they're going to lose it, and then we're all going to freak out.
It's ridiculous. I mean, you get a Jalix Hunt pick on a screenplay. March down there in the red zone, try to capitalize on it, and fumble on a tush push on your most successful play.
Can't believe
your
it.
Best play.
Can't believe it.
In the bag. The one that's foolproof. Not even Kevin Patullo can ruin that play. And fumble the football. Damon's with a 10. We are wasting the good years of this team if we don't win the Super Bowl this year and next. Jeff Nick Howie is going to look back and wish they would have gotten it right with the OCs.
Probably so. Too late now. They got it wrong, and now they are waited too long to make adjustments. And they're gonna.
Rory with the 2. Yep, KP's first 15, not bad. Then they collapse. These are from earlier too, so I think not quite on the touchdown yet, but it was close. King of Sport with a 5. This first half wasn't KP. They showed highlights at halftime. Hurts missed so many open players and locked in on one read, then panics. Again, we said this, that Jalen has had a very bad game today. So far from what we've seen, he's definitely missed some of those guys, certainly watching the Prime Vision. But there's also been plays, also been routes that are not great. O-line not blocking very well. Penalties not as bad as they have been. Not been great, but, comparatively. Mango with a 2. All right, I'm running to the bathroom again. Good luck, guys. So Mango's still in the bathroom holding out hope. Casey with a 5. Might as well run more commercials when the Eagles offense is on the field. If they want to, just go ahead and throw those in there because not much has happened. DeVonta with a 2. Got everyone in all black, but it's their funeral. That's sad. Got the fire kits out there, and they're just they're ruining it. Boogie with a
games.
50 bomb. 50 bomb. Appreciate that, man.
Shout out.
Very much appreciated.
We need
Thank
it right
you.
now.
Says, I like Hurts, but he can't throw in tight spaces, make anticipatory passes, and lack of height to see the field mixed with his mentality to not take risk is a recipe for his disaster. If we have no run game and defense has to stay on the field, it's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's he's had his issues. He's had his struggles. He's also won a Super Bowl. So I still refrain from, like, players have a bad game here and there. If they've got the right design, if they've got the right play callers, then whatever you want to say, does it shield it? Does it make it better? Does it improve on his strengths? Yeah, but it's still issues on a lot of other areas. But Jalen's had a bad game. That is certainly true.
2nd and 1 from the Eagle 21. They're going to run Swift to the right, and he's going to get around the edge for a big gain. Lowers the shoulder for 6. This is the first time Chicago's had 2 100-yard rushers, Josh, since 1985, the legendary 85 Bears. That is how bad the Bear defense has been. And another first down there, another drive. It's about to have its 10th play. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And remember, if they score here, a touchdown or a field goal, you're going to be down 8 or 4. You're not going to be within a field goal because of that missed extra point.
Right. Oh, my gosh.
14:25 to go, fourth quarter. Working left to right from the Bird 15. Williams under center. Monungai is the lone setback. Motions Komet across the formation. They're going to toss it up the middle to Komet or to Monungai, and he gets to the 10. So he's 2nd down and 5. I have not seen a Jalen Carter, Moro Jomo, Jordan Davis game like this, maybe ever. I mean, they are getting. This feels like 2023 whenever Fletcher Cox was fully cooked. They're getting moved every single snap on the defensive line.
And the crazy thing is, like, I mean, at least JD's made a few plays, but Jalen Carter overall, he's just not been the same. I know he's been battling with injury here and there throughout the season, but, man, it's a 67 plays to 31 in this game for Chicago. I mean, no wonder.
2nd and 5 from the 11. This is going to be a quick slant caught by DJ Moore, and he's going to have enough for a first down with forward progress to the 5. That gets them over 340 yards of offense with a quarter left. And that's a first down. So 1st and goal from the 5 now.
And it's so much on the ground, like we were talking about a second ago. It's just go in, and you don't even have to be super creative. Now, the run calls have been good, but you don't even have to be super creative if you can get the push like they gotten.
This will be play number 12 of an 83-yard drive that's taken 6.5 minutes. So the Bird defense has got to be gassed after this one. Probably a run coming to Monungai. He's the lone setback, and they've averaged 5 on first down. 1st and goal from the 5. You wonder what's going to happen, and it's going to be a walk-in touchdown. So no surprise there. Kyle Monungai is in, and Birds will be back down 8 with the extra point coming, and, you know, not really exactly confident in the Bird offense to climb that hole. They deserve this. They really do. And if they don't fire Kevin Patullo after this game, then they're going to deserve whatever happens to them the rest of the way.
That was just so easy. And that one's Byron Young. So they've gone to the NASCAR package. I mean, that's obviously goal line situation there, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they have in that middle. Whoever it is, they're running at them and moving them 7 yards off the hole of where they would be.
Extra point is good, so it is an 8-point lead. 12:49 to go.
Wow. Of Tales and Lies of the Two, all black makes perfect sense. It's a funeral.
Yep, it is a funeral. It really is. It really is. That's a great point. It really is.
Christopher with a 2, don't glaze Jalen. He's been hot garbage. I think that was from earlier from maybe somebody else.
I don't think we are glazing Jalen. I don't think we are.
Yeah, I think it's somebody else. Canucks with a 5. The offense starts with Hurts. I'm out. Hopefully y'all have a great Friday. I think that was about at halftime, if I'm not mistaken. CJ with a 10. I know this is a job to y'all, kind of, but at some point, I know y'all can't stand saying the same thing, but I feel for y'all having to do all this. Love y'all. Here's more for Diaper Fund.
We appreciate that, and that is true,
do.
because that's kind of what we have to do. I mean,
yep.
I don't know what you want us to say on the recap show on Saturday, but
call it like we see it, quite honestly.
Call it like we see it, yeah.
It is incredibly unfortunate. 257 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns for the Bears on the ground. The passing game's nowhere.
Even with the defense struggling, Josh, This is a bad Bear defense. Philly should be able to score more than 9 points against a bad Bear defense. Yep. And even with all those rushing yards, they only have scored, 16 points? It's like, I will rip the defense up and down tomorrow on the recap show, and rightfully so. But this offense has got to give you more than one decent prayer ball to A.J. Brown to score points. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable to watch.
Well, and again, it's like, play calling hasn't been the greatest, but Jalen, like we said, we'll call him out whenever it's situations like this. There's an instance where I think in the Green Bay game, if I'm not mistaken, the Green Bay one, the play calling was atrocious. Like, there were not areas for Jalen to throw the ball. Okay, so, yeah, did he have his best game? No, but it was a lot of play calling. This one, we'll see what the film shows, but the immediate reactions to it is there's more opportunities. We're not saying they're great. We're not saying the play calling is phenomenal, but Jalen has been really bad. I mean, he misses DeVonta Smith. If he hits him there, that's a touchdown. Okay, so it's 17 points there. If Jalen does not fumble on the tush push, well, that's probably going to convert it. You do have to go a second time on the tush push, but you probably convert that, and who knows, you could potentially score. You're in the red zone there. So it's very possible, and it's all hypotheticals, but Jalen has played a terrible game at this point. They're showing him, usually he's been good on blitzes, but he's 2 for 8 tonight, 26 yards and an interception. That's an area of his game that he had been better. Now, still, you could go back and say, well, are the play calls there? Are there options for him to throw the ball down the field? I don't know, because we haven't seen all those plays, but the couple that have been shared so far on social media, Jalen Hurts has not showed up to play in this game. And then you combine with a bad offensive coordinator, it just makes things worse. So
Santos kicks it away, returnable here by Covey from the goal line to the 10, 15, tries to get around the edge of the 20 and does, and then gets slammed down at the 21. So, all right, well, clock's ticking, Josh, and with the lead now, Bears can probably run the ball and really ice this one if Philadelphia does not do something here very quickly. 12 minutes to go, down 8, and not a lot of hope. We'll see.
Oh, it's frustrating. Nadim Potato with the 5. Last one here before we get back to the action. Says 23 was defensive collapse. 25 is offensive collapse. The repeat NFC East winner curse is a dangerous mistress. Start McKee and fire KP. So they want both of those.
All right. Well, Hurts is still in there from the 21, working right to left. 2 receivers, bottom, 2 at the top. Takes the snap. 5-man pressure coming, steps up, throws right side, trying to get Smitty on a go ball, and that's going to be pass interference, right? And it will... Where's the flag? There's got to be a flag, right? No flag?
None?
What? No flag?
How is that one not... It's not a good throw. Again, it's an underthrown ball. How is there no flag there? He's not playing the ball and runs straight through it?
Pass interference. Clearly pass interference. Holy cow.
Oh,
wow.
My gosh.
When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. That's the only answer for that.
He's tackling him
clearly.
2 seconds before the ball gets there.
Ha! 2nd and 10. You just know. Just throw it away. Oh, man. Now they're going to run it with Saquon, and he'll get 3. So you're going to get 3rd down and 7. So here comes a real quick 3 and out, I guess. Would be my guess here. Unbelievable. All right. What are the odds they convert a 3rd and 7?
I think Terry McCauley's saying that he would still support an incomplete pass there. How is that possible on that PI?
Yeah. See ya. All right, they got to get to 31. 3rd and 6 officially. 12:05 to go. Running clock. Hurts in the gun. Can they give us something here? Takes the snap. 4-man pressure. Steps up. Hurts is going to throw it underneath A.J. Brown, and he is going to get 2 yards, so it'll be 4th down. So there's your 3 and out.
Golly.
I love a route that's not 6 yards to A.J. Brown. I love taking your best receiver and saying, nah, you don't need to run more than 6 yards. Instant 3 and out. I'm so sick of this offense. If they do not fire Kevin Patullo tomorrow, I'm ready to check out. I mean, you have to check out because this is unbelievable to watch. Unbelievable to watch. And the Eagles' false started. So 4th and 3 is now. This is so stupid. This is so stupid.
I mean, it didn't matter. They were going to punt it anyway, so that one's whatever. But
fire Kevin chants are breaking out in the stadium is what I'm hearing right now. Yep, that's what it looks like. Holy cow. This is insane, dude. I cannot believe how bad this is. All right, well, any points is going to for sure end it and make it a 2-score game, so we'll see here. Angled kick goes out of bounds, and they're going to have good field position. I mean, this game is over with 11:15 to go. It's crazy we're at that point, but it's definitely over. There's no chance the Bird offense does anything.
Yep.
No chance.
Oh, my gosh.
No chance.
Man, Jalen just, play calling not great. Jalen's having, he's probably this is probably the worst game Jalen's played all year. I don't think it's, honestly, I don't even think that's a stretch.
Easily.
It's got to be his worst game. The number of times, because even on the last play there, he's missed another player. Man,
yeah, this is stupid. 8-3, and we look like we're probably one of the worst offenses in the National Football League. 8-3.
Definitely are. Yep, been protected by the defense, playing well. But yep, man, it's so frustrating. If it's one thing, it's another. But Will with a 10, I guess going for it gives the defense a chance to get the offense to the 50 since they know the offense can't make punts. Can't punt makes sense. I think there's going for it earlier, obviously, for the Super Chat. But 5 from Steve. At this point, don't you want to lose to see if anyone gets fired or anything changes?
At this point, we don't cheer for losses, but I would be very, very curious what happens if they end up losing this game. But, I mean, have they done anything to prove that we're 12 weeks in, though. That's the problem. We've seen this for 12 straight weeks. 12 straight weeks. Holy cow.
Yeah. Skip with a 2. The Bears knew AJ's entire route on the interception. I mean, I guess so, but again, we said this before. That one was why are you throwing it at that point? You see it late, and that was a force it from Jalen, just a deep shot down the field, and a hope and a prayer. So, yeah, that one's fine, I guess. As far as they know the route, but you can see it from a mile away. At some point, he's running a go route. He's essentially just going downfield. Marco with a 2. Why can't we keep an OC? Genuine question.
Well, because they either stink or they get hired somewhere. There's no in between.
Yeah,
there's no in between.
You see someone doing well, I guess, with this offense, optimizing this offense, and they get hired because if they optimize this offense, there's so many good players that the Eagles go really far. And the NFL is a copycat league. They poach coaches. They poach coaches with good success. So if the Eagles' offense is playing up to their level they should be, then they're going to be at an NFC Championship game. They're going to be towards the Super Bowl. Then they get hired because Sirianni is the head coach and the CEO head coach, not the play caller. And then it's just the revolving vicious cycle, unfortunately.
All right, 11:15 to go. They're going to run it with DeAndre Swift up the middle, and they actually stopped him for a gain of 2. I don't know why you wouldn't sell out to stop that the rest of the way, but we'll see. They haven't been able to figure it out yet. Holy cow.
Still hit him, though, at the line of scrimmage, and he pushes forward for...
Of course. Yeah. He's not going to get a negative
2 or
play.
3,
that'd be crazy.
Yep.
That'd be crazy.
Oh, my gosh. 9 points. And the defense is in a bad way.
All right, here's another run. Swift, this is going to be stopped for a gain of 2. So a 3rd down and probably 6 upcoming.
Oh, this might be the chance here. Might be the opportunity. If you get a stop, it's in that interesting range, I suppose. If it's like a short 4th yardage situation, they probably go for it. But if you could force an incompletion, or heck, a negative play would even be better, obviously. I think they might punt.
3rd and 4, actually. Yeah, I think you would too. In the gun goes Caleb Williams, up 8. Swift to his right. They're going to throw. Steps up across the middle, wide open. That's a 1st down, of course, and that'll be into Eagle territory. So much for a chance to stop it there, and clock keeps running. 9 minutes from our misery being officially over. Wide open, by the way. It's amazing that Have we ever seen an Eagle receiver that open? He's 10 yards wide open on a crossing route. We have never seen an Eagle receiver do that.
Run a pick route essentially on Nakobe Dean is what I think it was that. Loveland maybe, but then you got the other cross coming over the middle and pretty easy.
1st and 10 from the Eagle 46. They've been in Eagle territory I think every drive but one. Here comes a run to DeAndre Swift, cuts up the field. He gets smacked, but he gets 5. So, this is rinse repeat. Oh, I don't want to watch the rest of this game. It's one thing to lose games. It's one thing to watch bad football. That's the real problem. It's one thing when your team is playing like trash. That's when it gets really infuriating. 267 on the ground right now for Chicago.
Oh, yeah, I did not expect a 39 carry, 6.8 yards per carry.
2nd and 6. Under center goes Caleb Williams. They're going to go play action, roll him to the right. Now he's going to fire out across the left side and caught by Kmet for 2. So 3rd down comes again. It's crazy that Caleb Williams done nothing in this game. He's done nothing. He's been bad in this game, honestly. Missed throws, interception. Not been good, but it hadn't mattered. And
all the run game.
They're going to win this game by scoring less than 20, which is nuts. 8 for 14 on 3rd down compared to Philly's 1 for 8.
Mm-hmm.
3rd and 4.
Comes down to 3rd downs and conversions on crucial moments, and unfortunately, we've had that quite a bit. The running game is obviously, though, making it like short yardage 3rd downs for Chicago most of the time, and the Eagles have like 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8.
They're going to go quick screen to Olamide Zaccheaus, and he's going to have a 1st down up to the 30, because of course he did. Yeah, I'm done. I mean, obviously it's over, right? They're in field goal range now with 7:30 to go. So they're just going to march down here, burn more time, go up 2 scores, and maybe we get sweet relief from Kevin Patullo. We'll see. We will see. That was a gain of 7.
Even wide receiver screens, like ours definitely don't work. Like they're really, really bad. It's kind of frustrating, honestly, whenever we run wide receiver screens, but it's you get a little bit jealous seeing that, because it's like it's just a quick throw over there. It's kind of easy, good blocking, and then that was, 10 yards almost?
Here's a run to Swift up the middle, and he's going to get stopped for a gain of 2. See, now they're finally putting 10 guys in the box. I don't know why they didn't do that 2.5 quarters ago. It was so clear, but it's too late now. With 6:50 to go, they're in field goal range. 2nd and 8. Who cares? I mean, it's too late. God, this is so stupid. This is so dumb to watch. We do forget that they did not fire Desai because they kept winning, and they lost 2 straight ugly ones to the Niners and the Cowboys in 2023, and then they fired Sean Desai. So maybe 2 straight here for Patullo as they're going to throw on a rollout. Williams is going to stop, throw it to the end zone for a dead touchdown to Kmet, and that'll seal it for sure. Yep. Good night.
Too easy. Got play action call, and when they're running it the way they are, I mean, you throw it once every, 4 or 5 plays, and the Eagles are already not good against play action. They're one of the worst in the league, but play action, Sidney Brown, I don't know who that's supposed to be. Maybe it's Reed. Sidney Brown stays down to the line of scrimmage. Reed has to track back over, and wide open is Kmet.
Unbelievable. So it's be 24-9, point after pending. Oh, man. Wow. Man, that will be Eagle fan going to the exits. Ooh, I don't want to watch 6 more minutes of this. Holy cow.
Man, that's so brutal. Nathaniel, getting to these super chats as well. Appreciate that. The 5, maybe Hurts needs to be benched. Maybe it'll wake him up. Bama did it to him, and he came back better. Maybe a drive or 2. See what McKee has to offer.
There's a chance now with this game out of hand, and they won't do it. But if there was a time to do it, down double digits with 6 minutes left. But I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it's I don't know. They gotta change something now. This is an embarrassing home loss. The other one you could kind of excuse away, where it's like, oh, the passing game, looks a little better, because it did in terms of the routes. We talked about it in the game recap or the videos, but there were options. Now it's inexcusable. Hero with the 2 is Brian Johnson available. That's how you know that we're in a bad way. We're requesting Brian Johnson, but it wasn't even that bad with BJ then. Zarvon with the 2, about effing time, bro. I think that was back whenever we had the score, maybe. Nate with the 2, I'm just going to shut up, LOL. Sorry, Hurts. Okay, yes, so it was. It was whenever we had the score. Canucks, Ellie, what is it? Ellie got to go? Ellie got to go. ELY got to go.
Don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Elliot, maybe?
Oh, yes. Yep. Because we're so far away from the super chat. So we're getting these in order, but I'm misremembering. But yes, from the extra point. Dylan with a 5. Appreciate that. It's like when you throw it to your $100 million all-pro wide receiver, good things happen. Yeah.
Well.
Takes way too long to do that, and then they do, and yeah, some things happen. Just can't get the consistency. Poncho with a 2. Jalen 2 shoes just became Jalen shot caller. Maybe with a touchdown there, I guess, but didn't turn the ball over. So Adam with a 2. I think Hurts called them plays for the touchdown, not KP.
Maybe.
Casey with a 2. Who called that? Who's holding the Denny's menu? Jeremy with a 5. This has to be one of the worst offenses in Eagles history. Like if you run 33% of Brian Johnson, Rich Kotite, and Chip Kelly, that's probably better. That's rough when we're talking about that. Is yes, they are showing the Eagles fans, and understandably, lots are heading to the exits off because they're done. Mr. Chris with a 5. This is from early in the game. Oh, I wasn't able to chat then. I know Ben doesn't like the tush push, so where was his big explosive play on 4th and 1? Well, he's been running it better to that point, but
and kicks a touchback. You can just keep on rolling through them.
Let's see. Chemester, I think, with a 5. I nominate the Chicago offensive coordinator to get an Eagles game ball if we win. Go Birds.
Yeah, I think Ben Johnson should.
I don't know who else would for the offense. Jeremy with a 2. Obviously, the league wants to end the tush push. That they do, but again, that other one, it was just on Jalen. He fumbled the football. He just... Mike with a 2. Appreciate that. Didn't see a comment. We do appreciate the support, Mike. Oregon with a 2. Bring back Chip as OC. Can't be any worse. Whew, he was very rough. I don't think he's the answer. I agree with you. I guess it can't necessarily be too much worse, but there's the A.J. Brown over the middle.
Yep, slant for 15.
Okay.
Yep, we'll give little updates here. You can keep going. We're not holding out hope. They go, hurry up.
Oh, my gosh. It's just in such a bad way. So unfortunate. Danny, believe with the put me in. Can't be worse. This is just
literally
anything, really.
There's a Hurts throw to Smitty, and he got 2 yards on a blitz because, of course, 2nd and 8.
CJ Gardner-Johnson with a tackle. Sean with a 2. 8-3, and ye sound depressed. Glad you're not Jets fans.
Well, I think they'd be depressed too if they saw this offense. There's a drop by Saquon on 2nd and 9.
I mean, not that it really matters too much, but
no,
it's like he's wide open and he's got a chance to go and get a first down, probably easily just walk to a first down. Oh, and he just drops it. Execution. Play calling, getting run all over. Dominica with a 2. Conservative Jalen with 2 turnovers. Put in McKee and Bigsby.
Didn't want to play Bigsby today. Yeah, why would they play their better running back statistically this year in yards per carry? But, what are you going to do?
Does not make sense.
3rd and 9. Here comes another blitz, and they are going to throw out to Smitty, and he did catch that one. That'll be a first down. That's nice to see. And looks like he's a little hurt, too, so he gets up.
Remember, he had the chest and shoulder injury coming into the game. Looks like he might be favoring that one. Leave him in there. It's still 5 minutes. Okay, he is coming out now. That's probably the shoulder.
Insult to injury. 1st and 10, under 5 to go. Up to the Eagle 46. Time is obviously the big factor here. They're going to throw a slant. Dotson's got a catch. Hey, there you go, for 13. Wow. How about that?
See, the frustrating thing is going to be if they march down the field and they score, and you're seeing some of these routes of like, oh, there's a slant route, and hey, it's on time, it's throwing, with a purpose, being a little bit aggressive, pushing the ball down the field, and you just got to wait till 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Hurts is going to throw a prayer incomplete out of bounds. Pressure in his face, 2nd and 10.
Let's see. Caleb with the 5. It looks like Nakobe Dean isn't able to plug the gaps. Maybe we throw in Campbell, see if he can stop the run. This is sickening to watch.
They didn't.
I'm with you of like, okay, you try something else possibly, but the defensive line, when they're getting moved 7 yards off the ball and creating a cutback lane, it wasn't just one player. Yeah, they played bad as just a linebacking core and everyone, but you would think that the Bears, who entered with their 4th string and 5th string linebacker in this game, they would have been the one that Philly could have just moved everywhere, all over the place, and it was the other way around.
Hurts nearly threw a pick on an out route there. That was not good. So 3rd and 10 coming.
Let's see, Michael with a 2. Why not get Tank out there to run? Again, that's the question that everybody is asking, wondering why
trade for him if they're not going to use him. Yeah, didn't even get a carry today.
And you've seen other instances where he's been effective, obviously. It's like the 100 yards that he got against the Giants. I know it's just the Giants, but if nothing else is working, Poncho with a 2, not paying Rodgers and Becton really showing today. Yeah, I don't know that they make the difference, quite honestly. Even
I don't think they call plays. 3rd and 10. Line to gain to 32. There's a fire across the middle and a catch. There's A.J. Brown on an in-breaker to the 25. 4:08 to go. 2-score game. Got to score and then pray.
Jalen having to be aggressive and throw the ball down the field.
And it's working, too, which is just amazing that's, what a surprise.
Which he's been hesitant to, and now he's like forced at this point, so Smitty's back in the game.
Dump off to Smitty for 5. And they got to keep going. Got to go quick. Boy, think back to that fumbled tush push, It's probably going down 1 score instead of 2 right now, but time is obviously the factor. 3:30 to go up at the 20-yard line. Got to hurry. 2nd and 4. Another blitz comes. Hurts sees it, fires a slant, and he airmailed it. There's a miss. Missed a couple of those. 3rd and 6. I don't think there's enough fans in the stadium to boo, Josh. I feel like the boos have quieted down because the fans have all left.
Yeah. Casey with a 5, hoping for a win, expecting a loss, in hopes that KP gets drummed out. And this was from earlier, but that's kind of where this thing is headed. Chris with a 2 also, has an OC ever been fired during a game?
No, but this could be one of them.
You feel like in the old days, there's probably somebody that has been fired as an offensive coordinator during a game. But for today's modern NFL, that one's something you expect after this.
Here's a 3rd and 6 throw. Back shoulder caught A.J. Brown at the 4. So they're going to have a 1st and goal at the 4 with 3:14 left. They score here, Josh. They can get it to 16 and make it an 8-point game. And I guess you would not go for 2, right? That way you can keep your hopes alive. I don't know what you'd do here because it's not a 14-point lead, a 15-point lead.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, either way, I guess. I think you just go for 2 now. Why not? Because if you don't get it, whatever, who knows what you're going to even have on your next one. But Jake Elliott missed that last extra point anyway. So is it a guarantee that kicking an extra point is going to be a good plan?
True. 1st and goal, slant, A.J. touchdown.
Oh, look at that.
Have 2 touchdowns on the day. Wow, look at that. 3:10 to go, and they'll be down 1 score. Well, I guess there's still something left. Play scoring drive. Took 3 minutes. How about that? Maybe we just need to not care, and then they'll do something on offense.
That's honestly pretty accurate, which is sad. Hmm. 2-point try. Comes down to this for any possible remote chance.
Empty him out from the 2. Bears showing pressure. Let's see if they come. They are. Hurts takes a quick drop. Nowhere to go. Now rolling to his left. Pressure coming. Now fires end zone incomplete. And that will do it because now they're down 9. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Golly.
Yep. I mean, come on. It's stupid. People are texting me being like, they still have life. If you watch the game and know the game, you know they don't have any life. I mean, come on. Come on.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. If they had converted that, there's always a crazy, random, ridiculous chance you'd have to stop the Bears on defense, but like I know that it's a softer, like you're playing defense differently because you're up by multiple scores, you're trying to let the clock go and stuff like that. But still, it's like you just made that look so easy to march down the field. Jalen was willing to force a couple passes. He doesn't typically throw some of those because they were thread the needle passes, but all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, pick up a first down. And there was probably at least 3 of those passes over the middle, 4 of those passes. You hardly ever see the ball get thrown over the middle, but he was willing to on that drive, and then he just marched down the field. And it's like it can look like that at times, and then you just go so far away from it. It's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, 11 points.
Churn through those super chats. Get them done. Churn through them. Holy cow.
I forgot whose name this was, but they changed it. But for some reason, YouTube, I apologize because this is a regular, I know. YouTube changed it to the username. So it's Pimp Juice with a 2, but they were trying to go by their original username. So we do appreciate the support. My apologies. Playing like a get-right game for the Chargers. There you go. Yeah. Maybe help the Chargers get right because if they're like, oh, look, the Eagles are going to be coming to town. No one with 5. Do you guys actually see anything changing in the coming week? I'm at the point where I'm already shutting off the game and just listening to you guys.
No,
okay, well.
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to fire Kevin Patullo. I would be surprised. I'd be excited, but I'd be surprised. And even then, if Scott Loeffler is this magic wizard of a play caller and he suddenly comes in and dominates, then that's on everybody, especially Nick Sirianni, for not noticing that all these weeks ago and figuring it out and making the switch. So... yeah. No, I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I'd have to just go back and see for sure of where this was at and some of the play calls. But I think, unfortunately, it's like Jalen played really, really poorly in this game. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so I think that as sad as it is, it's hard to say, okay, was it just so much? Again, play calling does play a factor, but Jalen played so poorly and missed so many throws. Can you, in good faith, as the owners, and we would say yes, but like, will they say, okay, let's finally make this change, or go, well, Jalen needs to play better because we could have had better execution as Chicago easily recovers the onside kick?
Yep, not even a factor there.
And they will have the football at the Eagles' 47 or so. Let's see. I got a couple others here. Let's see. Where's that? Stack with the 10. Didn't like the Kevin hire when I first heard it. Okay. Well.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't. A lot of people were really suspect. It was funny enough. A.J. Brown was the one that was trying to tell us that he can make the changes, and happened the case. So.
A.J. absolutely was in favor. Jahan Dotson had him on during the offseason. He was like, oh, yeah, KP is going to be great. He's going to keep this thing humming. No concerns. Jalen, actually, oddly enough, Jalen Hurts was the one who was kind of just iffy on it. Like, well, we haven't seen him. He's been good as the pass game coordinator, but we haven't seen him do it as the OC. So, give it some time, basically. But, yeah, I don't know. Has not been the answer. Of Tails and Lies with a 5. All players have a bad day. Nothing fixes complacency like competition. I like Hurts, but give McKee a shot just to prove a point. I don't think that they will, though. I mean, I hear you. It's not. If this was college and the point earlier about Bama and benching, and yeah, I understand. If you have a really bad game in a big situation, you might see that. But in the pros, I don't think they're going away from it of like, oh, okay, well, he had a bad game. The offense has been struggling. We need to find something, and there needs to be a spark. Play a little bit better. They're sticking with the $250 million quarterback.
2nd and 7 in Eagle territory after the onside kick. I mean, down 9, not much you can do. Manungai on a run, and he'll set up 3rd and 4, it looks like. man. Timeout Philadelphia. 2:59 to go. Unbelievable.
1 timeout remaining for Philly.
Run out of time.
Let's see. Garrett with a 5. Imagine being confident enough in your offense to go for it on 4th and 5. Yes, you see something like that, and it is kind of wild to think that you're going to have them convert it, but it's pretty ridiculous. CJ with a 2. Call me crazy, but we are going to lose to the Raiders.
We're going to not score a lot of points against the Raiders, it sure feels like. Not with this offense. And that's the funny part, is that we're probably going to limp to the playoffs like in 23 and then just get murdered by whatever team we play first because we're that bad. Because the rest of the schedule is pretty rough in terms of like bad teams. 3rd and 3, by the way, from the 40. They're going to run it. No, they're going to roll out Caleb Williams. He's going to run it for a first down. So that should pretty much ice it, would be my guess. Obviously, there's still 2:50 to go, but in case you had any sort of hope, which you shouldn't at this point, but that's basically it.
Convert the first down. It's rough. What a rough situation. I was hopeful, and like we said, pulling out all the stops, trying to figure something out. Eagles were top of the NFC. Now they're going to lose. They're going to have they won't have the tiebreaker over Chicago as well. So Chicago going to be 9-3. Eagles falling to 8-4.
Only 2 games away from Dallas.
The 3
Dallas
seed,
could be right there by the end of this next week. So just FYI.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, after this game, Eagles a 7% chance to be the top seed. Rams,
they're definitely not getting that.
Way up in front.
It's a run from a Nungai for 4. We still have 2:36 until we can finally put us out of our misery. This is one of those games that's just not fun at all. The entire game. Holy cow.
It gave us a couple things, where you're like, oh man, there's a chance. Jalix Hunt, the interception. But we do appreciate you guys because there's almost 4,000 hanging out, just gutting it out, trying to search for answers. I don't know, group therapy, support nonetheless. It is very, very frustrating. Is the final run before the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, it's to be 3rd and 7 after the 2-minute warning, but Philly's out of timeouts. So, all right, well, that's it for the game in terms of the time. They'll run it again and get a first down, and then they can knee their way out. And 8-4, you got a long weekend, and if you're going to make a change, now's the chance. So we'll see.
See what they can do. Get the super chats here. Lova with the 5. They've been so bad on offense. The defense is tired. We can't stop anything. Fire KP and hire from somewhere else, not from within.
We'll see. I don't know who they'd hire from within on this staff because obviously,
Yeah, well.
It's not possible. It's Brian Johnson's staff all over again. There's just no bright spots, so there's no way they will.
No. The offense is going to be completely from the outside. But unfortunately, as we've said here, it is going to take in the offseason because obviously you don't have the candidates that you're going to hire. Now, you could do an interim switch, sure, like if you're doing that. But in terms of hire someone from the outside like you're talking about, it's not happening until the season ends, and whether that's a first round exit, whether that's a somehow ridiculous, terrible fall and don't even make the playoffs, it's going to take something crazy. But regardless, I guess, like I say, whenever the season ends, yeah, I think at that point you'll go, okay, well, we don't have our answers here. We got to change things up, and they got to figure things out with the running game though too. They got to get. I assume. You're drafting an offensive lineman. You're trying to beef up the trenches on that side because it's not been the answer. You have so many different questions. Eagles fan with a 2. Sirianni's still going to glaze KP and say he did great after the game.
Probably will. Yeah, he definitely will. 3rd and 5. Here we go. See if they can get a first down.
Watching those press conferences sometimes.
Yeah, they're pretty useless. Ooh, I think Philadelphia jumps. I think they're going to give them an automatic first down. Yeah, they did. So that will end it as fitting as possible. When you talk about Nick Sirianni, this feels very similar to what happened with the previous head coach. You know, you win a Super Bowl and then the wheels fall off, and a couple years later, you're drafting a quarterback, and it's getting crazy. I don't know if we're at that point, but it's just like, where have we seen this before? Where have we seen this before? I don't know.
Yep, it is frustrating. 3rd and 1 officially. It was just short of the first down, so they don't get the first down yet. And oh my gosh, what is that?
They stopped them.
You know,
wow,
it's a negative run.
They're in field goal range, so it doesn't matter. It's still a 2-score game. It's so dumb.
So dumb. I get that. It's just like I think that might be the first negative run that we've had all game. So, go figure. Took that long to make it happen, but let's see. John Phillips had 2 decent games and has been non-existent since. Waste of a trade. Well, I
hope not.
But you had to make the trade regardless. So even the 2 games, quite honestly, like you got a chance to see him, what he could potentially be, what he could add to this defense. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if they extend him, depending on where his offers are at for other teams in free agency. But I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to get that done in the offseason. I mean, defense has been good enough. Yes, the pressure needs to get home, but it's the run defense on this one. Today was so bad. So bad. Splash with a 5. Hurts sitting by himself on the bench. No tablet, no conversation with anyone is pissing me off. He's not even trying to make adjustments. And see, that's the thing, though. Like, we can analyze it to death because we don't know for sure. I'm with you. But this is who Jalen Hurts is. Like, even in the winning games, even in last year, Jalen Hurts, if there's a good game or a bad game, he's just sitting there by himself. There's really not a whole lot of what he's going to do. Now, the adjustment part, I don't know, but I think that he's just had a bad game. I don't know that he necessarily even needed to look at the tablet of like, oh, can we do something differently here? I think he just had a bad game, was not seeing the field well at all, and then compounded it with the turnovers. So, yeah, it's frustrating, but his body language is kind of how it typically is, I guess.
They went for a 4th and 4 to try to really seal it. They didn't get it, but 112 down 9. It's probably going to be time for a little bit of extra stat padding. Oh, was Jalen Phillips hurt?
Yeah, I can't tell exactly what it was, but he was holding his shoulder, so he had a shoulder injury on the practice report earlier this week. You wonder if it's the same shoulder, as I believe he was at least able to, well, he's slowly trying to make his way off the field, but he's in a lot of pain.
That would be great.
He just takes a shot from Manungai when he goes in there.
And he knows it. That's not good. Oh, man.
Oh, Eagles offense. Try to pad some stats here.
Yeah, the A.J. Brown stats are going to look great after this game, and it's very different. Here's some Hurts rushing stats, too. He's going to get a lot of yards.
There's a hold.
But there's a flag, so it comes back. Boy, you wonder why they went for it. I get the 2-pointer, but if you don't go for the 2-pointer, you keep it an 8-point game, you technically still have something to play for. Whereas now it's, or it was 9, or still is 9, and now you have nothing to play for because it's a 2-score game as they get Steen on a hole.
Yeah, but I mean, like I say, it whether you get it then or you get it earlier, like Jake already missed an extra point in this game, so you're gonna have to convert a 2-point conversion. I mean, I hear you because at this point you go, oh well, they could score and get a 2-point conversion, but I don't know. It's you had to get a 2-point conversion at one point, so run your best play, see if you can get it.
1st and 20. Praying for completions. That way the clock runs out. There will be one from A.J. Brown. Wow, that's a good catch for 19. He's pumped up. I don't know why he's pumped up. I guess he's pumped up the stats. That'll be a conversation this week. 2 games with good A.J. Brown stats they've lost, whereas the ones where he's had bad stats, they've won. Good catch. They go hurry up. 2nd and 2. Fires across the middle. There's Dallas Goedert with a catch. How about that? To the 40. I know the Bears are playing prevent defense, but you just make you wonder if they maybe open things up a little bit. 12 weeks into the season. They'll finally start doing it now. Oh, man.
So ridiculous.
Clocked it with 24 seconds left. Oh, man.
Well, you think you probably try to throw one more pass and then they clock it and kick a field goal, I guess, because you have to get a field goal anyway, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Otherwise, you're not going to go until you just run out of time. But either way, Devin, appreciate the 2. Didn't see a comment, but we do appreciate that. Can't take the other super chats.
They ran Hurts, took a shot, and now they're going to clock it. And yeah, I think they would probably kick a field goal now and then onside. Yes, they clock it. And with 13 seconds left, they are going to kick that field goal. Well, people are 7.5. Wasn't that the line for Philadelphia? You got to make it interesting here, at least.
Well, they were favored by 7.5 or 7. So
me.
Yeah,
excuse me. Yes, you're right.
I guess if anybody took the alt, fill in the vibes of this team. I guess you could have had some people going, "Oh yeah, I'm not buying that," which would be understandable. Very, very windy for Jake Elliott.
52-yarder. Yeah, don't hold your breath here. And it is no good. The wind took it. So yeah. All right. Well, that at least ends it. At least they'll knee it, and that will be all she wrote. Holy cow. I can't think of a game that, I mean, it was the Cardinal game. I mean, it really was the Cardinal game. It really was. It really was.
It was. I did the incorrect. It was a miss officially. I played the good sign, so it was a miss. Stat with a 5. I think it's safe to say the season's over.
Got a lot of season left, unfortunately. A lot of season left. 6 games. We still have 6 games to go.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Last game broke us. Feels like 2023 season all over again. We'll see.
It sure does.
Plenty of season left, and that's the strange thing about it. So
they have to prove to us that it's not 2023 all over again, because they quit at the end of 2023, and they are going to have to decide if they want to do that this year as still division leaders, by the way.
Right. Yes. Yep. 24-15. That's official as the final.
That's it.
John with a 5. Even if we fire KP, who takes over?
It would be Scott Lefter or Nick Sirianni. You would like to see Sirianni because, I mean, there's this whole idea that Sirianni is secretly the play caller. It's his offense, which it probably is, and that he's the real problem. So you'd like to see him have to call plays and just to see what it would be like. But they would give it to Scott Leffler for sure.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking as well. Viper with a 5. No drives over 7 plays. Most ended in 4 or less. This won't end. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be a lot of empty stats tomorrow. A lot of empty stats.
Yeah, you look at it and it looks even better than it was because of just the prevent defense and trying to capitalize at the end there. But man, it is so incredibly frustrating. Then like you say, you add insult to injury. You got some guys of Smitty and Jalen Phillips. Maybe we'll see for the injuries. They did come back into the game. At least Smitty did, but still, you wonder about that shoulder. Jack with the 8. Jack, appreciate that. Season is far from over, but we seriously need to figure out this offense, and KP can go goodbye to his job.
Yep.
They gotta do something. Have to take action. I mean, this is one of those that, like we say, points wise, you lose by 11. It wasn't even really that close. Defense got gashed, absolutely, but KP not good play calling. Jalen Hurts, worst game of the season. I mean, watch the film and verify it, but absolutely
terrible.
Seemed like his worst game of the season. So he was poor. Skywalker with a 2. If the OC isn't fired, I'm not watching.
Retweet that one. Retweet that one.
Adam with the 2. Told y'all we are cooked 2023 all over again.
Mm-hmm. Sure seems that way.
There's those
sure seems that way.
But if this offense is struggling against the Bears, I mean, the thought was that you at least kind of get right against a less than average defense, like something, Chicago. If nothing else, you play Dallas. It started out well, then it was terrible from then on. Same thing for Chicago. Well, okay, at least you get something. the running game was decent. The problem is you shoot yourself in the foot so many times, and then you go away from certain things, or you don't keep using it. Saquon ends up 4.3 yards a carry, so it's still not stellar, but it was decent. It was manageable enough. And if Jalen hits some of those receivers earlier on, you at least have a ball game. Now, question can be made, or the argument could be made, it's still not enough because of the play calling, but at least it's much better. I mean, there's at least 2 scores that, had Jalen not had really big mistakes on, you're scoring 2 more times, and then it could be a different game. Darth with a 2, need Sirianni gone. I don't care about him winning the Super Bowl. Lots of people are reaching that point because it is Sirianni's offense. He's not calling the plays, but it is Sirianni and what he prefers to do. Flats with a 5. If we don't get rid of this nincompoop OC, our season is doomed. If it already isn't, another 2023 collapse, yay. Lots of those comments that we're going to get for the 2023.
I'm sure.
They need to. I just don't know. Like we said, I don't know that they will. But we'll see. It's just the way that they've been adamant about that, and they're still atop the division. It's like it almost might lose the division, fumble the division away, and then you're like, okay, now we need to. As frustrating as that would be, but oh man, you got all the Bears fans there celebrating at the link. That's a terrible sight. She with a 10. Get rid of Nick and Patullo. Nick isn't good without a good OC and isn't that good offensive coach, and he's been conservative since 23, and we're too stale with Patullo, just clean house.
They seem to have 6 games to save their jobs, and not Kevin Patullo. His job is officially over. But I mean, if they have an epic collapse, it'd be interesting to see what the end of the season looks like. But I don't think they'd fire Nick Sirianni, even if I want them to. It's hard to do the season after winning a Super Bowl to get fired, but it's been that ugly though, and that's why the conversation is at least out there, because it's been that ugly.
Yep, it has been unbelievably frustrating. Eagles fan with a 2. Guys, something has to change. We are pitiful. It is. There's no excuses on a Black Friday. Everyone watching, you're coming off of a loss. There's a chance to regroup. There's a chance to rebound, to show up in a certain way, and they again look a lackluster effort. And we got an extended weekend now to try to deal with it. They get a mini bye, but I just, there's no belief, I don't think. At this point, from what we've seen, everything on the offensive side. Steven with a 5. Someone needs to get fired tomorrow or expect me at the NovaCare Center. Could very easily be
someone
lots of
should
those.
go and hold a sign that says fire Kevin Patullo. Somebody should. They did the run the ball signs way back when. Should be fire Kevin Patullo signs.
Yeah. Need some changes. John, appreciate that with a 2. Are we playing poorly on purpose? I don't
know.
Who knows? I really don't think that the team has quit on Kevin Patullo yet. Even in this game, I think that it was just really poor execution from Jalen Hurts. The offensive line still got beat again on multiple occasions, and Kevin Patullo is what we've seen him, but I don't think that the team is playing poorly on purpose. Sometimes you see that, whenever they've totally lost the locker room, we're like, oh, we're done. Like, we're not playing for this guy. We go out there and don't show up, and then that's it. But I think that they're trying for the most part. They just not having options. Jalen playing poor and everything else. Skip with a 5. Hurts, Barkley, and O-line have been bad, but AJ on the left equals Sluggo. Shipley in equals obvious pass. Also, 0 tank runs. Fire KP. He's not helping them.
Yeah, the 0 tank runs is so crazy. It's so crazy. Oh, man.
So irritating. 2 from Alex. The Bears are who we thought they were. Maybe.
Good?
Maybe.
The answer is good, yeah.
The Eagles are who we thought they were, maybe, unfortunately. It's hard to say. Like, I think that the Bears are good. I still didn't in a million years really think that the Bears were going to win 24-15 and just dominate. Especially from a run game perspective, because I felt like, they might run, solid, but they're going to run for 300 yards. That's not going to happen. Ethan with a 2. I'm sad. We need to change wherever that may be. Go Birds.
Yeah. I think we're going to get it. I think we're getting it.
getting the what? Just
firing of Kevin Patullo. I think he's getting fired.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they make a move, but there's also a part of me that I guess I go both ways because like I could see it, especially the way that it is right now in the offense, but it still wouldn't surprise me if they stood up there and kind of like, oh well, we kind of got to see something and blah blah blah. Like I don't know, the fact that it's at home, and the way that it happened here, I don't know, but it's like if you're gonna make a move and you're gonna have somebody else call plays, you kind of want to do it, with a longer week because you do have the mini bye. So it was now or never. It kind of is. It's almost like later than that situation, but I would love to see it if they did. Aaron with the 2, cut the stream, boys. This is over.
I'm with you.
Appreciate that.
I'm with you.
We're getting to it though, but do appreciate you guys again for the super chats, the support, everything, even sticking through the mess that it was. So getting to these. Isaac with a 5, go Birds, but LA definitely deserves the Super Bowl. We'll see y'all next year. So they're
the best team right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, they've been dominant. Eric with a 5, the Bears almost have 40 minutes of time of possession. Yeah, 40. If this does not get Kevin Patullo fired, I genuinely don't know what will. And that is also true. The defense was very bad, but the offense not helping it one bit, and there's only one decision that feels right for KP. Kilo with a 2. Carter wants $40+ million. He hasn't earned it.
He's not been that good. I don't know if I totally agree, but I definitely don't disagree.
Yeah, I think so. You got to play better than that. You got to get not even necessarily sack numbers, but be a game wrecker. Be a guy who and look, I know he gets double teamed a decent amount, but you got to show up. There's other guys in the NFL that get double teamed that have more of an impact. So if he wants to be paid like that, then you have to just move people. You got to be the game wrecker. Alex with 2, like most of us have thought all year, 2023 again. Well,
I didn't want to think it, but I think we're thinking it. I think we're thinking it.
If it's 2023, it's still 2023 in a very different way. We would just say that because it's a defensive defensive letdown was in 2023. This season, it is offensive letdown, even though you had the coordinators on both sides on one and just one series of coordinator this time. So, that was the hope. That was the thought anyways. At least you have the defense. And to their credit, I mean, even it's kind of crazy, quite honestly, because they allow 300 yards of rushing basically, but they only gave up 24 points. Like it's still a game that the Eagles offense could have had a really good chance at winning, and the offense did nothing. Dontrell with a 10. So if we collapse for the second time in 3 years, do we look at Sirianni, who's supposed to be the leader of these men, quitting on him, and the coaches once again?
Tough, detailed, and together. That's what he preaches, and they've been none of that so far, basically at all this year.
Yeah. MK Fresh with a 2. 2023 alarm is ringing now. Had multiple of those, obviously. And I think that going back to the question about the players quitting on him, I think that's a legit question and needs an answer. But I think much like happened in 2023, Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, they asked the locker room, they asked the players, and the players stuck up for Nick Sirianni. So even though we see it and we're kind of like, man, it's irritating, it's frustrating, we were calling it the wrong decision. Lo and behold, they went and won a Super Bowl. So we admitted and like, oh, okay, it was the right decision. I mean, the end justifies the means. But offensively, you're going to keep running into these cycles of struggle and then maybe find something, then struggle and maybe find something, because he's not the head coach that's also calling plays or devises an offensive scheme or system that's going to work. Derek with a 5. If a Dallas fan or any other fan for that matter talks trash this week, all we should say is, yep, you're right. Our team has given us no room to talk back.
Totally agree. You can literally say nothing. It's
sad. It's the reverse of how it was earlier this season. Because earlier this season, Dallas was losing and they had no defense. And you're like, oh, that's so funny. You traded away Micah Parsons. And now it's the reverse opposite. Like I've had some of those comments already, and I've there's nothing I can say. I don't know. It's frustrating. Play calling is terrible. Guys are not executing either. No one's showing up. Close with the 2. Can we bring back Doug Peterson?
Didn't he have a collapse like this as well? I think we've seen this before. They got to get fresh. They got to go fresh, whether Sirianni or not. But offensively, they got to get completely fresh.
Yeah, I don't think that we want him in there. Miles with a 2. 2023 all over again. They refuse to change. There's another one. Yes. references at least to a collapse. I would say from the collapse aspect, sure, yeah, it's feeling the same. They still have a defense, but it's just amazing to have this much money spent on offense and this many weapons and not have no way to right the ship, or at least right now. They got to make a change, but they have all the weapons. Lunar Wolf with a 5. Even when we want to win so bad, no tempo and rushing to the line and snapping before play clock hits 0.
Yep, 100%.
They take too long. It's the operation. It's everything. Skip with a 2. Tempo is the way, a.k.a. Coach Hurts and not Patullo. That is the route that they'll take. Again, we've said this a million times. You're not punting or giving up on your franchise quarterback before you are an offense coordinator. So even if you wanted to see Tanner McKee in there, that certainly wouldn't happen until there's a change at play caller. If you have a change at play caller, and then you really kept having tons of issues, then maybe, but you're still probably going to, okay, well, we get a different OC this offseason, see if that can work. Then if there's still struggles, you really start assessing things. But there's nothing that's going to change until you change the play calling. Darth with a 2. Chicago was on prevent. Philly didn't do anything. I think up until then, as I guess really the comment. But yeah, it was easier sledding once they went into prevent. Makes life a little bit easier. Jalen still had options. There were still some big misses. But Chad with a 5. It's funny how AJ has been the point of emphasis on offense when we've lost. Yep. Thomas, you brought
pretty funny.
Second
it's
ago,
interesting. It's interesting.
Spec with a 2. Fire Sirianni 2. Get head coach that can call plays. And see that to be the continual theme as it frequently happens. But Brandon with a 2. KP better be fired by the post-game presser. I don't think it's going to happen that quickly, but yeah, they need to make a decision. They got to do something quick.
Yep.
This extra time is good news, at least from that aspect. Weapon X with a 2. Wow, this is crazy, the dedication on this. AJ Brown, 28 fantasy points. Thanks, AJ. But fire KP, and it is 4 a.m. So staying up crazy.
Don't know why you did.
To live
Don't know why you
one.
did.
Wow. Yeah, at least you had AJ in fantasy, it sounds like. So I a small victory. John with a 2 should have tried to get Frank Reich. I think this was the route that they were choosing to go, obviously, with KP, but they didn't like the other options externally. It's interesting because we heard that they said they had calls lined up and they had a few interviews and things, but we never got any names outside of just, all of a sudden Kevin Patullo is the offensive coordinator. So I guess they brought in some external guys just to have a thought, as someone else.
Guess.
But we never had another name, and usually you get those. Corporate Pumper with a 5. I mean, I don't know how this game is not on Hurts. We can keep defending the guy, but at this point, y'all might just love abuse. Father Time is undefeated. Again, we said it's Jalen Hurts. If you weren't here earlier, Jalen Hurts' worst game of the season. So it's absolutely his issues. But I think that if you go and look across the course of the season, micro focus, Jalen Hurts has had some bad games. But holistically, there's just not enough answers for Hurts in this offense, which then goes back to play calling. So call it both ways, but for sure, Jalen played very, very poorly this game. Ethan with a 10. If KP has been the pass game coordinator all these years, this makes sense as to why, even with Shane, the pass plays were so copy and paste. Slants, go routes, and pepper the flats. Always been him. It's a thought. He's been here as the pass game coordinator, but there's still ways to incorporate them better. They can run those routes, but they can run them in different alignments and different formations.
No creativity.
Have a little bit more success. Leroy with the 2. If they don't demote KP, I'm not watching anymore. So just about everybody. About
everybody. Yep.
Jack with 2. Sirianni should be excoriated for going for 2.
Yeah, I still agree.
Anthony with the 2, going to be the same blah blah excuses for weekly. Yes, the press
100%.
conference.
Yeah, press conference is going to be useless.
Ethan with a 2. Also, Eagles' top was time of possession was under 20 minutes. Unreal. Yep, we said that before too. You're not winning games that you're
crazy
giving up that many rushing yards, and then on top of the time of possession and everything else. But Robert with a 5, tell me how this offense is so bad, especially where all the money is spent on roster. Run defense is also bad this game. Just a joke of a game.
Don't disagree.
That's
it's a good
question,
super chat.
The question that we're asking ourselves of why. It shouldn't be this bad. You're spending this money. You have the weapons. You have the ability. We said it's the job that every offensive coordinator wants because you have these weapons. You have this ability to get things going, and you could be creative. You could actually utilize them, but to not be able to get it on a consistent basis, let alone, a couple games coming out of the bye week, like the regression has been unreal. No excuses.
Nope.
Pop drop with a 5. It's 2023 all over again. I'm already ready for the first round exit.
We got to pray that they get to that point, and that they should make the playoffs, but they could easily lose this division, which would be crazy.
Yeah,
that's what they 2023. They went on the road. They could easily lose this division, easily.
Oh, it's insane. Dylan with a 5. Can't wait to listen to Nick talk about opportunities and make excuses. Let's see. LA next week in prime time. I think I might have lost Thomas for a second. I don't know if he darted out or what happened there. But yes, LA next week in prime time. There we go. He's coming back.
Hit the back button.
Okay.
Hit the back button. We're back.
Dylan was just saying, can't wait. Nick talk about opportunities, make excuses. LA next week, prime time. Trusted Howie to not let this happen again. But here we are.
Yeah, Monday night's going to be very fun for the world to see again.
Supreme Rich, Eric Bellamy for head coach or OC.
I'm not sure Eric Bieniemy is who we.
I think that's who he's trying to go for. Yeah, a little typo, but
I'm good on that.
Not in favor.
I'm good on
of that one. 5 from me, Mimi today. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Sending y'all money because Merrill Reese's disappointment is respectfully too painful right now. Thanks for keeping the coverage until the end. Go Birds! Thank you for that. We do appreciate it.
We're trying. We're
here
all
for you
in
guys.
The
same way.
We're trying. Yeah.
In a bad way right now.
Man.
There are just no words for it. Qualify with a 5. Howie needs to clean house ASAP. This season is over. Go Birds still. Go Birds.
Didn't they just extend Nick Sirianni 6 months ago? Pretty sure they did.
They did. Yes. Yep, they did. Obviously they could fire him at any point.
Sure.
And then
sure.
You're just on the hook to pay him out. But I think it's more likely, obviously, for the OC, like we've been talking about. Justin with a 7 couldn't watch the game. Thankfully, who was at fault? Whew.
You're lucky.
You're lucky.
How long do you have? How long do you have?
The short and sweet of it is, and you try to stack rank it most of the time. I think the short and sweet of it is for this game, Jalen Hurts at the top, like 1A Jalen Hurts, 1B Kevin Patullo, and again that's the micro focus for the game. For the season, it still doesn't give Kevin Patullo a pass, but I really think that Jalen played his worst game of the season. So I'm not. Please hear me out because there are people who say that I'm not saying to bench Jalen Hurts. He had a really really bad game, but I believe he'll bounce back. It's just the question of is he being given the best opportunities to make plays, and he's typically not. He had a great opportunity to Smitty to throw a touchdown pass over the middle, a very easy throw by really any NFL standards. Totally missed that one. He got fortunate on an A.J. Brown throw because it was not a good throw, but A.J. made a great play, so good for that one. But then he missed multiple others that were wide open, guys running free, and just didn't see him. So it was rough. It was rough. And the defense, we give up 300 yards of rushing, basically. So Damian's with a 5. Bench everyone, tank the season. It's too late for that. Thomas said it earlier for somebody asking about draft picks and everything. It makes no difference. You don't tank because you've won too many games now, and they're in the bucket. So even if you were like, oh, well, this season's a wash, you're not getting in good draft position to say, we're done, let's go ahead and lose out. Yes, you're improving it. I understand that, but it's not to the extreme of like, oh, hey, now we have a top 5 pick. It's just you gotta try to figure something out. Maybe go new OC. Darth with a 2. Are you guys really blaming AJ for the L's? I think that's for other comments in the chat. I don't think that was us. We were just making Thomas had the observation of AJ being a focus on losses, which is it's an interesting thought. But a lot of it is like stats and just prevent defense. So okay, fine. Here's AJ. He's gonna get some numbers, some yards. he was good though. Like he made some plays. Like we said, the touchdown pass from Jalen. Teskey with a 5 always said Patullo was trash. They don't help Jalen at all with no routes across the middle. Tired of forcing runs that aren't working.
Yeah, it's the other factor. You got to start betting the under on every Saquon Barkley play ever,
Yep.
because he's had nothing this year. Nothing.
Yeah.
0.
It is incredibly, incredibly rough. Tariq with a 5. I don't blame the players when you know the scheme is bad and nothing is being done by the staff to change it. It demoralizes you.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. JP with a 2. With Nick Sirianni as the head coach, the offense will have these bad years. It's kind of what we've seen. He's ultimately his scheme, his system. So when they don't have an experienced offensive coordinator who can sequence it better and kind of add different flavors, that was the benefit of Howie and Jeffrey Lurie kind of having the ultimatum. Like, we're hiring who we want to. You're not getting a say in it. We're bringing in Kellen Moore. We're bringing in Vic Fangio, and going to be different. But now for the struggle, you have an inexperienced guy running a scheme that's pretty basic. You can't even disguise it up a little bit like Kellen Moore was. Jordan with a 2. KP needs to go. Jalen clearly off, but enough is enough. 100%. Yep. It's the same old thing every week. Even when Jalen has good games, you look at the tape and say it's still questionable. There's still not an identity. There's still not automatic go-tos a lot of times. You're asking a lot from Jalen for very little offerings. And then when he has a bad game, this is what happens. It blows up to the extreme because you go, oh, bad quarterback play plus not the best options? Huh. Ethan, see you in Cancun. Okay. Taking off early.
7 weeks away would be my guess with the first-round playoff exit, if we make it there.
Yeah. Call me doctor with a 5. If no change by Monday, they don't care to win this year.
Seems that way. Yeah, I think we're at that point, for sure.
Yeah. Elbert with a 2, 2023 all over again. I'm finally convinced we suck.
This would be the game to be convinced of that. I think so.
It is. It's really bad. I mean, after the holiday and able to potentially and there's great support too. I mean, from all beat writers and everyone at the stadium saying that the tailgate scene was nuts, crazy support. The crowd's there. They're behind him, ready to help get the win. Different, hopefully. That was what we were saying beforehand from the loss of the Broncos game, then go into the Giants one. But no, that did not change. Let's see. Preston with a 2. Seemed like there was no heart today.
0.
I mean, you do talk about like teams that have belief and are maybe exceeding their own expectations. Expectations can be crushing, and I think that's a part of it because you go, okay, we won the Super Bowl. Now our expectations are winning the Super Bowl. And Malcolm Jenkins, who we had on, obviously played the clip during halftime, but spoke to him earlier today before the game, was like kind of saying that, you got to get back to just enjoying it and not thinking, oh, we got to blow out teams and all this other stuff. It's a fair point. But it obviously goes hand in hand with it'd be nice to have some good play callers. But you do look across the league and say, like you're seeing Chicago, they're celebrating the victory. They're having a good time. There's several wins that you could say, well, it's not a good quarterback that they're playing. Yeah, that's kind of a fluky win. They've gotten very fortunate with a couple calls and everything else. Yet they're 9-3, and I think you see a different level of, like Preston saying, no heart today, because they're kind of just enjoying the ride. They're like, did anybody expect them to be 9-3 at this point? Certainly none of the Vegas odds pickers, because they're surpassing those expectations. But it just kind of permeates through the locker room. So I get it that this Eagles team has more talent. They should be playing better. But it's frustrating whenever you see those types of things go on week in and week out. Finnecope with the 5. Playing Viva La Vida at the end of the game is ironic. I don't see how they keep KP. This is a great time. You have a mini bye, make a change.
Got to.
And
sure.
Dylan with a 2, just fire KP. I don't even care anymore. That's the sentiment from a lot of people as well. George with a 2, heads have to roll. Patullo, case in point. Also, Christopher with a 5. It feels bad, but I think this team is close to where they need to be. Just got to execute. These are playoff-like games. They come down to a few plays. Okay.
I think the exact opposite. We feel very far away. Very far away.
Yeah, this game
very far away.
It changed. I think after the Dallas game, I was still holding out hope to be like, yeah, but if they could just a few things, right? Like if they could find a little answers in the offense, defense can be good enough, and maybe they can to win some games. This one is so exposing in so many different areas. It does feel incredibly far away. Dakota with a 5 is the Madden curse real? For real though, they need to change something. They keep saying it, but it never happens, and that is the question that we're going to ask. Will they finally
one of the many things
change the play caller? Albert with a 2. Jeff Stoutland, come on, because the run game, he deserves blame all around. Could certainly do that.
Yeah, I mean everybody blame all around.
Yeah,
blame all around.
Jim with a 5. If we change the OC now in-house, nothing changes. From outside, install a new system now with the question mark.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but you just can't keep doing the same thing. They have to make a change, and we'll see. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then nothing will be any different. It can't get worse than what it is right now. So they gotta just do it.
Well, we said that with Matt Patricia, and then it did get a little bit worse. But it's crazy as that is. So, but it was going to take something ridiculous, and now it has, and we will see. I got several other super chats, but if you need to run, I know.
Baby's crying
duty and everything there. So
I got to clock back in for baby duty. So
okay,
best of luck.
Yep,
best of luck.
Gotcha.
Golly, not fun. We appreciate you guys though, of course. So
yep.
All right.
Alrighty.
See you guys.
We'll see you. T-Rob with a 10. Still getting to these other ones, so appreciate you rolling through all of them. So again, I'm not speed tracking this, but for everybody that's group therapy, that's where we're at. So the 10 from T-Rob. Everyone blaming KP. This game is just searching for excuses. We have to hold the players accountable at some point. The passing plays were not awful. Plus, run blocking is still awful. Jalen was also bad. We are holding players accountable. I understand. But again, like I said, I think the micro focus is Jalen Hurts had a bad game. The overall bigger theme of this thing, though, is it's still really suspect. It's still really questionable on some of the play calls and some of the decisions, on some of the routes that the offense just runs, on the options that they go. Now, yeah, Jalen may have missed him and the reads. So look back at it, some of the all-22 film, maybe it tells a little bit of a different story, and I'm sure it's going to say that Jalen Hurts played the worst game this season. Like, I will be shocked if it doesn't say anything otherwise. So I'm giving you that credit, but I think that we're beyond the point. If this was a one-off situation, or if we said from the bye week, the Eagles offense, okay, they had 2 games where the offense was pretty good. There were some lackluster moments in a few other ones, and then you had this instance, then okay. But we're going on a game or a season where maybe 1 game, 2 kind of, I guess. You said the Vikings and the Giants. There's nothing, and there's certainly nothing from like a consistent game. We've seen a quarter or 2 where they put things together. The Rams, they won somehow, and especially at this point, you look back at it and go, how on earth did we win that game? But it's the larger theme, I think, of KP and the play calling. So it's not had the easier answers for Jalen. I don't know. Coaching makes a huge difference. I know Caleb Williams was rookie last year and then second year this season. But you see the difference of a coach that knows how to call plays, knows how to make life easier on his quarterback, knows what he's doing there. Caleb Williams is not playing great football. He's playing better football, but they're winning games because he's making sure that the misses are much smaller and he's taking care of the football. And then when he gets bigger opportunities, they have some of those plays. So Ben Johnson is making life easier while KP is not. Donovan with a 5 called it on hiring KP on an old video this offseason. Shouldn't have went in-house again. Well, there you go. You got it right. They should not have done that. We got Nate with a 5. How many offensive coordinators until we start to think Hurts might be the issue? Take away the talent around him, and do you think he still would win games? I understand the sentiment. Again, like I said, worst game of the season so far for him. Dude's played the best that you've seen probably from any player in multiple Super Bowls, or right up there. One of the best performances in both Super Bowls. So he's had his moments. Yeah, it's been frustrating. There's times where it's like, man, he's not trying to turn the football over, so he gets crazy conservative. But I think he's shown that he can play at a really, really high level, especially when the lights. I say that all the time, but when the lights are the brightest, I still think that you get the right offensive coordinator. You've seen what can happen, even with the offense and even with the options. Kelly with the 2. Eagles need to go 3-2 to keep the division. Yep. Can they do that is the question. Can they go 3-2? Shaney with a 5. Disappointing night. Offense looked like poop from a butt yet again. Nonetheless, you know the drill. Diaper fund. There you go. I think that was for Thomas's, but I'm sure he appreciates that. Retro with a 10. I'm okay with keeping Nick. We just got to learn. We can't keep hiring his buddies as coordinators. Let's hope McDaniels gets fired from Miami. Bring him in. Even Dable would be better than KP. 100%. I mean, anything would be better than KP, I'm pretty sure, at this point. So, won't be till the offseason. That's the sad part. Gotta live through it. Can they right the ship in this remaining part of the season, in the 5 games or so? Man, I don't know. It's looking rough at this point, but we're gonna see. Brandon with a 2. Fly me to Philly. I'll pick it at the NovaCare complex. You'll do your part. Somebody can fly him to Philly. Anthony with a 2. Appreciate that. Says, send Kevin Patullo to Kensington. He won't make it out. I think that he doesn't have to go to Kensington. I'm pretty sure his days are numbered after that. They got to make a change. They just have to. 2 from Taylor. A lot of football in last year. Possibly tired. Go Birds. Maybe, but I'm sorry. That's kind of a soft excuse, honestly. I know Super Bowl hangover, letdown, all the other stuff is real, and it's hard to keep up success in the NFL. I can't really buy the tie. Maybe from a point of injury, sure, because the guys were banged up going into this year, and it certainly played a factor for the O-line. But I don't want to use that as a really overarching theme or excuse, because that feels soft to me. Casey with a 2. Were the Bears that good or the Birds that bad? I think it's a combo of both. Bears are good. I don't expect them to make a deep playoff run. Like I don't expect them to make the NFC Championship game. I could be dead wrong, and they do, and good for them if that happens. I don't think that they're that good. I think they are a good team, but I still think that the Eagles should have won this game. I mean, even honestly, with the defense playing as poorly as they did, like 28-24, something like that, could have, should have been there. Offense did not execute. Play calling, not great. As I said, Jalen Hurts' worst game probably of the season. Mafara with a 5. We shouldn't, we shouldn't have dismantled a winning team. We lost some chemistry. CJ, GJ, Rodgers, Becton, those were huge. The stars on offense don't respect KP. I don't know. It is interesting because there's frustration on the offense. And there's guys that have spoken out on the offense and talked about doing certain things differently. But as far as I know, the only outward leak of information, towards the offense was more so frustration at Jalen Hurts than there was KP. So that one's interesting, kind of strange to me. I don't know. Feels like we would get a report over this weekend, early next week, something about the players and distrust of Kevin Patullo, maybe believing that he can't do it. He's in over his head. Because we heard that about Sean Desai, right before he got let go, and then we heard more afterwards. But right before he got let go, we heard those reports. So I would say just keep an eye out for that. But it may not even take to that point, quite honestly. They may just make a decision beforehand, and then we'll figure out. But it's just kind of interesting because we've heard some about the frustration, whether we believe it or not, with Jalen Hurts. But I would be frustrated with Jalen Hurts. If I was on the offense, I'd be frustrated with Jalen Hurts with this game. He played poorly. He did. Seabay with a 5. This back-to-back lose makes it hard to be a fan living in cowgirl territory. I know, man. Stay strong. Stay strong. We still got the Super Bowl Still got the recent Super Bowl. They could say all they want about the total number, but none of them can remember it anyway. Got to stay strong. It's I know how it is. Christian with the 2, Josh and Thomas. This team blows, trash. Yep. It's unbelievable how frustrating they've been. T-Rob with 10 more. To clarify my last super chat, KP needs to be fired 100%, but today there was more creativity and the players wasn't good either. I'm saying KP can't catch all the blame today. Okay, yeah. 100% agree with you. KP cannot. It is on the players, on a lot of Jalen Hurts. But yes, combined with that. So that one's legit. AFR with the 10. If KP is set to go, we still have the issue of play calling, as Nick showed. He can't call plays either. Something has to give. Kind of like we said, I think that it probably reached the same point of this offseason. That they'll kind of review, probably assess if Nick Sirianni's lost the locker room, and if he has, he absolutely would be gone. Like that's the moment. But if he hasn't, it's probably going to be the same scenario of Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie picking the next offensive coordinator. That's what's more than likely happening. Tyler with a 20 bomb. Dude, appreciate that. Thank you guys again. Rolling through the super chats. I will get to yours. If it's delayed, I know, but I'm just going in order, so we'll hit on that. Tyler with the 20, KP gone, has to be. Jalen finally played a bad game. The media is going to eat that up. Some of y'all in the comments, too. QB1 has one bad game, and y'all thirsty for blood. This is 2023. I genuinely don't understand what is happening. Yeah. It's a combo of that, but you're right. Jalen had a bad game, and he did have options. And we talked about this a second ago, but I think it was the Packers game where he had a bad game, or you look at that and go, man, what's happening here? Didn't really have a whole lot of options. That play calling there was not great. Had some just overall issues. So, but Jalen he's had some bad games. We certainly give it that. And Jalen, the other inexcusable blowout loss or whatever, Jalen had a bad game against the Giants in New York, and you look at what happened there. So, I think if Jalen is not playing well, then the offense doesn't allow for as much creativity and for many options, and it makes life harder. But Jalen, for sure, deserves blame 100%. Or is one of the big reasons for this game. Smack with the 20 bomb, another one. Hey guys, we're 8-4. After playing 9 games against playoff teams, we have the easiest part of our schedule left. KP needs to get fired, for sure. But man, chill out a bit. I hear that, but the only part, and Smack, appreciate it. I'm not sure if you're still here because I'm getting to these in order. I know it's taken a while, but the only part with that is that, yes, it's an easier part of the schedule, but now it's starting to really feel like it's snowballing in a bad way. And I think it's maybe the game film, the tape that teams have now to go, wow, this is really, really predictable, and there's not a whole lot of variance, and it's getting worse and worse the later the season goes because, yeah, it's the same stagnant offense, and they only run a couple different varieties of that, so it makes life much easier on the defense, and they know how to defend it. So I think that's what it ultimately comes down to. Like, I hear you, it's an easier part of the schedule, but 2023 was the same way. We kind of got through the gauntlet. We got through half of it. You're like, man, we're winning some of these games. You're not really sure. And then the Niners game, you're like, all right, hey, there's one more. Oh, punch in the face. Okay, Cowboys game. Wow, that one's not great. All right, understandable. You weren't going to win all of them in the gauntlet, but you did win some of them. And then it snowballed from there. It kept getting worse. It was, the Giants game that was won, but it was a nail biter. The Cardinals game, obviously. You had the Seahawks game. You had, what were the other ones? You had the Giants game that was kind of towards the end of the season. Obviously, the playoff loss that was a blowout. So I'm really concerned that there's too much on tape now, even with an easier part of the schedule. Now, you might be able to win some of those, sure. I think that they still can, but it's ultimately the question of, okay, even if they win those, is there anything to fall back on? Do they have any sort of identity? Do they have anything that they could say, oh, cool, when we need something, we'll go with that? Because in the playoffs, it's going to be so quick to be done. Cold Cash with the 5. How do we beat the Lions, Packers, Chiefs, Bucks, and Rams? And where are that offense the whole game, last 2 drives? I don't get this team. 100%. I think it goes on what I was saying a second ago. It's just gotten more and more predictable. So it's easier for teams that are playing. But you're right. It's crazy. Some of the strength of victory, the strength of schedule, the record combined with that, and you figure, okay, it is different. It is different from the stance of you got a defense, but the offense is playing to the equivalent level of bad that the defense was playing in 2023. Matt with a 2, I think it's worse than 2023. Interesting, okay? I don't know. I don't know if it's worse. Maybe it is. Maybe it ends up being worse. Because record-wise, we'll see. But it's me with the 5. Can't blame the offense too much. 280 yards. Rushing is bad. 39 possession. We need KP out, and Jalen needs to throw the ball like he means it. Offensive line is bad too. Yeah, well, it's all on everyone there. I think when your offense has failed to score many points at all, though, you could do your defense a solid even on a game that they're struggling and show up for once. Eagles could have scored 28. Very possible. They don't turn the ball over or play a little bit more aggressively. But film with a 10, no execution because the team doesn't buy OC's game plan. I'd be checked out too. I'm more irritated. Sirianni still believes in him. Maybe it's hard to say that the team, I don't know, do they not buy into it? They're running the routes. They just give them very little options. Go Birds with a 2. Let Vic run OC and DC at this point. I know anything. Unfortunately, the stash didn't work either, so I guess that means that one's gone. Tried to do whatever we could. That's how we know that it's in a bad way, I guess. Qualified with a 10, Howie and Lurie, it's time for an executive decision. It burns me up knowing I can't get happy when we are up 21, and as soon as we get a first 3 and out, I get depressed. Yeah, and way too often it is happening. The Eagles are in the category of bad teams. They call it what it is. Bad offense, bad offensive line. That's where they're at. Cold Cash with a 5. I hate KP and blame him a lot, but it's even more annoying when he does call up good plays and we don't execute. Easily could have had 20-plus points. There you go. See, that I think that's a very good way to put it. There were some good play calls. There were. Not a lot, but there were some good play calls. And Jalen did not execute those very well at all. Couple other miscues from offensive line, from some other players. It's just not anywhere in the same category, and it's infuriating to see. It's infuriating to watch. Alex with the 2, what we're missing? Violence, creativity, snap count, among many others. But yes, passionate part of it. It looked like the guys didn't really have that fight. They certainly weren't having a lot of fun competing. That's what it looked like. Just kind of looked like we just don't want to really be out here. It's windy. It's cold. Compound the issues. Oh, it gets worse. And meanwhile, the Bears are like, let's go, man. We're 8-3. Got a chance to win. Go 9-3. Beat the defending Super Bowl champs. Just night and day difference from the sidelines. Isaac with a 5. You guys are forgetting Sirianni wasn't even allowed to pick coordinators last year. He didn't pick Kellen or Vic. Yes, that's a good point. For people earlier that were saying picking your options, that's what I was alluding to. Yes, he did not have a say at all. He was told. Jeremy with a 10. Sirianni needs to stop panic coaching. The team mirrors the coach. And lately, Sirianni has been emotional, predictable, reactive instead of proactive. Sure. I think there's a partial reason for panic, but yeah, your head coach doesn't need to have that. So many areas to figure out, though. Optimist with a 5. Both sides have given up on this year by the end of the first quarter, and if there's a chance to get Kellen back for next year, please be for the head coach. I don't think there is, unfortunately, even if you wanted that, but he's going to be in New Orleans. I feel like. I don't think that they're making a knee-jerk decision. They knew the roster that he inherited, so probably going to stick with that one. Matthew with a 5. Yeah, but if they fired Nick the nod would go to Vic. We would still be, heading a new OC. Yeah. I think it'd be short term, though. I don't think that a head coach, Vic, I don't think Vic would just automatically get it. I think he's DC. I don't even know that he wants to be head coach. So if you fired him, it'd be interim, but that's not happening during the season, I don't think, as far as head coach anyway. Nick Foles for offensive coordinator. maybe. I don't know. Again, though, we talk about like the experience. I think at this point, you got all the weapons. If and when it gets to the point of the offseason and they're looking for an external hire, you hire somebody that has the experience. And believe me, there will still be guys that are lining up. There will still be candidates, good candidates, that are lining up for the Eagles head coach or the offensive coordinator job. Even if some of them are kind of like, I don't know, a little difficulty, some frustration there. Is it hard to coach Jalen Hurts? Is he the issue for people that are going to go with that take? You still look and see what Kellen Moore did. So if they see that, they're going, all right, if I want to get a head coaching job, there's a great possibility because you could get poached off of those again. Mitch with a 7. I want to know which of those plays were Kevin's big magic plays he was talking about bringing in. Yeah, I don't know which ones we saw for that game. Jordan with a 2, Wild Dayball looking more and more enticing, shaking my head. Yeah, at this point, again, like we said, anything would be better. Brian with a 2, I think Kevin called a good game. Nick in the post game. Yes, in quotes, Nick in the post game. I wouldn't be surprised if he said that. Or did he say that? Is that your... I think that's just the guessing, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Donnie with a 5. We need to find an OC who doesn't want to be a head coach. Who do you think that will be? I don't know. I don't even know if there is one, man. You could say Frank Reich if he's just willing to be the offensive coordinator. I don't think that's my favorite option either, though. It's probably going to be an offensive coordinator that's good, that's creative. But again, the best case scenario, fortunately, unfortunately, sadly, however you want to phrase it, is the Eagles win the Super Bowl. That'd be the best case scenario. You win the Super Bowl, you lose your OC again. And then we're back to square one, like we have been and continue to be. Nessa with a 5. Do you think Patullo is finally out? I don't know. I go back and forth on that. I need to think about it a little bit more, quite honestly. But I think there's a chance. This was an embarrassing game, but Jalen played really, really bad. So I don't know. The brass is going to look at it. They'll see the game and try to think about the takeaways, but will they wait longer? You say, well, let's see if they can right the ship again. It feels like they're just waiting to lose. To take one of the quotes from Sirianni, it feels like they're waiting to lose by not making a move. I kind of hope they do, but we'll see. Marcelo, KP needs to go now. Total revamp now. Can't be worse. Yep. Same sentiment for just about everyone, I believe. Marcus with a 5. These are all Sirianni offenses that he lets others run outside of Shane. He's the common denominator in all these bad offensive coordinators. What do you think? Yes, that's what we said. 100%. It is his offense. It is his offense. And even Shane Steichen was a decent amount of Sirianni's offense. He could sequence the plays better, and he added in a couple other elements to make Jalen's life easier, but it is 100% Sirianni's scheme, his offense, what he prefers to run, and Kellen Moore was the same way. At least with Kellen Moore, he added some motion and a little bit of other alignments and some formations that threw some defenses off, but a lot of it was still Sirianni's offense. He just got the most out of it. Red Scorpion with a 50 bomb. Dude, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for that. It means a ton. 50 bomb says, I'm disappointed in my birds. They are all at fault. Fix it. Come back in the playoffs. Man, I really, 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 really hope so, but I am very much questioning after a game like that. They gotta go with a different play caller. Maybe belief turns around for the team. They gotta have something spirited, some sort of showing that has not only belief, but like belief, some joy that they're playing with. And an output for once where it's like, oh, there you go. There's a 30-point game. There's a consistent game, start to finish, played pretty good. Chad with the 5. Maybe if we all start betting the under, they might start playing better. That might be the answer too. You got to go against it. Bet against the grain, it'll work. 10 from Green Wingman. If this ends up being collapse, we're going to look back to February where they rushed through the OC hiring process, never did their due diligence, and on better play callers, not learning from 2023. Yeah, I think that they did that. Like if you go back and look, and we had videos about this when there were a couple offensive coordinator options out there. There weren't that many. That's the difficulty of winning a Super Bowl. Just about every offensive coordinator position is hired by that point. So the best candidates are getting the jobs. I mean, maybe there's, or yes, you could say there's a better option. There would be by this point, but I also don't know that the Eagles are ready to settle and say, okay, we're going to go with someone new and we're going to have to change up our system or at least have something different where it's not Sirianni's. I think they were like, we'll just keep it in-house, this one. And yeah, it was fool's gold, but we'll keep it in-house, change it up. But at least Jalen has some consistency because we're going to call a lot of the same types of things. It's not been the right choice, obviously. Crazy with the 5. Qualified with the 5. Crazy thing is I'm kind of numb to our team now, just ready for the offseason changes. That's brutal. I can't totally blame you, but that is so brutal. Just to be in a situation where it's like, oh man, offseason, maybe you can make some changes and come back. But that's why they got to make changes in-house now. It feels like it can't be worse. And if we're feeling it as the fans, then obviously the players heard the boos today, but they're going to be felt. They know that it has to be different. Things have to change. Javon with a 5. So how do we think this team is going to look on Hard Knocks coming out with first episode December 2nd? I forgot about that. December 2nd, first episode. What day is that? That is on Tuesday. Oh my gosh. Whoo, man. The early part of the season might have been fun because it's like, they're winning some close games, and we'll see. Can they keep that up? That would be interesting. Curious if there's anything that we learned from that or if it's all kind of fluff. But yeah, been some struggles, been some frustration. Tyler with a 2, 4-0 start, 4-4 since. Teams figured us out. KP's buns. And that's what I was saying a second ago. Yeah. It's just kind of being discovered. People know what you are. Teams know what you are. And it's getting worse, even though the competition may be easier. Vasto with a 2. Thomas, lots numb. Yeah, lots of numb like me right now. Or looks maybe numb right now. Yeah. T-Rob with 5 more. Players didn't execute today. Can't 100% blame play calling. Players had no energy. Looked down on the sideline, reminiscent of 23, wasting an amazing roster. It's sad. They're not having fun. Not out there enjoying it. And that plays a big factor. But all the reasons for that, as we said, Swinger, I think, with the 5, not going to playoffs. They are way too damaged now. The season is over. I think they'll still make the playoffs. But it may be, again, like a 2023, just limp into it, first round, and they could very easily get beat. Very, very easily. Canucks with the 5, they played like bums, absolute garbage. Let's all hope they can turn it around. I'd hate to see this squad come up short. I would too. They're wasting so much with the squad. Nay with a 10, Bears fan here. Big dub for us. We own the North. There you go. Appreciate the support. It was big win for y'all. We helped you at least. If nothing else, we helped you by beating all the rest of the NFC North teams. So you're welcome. Optimist with a 5. Both sides gave up. Defense runs off offense energy. If no energy, this team dies. Bring Kellen back next year, please. For head coach, it would have to be for head coach, but like I said, I don't think it's happening. New Orleans is in it at least for a little bit longer with Kellen Moore. So, New Age with a 2 might be done watching until coaching changes happen. I can understand the frustration. Primus with a 1, Eagles 1930 with a 1. Appreciate that support. Mace Windu with the 5. It's the OC. We were good with Shane, bad with Desai, good with Kellen, bad with Patullo. Stop letting Nick pick in-house people. Obviously, Desai was a defensive coordinator, so I don't think it's Desai from that standpoint. But, yes, it is on the coordinator. It is continued to, is always on the coordinator. And what we said too many times now, unfortunately. But I don't know. I just don't know. There's misses from Jalen, though. Like, he had a lot of opportunities. The offense had lots of opportunities. And just kind of looking at some of these from people sending those, yeah, it was, I mean, it had to be the worst game that Jalen's played. There's almost no way to excuse that. And it's rough. It's rough whenever that happens. So, man. It's frustrating. Han Solo with 5. Hey, Josh, I know I brought this up already, but Hurts had his best numbers behind Kelsey and went downhill since Cam got here. Cam Jurgens is not 6'5". There's no way. I can't remember off the top of my head what his height is. There's no way that he's 6'5". Okay, he's 6'3", according to the graphic there. So I mean, yeah, I understand trying to look into everything possible. 1 inch, 6'2" to 6'3", that's not a difference. I'm sorry. But Jurgens has been terrible this year, as has the offensive line. Malcolm with a 5. Jalen did not buy in from the start. He knew all along. I guess, man, he just didn't. Man, he didn't look ready to go. You're right on that. I don't know if it was not buying in. I think he was off. He was really bad. It's Yoda with the 2. Let KP go now. It's better sooner than later. See ya. Maybe they will. LeFou with a 2. At least Caleb wasn't the reason they won. Yeah, I mean it was the run game, 100% that way. Lady with the 5. Our defense separates us from 2023. There's still time to get some momentum against these trash teams ahead of the playoffs. I appreciate the optimism. I'm really, really hopeful, but man, we will see. They gotta make some changes. They do. Steve with a 5. Also appreciate the support on that. And Mr. Pioneer, I think this is the last super chat as well. Mr. Pioneer with a 5. Nick and KP's offense has completely sucked the life out of this team. They have no identity going into week 14, and the players are checked out. The morale looks very, very low. Obviously, losing is no fun, so that hurts a ton of it. But yeah, the morale is very low. They gotta shake some things up if they want to maybe bring some belief back into this squad. But there's gonna be very, very interesting to hear from some of the players in the press conferences. So keep you posted there, Steve. The super chat. Yes, Barkley equals buns. He's not been great. He has not even been good, really. Yeah. It's unfortunate. And I just wonder if his injury as well with the groin. I know that they just keep saying, limited participant. He's got a rest day. These other things here. Is it a bigger injury? Is it impacting him more so? I don't know. It's the most frustrating thing to see. But maybe this offense can figure things out. But they do have to make changes. They got to get, try it. They might as well. As we've said, Tank Bigsby, hand the ball off to him more. Offensive line, I have no clue. But be more aggressive on offense. Have better options for Jalen Hurts. We'll see. But appreciate you guys nonetheless. Seriously. Couldn't do this without y'all. Y'all know that. All the support. It's a mini bye week, because of the Chargers. So if they fire KP, they shake some things up, there's a hope. It's still going to be Go Birds all the way for me. So, we'll be streaming the games. We will. And still all the videos and content. But keep you guys posted as far as interviews, press conferences, things that you need to know. Pickle with a 2. I still have faith. KP got to go Birds. I can appreciate that also. So I'll echo that right back to you. But yes, past 147,000 subs, creeping up on 148,000 now. So you guys are the best. It is frustrating. It is irritating. We will get through it either way. I mean, that's the good news. My hope is that we get through it in the sense of finding the answers, making some changes. But I'm with you. I think at this point, I got to be proven that there's something changed and the proof, actually, of the change working. Because it has not been the case. And all of our changes did not work. The stash managed to get 15 points. So it's broken. It will not work. But like I say, you guys are the best. Hope you had a very happy Thanksgiving. Black Friday, not the best. Oddly enough, the last 4 NFL teams to play have won outright, being the underdogs. So that's just a weird, odd stat so far for the last 4 games, all the 3 in Thanksgiving, and then today for Black Friday. But have a good weekend. Try to have a good weekend. Maybe we'll see something else. Game recap video coming out tomorrow. Stay tuned for that. And we'll see you guys. Go Birds.